I agree. Even with the car with the hat. I would just like to say the same. I really feel like having the police presence has been exceptionally good to have on Old Route 8. I very much liked having a sheriff's car drive past there. For those of you who may not know, I pull out of Sir Sassabo's Road with my tractor to go to the field, and people are flying down there at 65 miles an hour. I have 5 children that I need to take care of, and making sure that there's somebody there at a presence at some point is nice to have. Whether or not it's in the time frame that we need it, it doesn't matter. They're there, and I would personally not like a 50% cut.
Very good. Any other observations? Yes, yes, Andy.
Maybe Tom could speak to this more, but I'm very interested in the reports they release, and I read exactly what the Sheriff's Department do. They patrol all our roads, and sometimes when they get, it's more than a speeding ticket. It may be a criminal offense like excessive speed, and they get tied up in court costs. We've been seeing that a little bit. I've seen it in the information that they release, that some of the revenues are going to time spent in court, whereas if it was just a regular traffic ticket, like I said, that, you know, we've lost some revenues there this year. You know, they do more than just part of the contract. X amount of dollars, I think, goes to more than just traffic or speed enforcement or whatever. You know, the traffic, they do regular stuff. So I didn't think I would ever say this, but I would be against any cut in hours, as I can see a definite benefit with having them here for the contract that we have.
I agree with them. Again, I think the presence is what's important, not necessarily the revenue we're getting, because it's important to have that. It's for safety reasons.
I've been in, just a moment, I'll recognize you in a moment. I've been informed that there's a deputy here who can address the issue. If it's all right with the body, he's a non-voting resident. So I'm just asking the body, it's okay that he speak to us? Very good. Sir.
Sergeant Norton, I'm the patrol supervisor in the Sheriff's Office. Yeah, just as the Select Board brought up, several years ago when we did go up, the Select Board did ask that we also provide back roads patrols. We respond to alarms when we're in town, sometimes even when we're not in town, doing the directed patrols for the school. Also, we've had several complaints out here on Pikes Falls Road. So it's, you know, are there still speeders? Yes, but I would hope that the lessening in tickets is because we're actually able to be here more. You know, I can't say that for sure, but you know, that's the hope that we would have. But I would hope everybody sees us out there, and that's kind of what we're wanting to do. You know, be here, be seen, and you know, help out whenever we can.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that I also am opposed to cutting the budget for safety reasons. I think that there has been a difference, and it is important to see them around. It does, you know, add to our safety.
Other questions or observations? Yeah. Almost had a bid in the back there. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Hi, I'm Linda Sheehan, and I live up on Jamaica Mountain, and cars go 75 to 80 miles an hour. And when I go out of my driveway, people fly by. I have to make sure both sides are clear for me to go. And with the cops across the street, they slow down. So I do not want any cuts.
Good.
That happened to me yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Has there ever been any kind of study to where like a stop sign or traffic lights or speed bumps or anything like that to have an effect of slowing down the traffic through that?
We had a conversation earlier in the year about putting speed bumps. We had a radar assessor, I don't know what the official name is, set up on Depot Street. The tricky part comes in balancing out the costs and the annoyance factor for the residents with slowing people down, for the non-residents and that kind of thing. It's a conversation the select board's had over time, so we are discussing it. The tricky thing about speed bumps is they have to come up in the winter because the plows can't get through. So there's other kinds of things. We looked into what is the official word for that radar thing you guys had?
Oh, radar car. High tech.
All those years of education. But that's an expensive proposition, and these guys have a few that they move around for free. But for us to put one up, we can discuss on the board putting up, like if you go through Weston, a number of cities, they've got the standing little radar jobbies that say thank you when you're doing 25. Those are very expensive, and they require, as it turns out, a subscription to keep them going. So there's a lot of money involved. We're not exactly sure how best to manage that. We are certainly always open to you guys dropping in on a select board meeting and offer your suggestions. But it is a discussion we've been having.
I'm just wondering whether we look at other options or not.
So yeah,
As far as those signs go, it's about $10,000 per sign. So we talked about putting one on Depot Street, we talked about putting one up on Pikes Falls. But again, that's $20,000. It's a fairly large expenditure for us to do.
Yeah.
Select board.
Actually, what we're, yeah, right. Okay, to remind people where we are. We're not on the article, we're on the amendment. And the amendment is Lou's amendment to cut, I believe, the budget for the line item of the Wyndham County Sheriff by $25,000, correct, Lou? So that is the amendment you're voting on. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand if you support cutting the Sheriff's Department budget by $25,000. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, very good. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand. I think the amendment has gone down. Now, Lou, you have a second part to that amendment.
The second part has no merit based on the first part.
Very good. So we move back now to the actual article. And so the number we have now established is $1,072,358, correct? Okay. Now, I am going to ask Bonnie to help us because I made a mistake last year. And so what we need to do next on this is after the comma, you will notice and how it will be collected. So Bonnie, do you have a motion?
Okay, I move that we expend a total budget of, if I got this right, $1,335,260 with
Okay, yes, please keep going.
with $1,072,358 of it to be raised by taxes, and the rest would be anticipated revenues, and I'm not sure what exactly that total is. And it would be due and payable on the 1st of October, going delinquent on the 2nd of October, with an 8% penalty added, and as of December 1st, interest at the rate of 1% would be added until paid in full.
Thank you. That helps a lot. So, what we have now is the article as amended to amount and also as to how to collect. Is there any discussion? Further discussion? Thank you. Very good. I think this will be fine. All those in favor of passing this article, number 4, which is a budget for $1,072,358 and collected as Bonnie described and inscribed by our town officials into the record, because I can't remember it all. All those in favor of this budget, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? So passed. Article 4 has been passed. Thank you. Now, we are at 12:15. What would the body like to do? You want to plow on? Okay, here we go. Article number 5 is to see if the voters will authorize the select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Is there a motion on the floor? Patty Dixon is moved. Is there a second? Yes. Nelson, thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like all in favor.
I'm going to move the call.
Move the call. Thank you. Okay. Those in discussion, all those in favor of Article 5, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Notice I changed that up between a voice vote. That's the power of the moderator. Number 5. Shall the voters authorize the select board to spend, quote, unanticipated funds such as grants, gifts, and/or interest, end quote. Sorry, that was Article 6. Thank you. That's my trifocals. So Article 6, shall the voters authorize the select board to spend unanticipated funds such as grants, gifts, and/or interest? Patty, so moved. Mr. Flowers, second. Very good. Any discussion?
Call the question.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor of passing Article 6, shall the voters authorize the select board to spend unanticipated funds such as grants, gifts, and/or interest? Please raise your hand if you support it. Thank you. Those who oppose? Abstaining? Thank you. So passed. Number 7, to set a time for the opening of the next annual town meeting to be held the first Tuesday of March 2021. Patty?
I make a motion we set the time at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Motion has been made. It'll be 10 o'clock. And what is the date of the first Tuesday of that next year? Does anybody have a date for that? Does anybody have a pocket calendar? March 2nd. So it would be 10 a.m. on March 2nd, the first Tuesday in 2021.
Second.
Second, thank you. Discussion. Thank you. Question call. All in favor of Article 7 to have the open meeting on the 2nd of March, 2021 at 10. All in favor? Yes, thank you. All opposed? No, abstained. Excellent. On we go. Uh-oh. All right. Here we go. Article 8 is to transact, quote, other business that may legally come before the meeting. For people to understand other business, this is where people can speak to what's going on, what they might like to see the select board do, or we're going to possibly talk about school issues, but these are all non-binding because they are not warned, therefore there'll be no vote. This is just an informational section. So, who would like to begin? Yes, sir.
Chris Robbins. I'd like to put a plug in for the broadband survey. Every household either will receive or should have received a card asking you to take the regional broadband survey. This is the first part of the feasibility study to implement a all-fiber internet for underserved or unserved areas of which are in town. The objective is to form a communication union district similar to other municipal districts across as many as 27 towns in the Winter region as possible. They intend to write a business plan, including technical initial design of the network, and a business plan suitable to pursue capital funding from grants, revenue bonds, and private investment. It does not involve taxes, and it does not, in fact, it's illegal to pay for such things. There's one operating in the north already, and the second one being formed. So this is an opportunity to form a all fiber or high performance network in the region. The survey can be taken online. As Greg mentioned, there's a slip up in the box with the URL. It's also published on the town website and Facebook. You can take it online, or if you want to download a paper copy and either mail it to the address on the description in on the front of the survey, or if you'd like, drop it off at the town office and we'll see what it's collected. Also, they're not quite ready for prime time, but it will be soon. A mobile version so you can take it with your smartphone. And when it's available, I'll publish a QR code so you can scan it and use it. There's more information on the town website and the Facebook page describing this program. It also has answers to frequently asked questions. So please take the survey, even if you're already served to your satisfaction. It's important for the rest of the town that we have as much participation as possible. Okay.
And also just note, it's not a commitment. You'll answer these questions and some of them involve money. You might be willing to pay for these services. By doing this, you're not signing up. You're just providing information.
Yes, sir.
Bob Stone. I'd just like to make a comment. This is the single most important economic activity that we could possibly get involved in. The only thing that will ever raise Jamaica's openness to the outside world is connectivity. And there are a lot of smart people who are in businesses right now that are on the internet, but they don't have the power, the additional power that's required to put out large volumes of data to printers, to other countries, to what have you, at the same speed that the rest of the world is operating at now. It's a very, very important issue. I mean, for myself, I remember something that happened back in Minnesota back in the 1970s, in a small town that had nothing going for it. They lost all their rural economy, and they had some smart people there that put in high-speed internet into the public library. And they invited all the small businesses to come and use that library for free. 10 years later, they were the #1 town in the state in terms of advancement in their internet connections. And you had artists and you had printers and photographers moving in there for that space. And it blew up. This can happen here. It can happen here. So I'm very much in favor.
Very good. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Betsy Thompson. I'm a resident in Jamaica. I'm curious what the infrastructure is that's required for this. And what are the health effects of 5G and all this other stuff?
If you're on the power grid, that's all that's required. You're going to string the fiber using all the utility poles that are already in existence. Maybe if you have an extra long driveway and you have to put in an extra pole, then the resident would be responsible for that. But for 99 and 9/10% of us, you've got electricity, no issue. And I don't know what was the second part of the question.
Oh, health effects of, some of us come to Vermont to get away from radiation, from other ill effects of modern communication.
You don't have to sign up. I guess that's one. It's whatever ill effects might be from implementing the network. I think the education benefits for our children are far, far outweigh. So I really don't see it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Yes.
I just wanted to take a couple minutes about rec committee. First off, I wanted to say thank you to Tom for helping for so many years when his children were at Leland and Gray and still helping. But it's pretty much the same thing with me. I really can't do anything with rec committee anymore, so we really hope that somebody within the town would like to step forward. There's also a lot of changes, obviously, with the schools moving around, and there's a lot of opportunity for it to become more. The state has also offered grants if we want to try to include like walking times and spaces for people to meet. But I really can't have anything to do with it anymore. So hopefully somebody would like to be a part of the rec committee, have some young children or some time on their hands, either way. But I'm doing it a disservice at this point, so I'd like somebody to take that over. And then just really briefly, by talking with my neighbors here, found out that apparently there was a candidate night, and I had no clue, and was like, wow, remember when we used to do that? And they're like, actually, it just happened. So maybe we could do a town email or something, because I would love to have been a part of that. And I know we started it a long time ago. Maybe we don't have emails, maybe we're not allowed to, I don't really know, but some sort of communication other than just seeing people at town meeting day would be awesome.
I think that will be taken into very serious consideration. Yes, Patty?
There was, at one time, the previous town clerk did ask people for emails. I think it was at a town meeting or some voting thing. And, but I guess some server blew up or something.
My hard drive crashed.
Yeah, so we lost it, and they weren't, yeah, so they're gone.
So we'll have to do it again? I see waving. I'm sorry, there's blinding light here, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that Jamaica Old Home Day will be Saturday, September 12th. We had a very successful Jamaica Old Home Day last year, and we will be starting meetings soon. Anyone wanting to volunteer, please step forward. There's a little task for each one of you if you'd like. Ann and I will be heading it up once again. And also, we have a little brochure here for the Jamaica Historical Foundation that we just did up that has some little bits of information on it, on what we've been doing, and feel free to join us there also.
Dana, and then I'll come over to Stephanie.
I just want to throw out about the school vote, March 25th, 9 o'clock, Australian ballot. You know, you worried about your taxes on the town side? Taxes on the school side are more.
For anyone who's interested,
come out and vote.
This is your pamphlet. It has all the numbers in it. You'll find on page 3 the warning. So in Jamaica, the polls will be open from 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. to vote on that, and also the at-large position. Today, from the floor, we voted for our 2 representatives to the board. There's one other position there, which is open at large, so representing all the times. At the candidates night, Mike Bully, who presently has the position, spoke to them. Drew's here, Drew Hazelton. Because we're not voting on the floor for the position, it is by Australian ballot. If he wishes, he can address the assembly. Drew?
Thank you. I'm not actually your campaign, but I do want to give you guys a little bit of an update and answer questions as best I can about where we're at with our school and what's going on with the school. So this has been a long process. I think I've been standing in front of this town meeting now for, I don't know, 10 years, explaining kind of where we are in our school process, where we are in our mergers and studies and whatnot. So at this point, we do have a merged school district. So there is no longer a Jamaica School District. We are part of the West River Modified Union Education District. Last year, you were asked to come to the polls multiple times on many different issues. Votes in, votes out on different town, Wyndham, whether they were in, Wyndham, whether they were out. We worked on the Articles of Agreement to allow voting for your local school board members from the floor like we've done. So that was a change that was made and you guys approved last year, as well as a bond vote for a heating system. So the take-home message is you are now officially, completely, 100% part of a merged school district. You are merged with Townsend, Jamaica, Newfane, and Brookline for the K or pre-K through 6, and then Wyndham joins us for our 7 through 12 merged school district. So when you look at your budget, it's very important that you understand this is a single budget that has been split into 2 separate votes. So the numbers that you're looking at come from a single budget that was split by the Agency of Education into the 2 separate articles that are warned. When you come to the informational night, we'll do a better job of trying to explain what's in the budget, answer any questions that you may have about the budgeting process and what we know. But you will be voting by Australian ballot on the budget as well as at the at-large position of the board, like Dana said. This budget does represent what could be a 10% increase in your education property tax this year. And the reason I say what could be is because of our education funding formula, and anybody that's ever sat on a school board understands how difficult it is to understand how dollars flow from your pockets to your schools. And that's a complicated process that I'm sure our town clerk can explain, where we collect that money by taxes, we send it to the state, they filter it through a magic money machine, and then part of that money comes back to us. There's been a lot of discussion in recent weeks about a weighting study that came out in late December looking at what we're calling an equalized pupil. What you may or may not know about your education system is it's built, your education funding system is that it's built on a formula that it uses equalized students. So we don't go down to the school and count the number of kids in a classroom to determine what our number of students are. Each student has a different weight and a different value. So some students are counted as less than half of a student. They're 0.43 or 0.44. We have some students that are valued at greater than 1 student. And in the state's weighting, we come up with what we call an equalized pupil. So that is the multiplier that's used to determine whether we pay penalties or not. In this district, we've paid penalties as long as I can remember. Does anybody know when we were under the penalty threshold? I don't think it's since I've been paying taxes in Jamaica. We've been paying this penalty. The information that came out, and you should be paying attention, is the study that was done on the weighting, is that the weighting that has been done for the last 20 years is inequitable. And in fact, if the weighting was done in an equitable manner, the per pupil spending, or sorry, the tax rate in the town of Jamaica is likely to drop by about 40 cents, which is a huge number. It also means that for the last 20 years, or many of the last 20 years, you've been paying penalties on a faulty per pupil weighting system. There's a handful of pieces of legislation that have been introduced in Montpelier trying to get them to implement changes to the weighting system for this budget year. So we don't know what is exactly going to happen in Montpelier with the change in the weighting study. The other thing that we don't know is what the yield is going to be this year. It's another number that is plugged in by the legislature at the last minute. We will not have an exact number for you as to what your tax rates are going to do until after you've already voted on the budget. That's the reality of the way our funding system works. So if you're trying to pin down a school board member and say, hey, what's my tax rate? And they're like, about 10% more than last year. That's the reason. We don't know what that yield is going to be or what the equalized pupils are going to be. Yes? I'm sorry.
No, don't decide. No. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm somewhat familiar with that study, $300,000 study. As a result of that study, there are 4 pieces of legislation before the legislature, and they're not your normal, they're on a rush path to try to get something done before we vote on this budget. I would urge everybody in this room to vote no on the budget until such time as this whole mess is straightened out. Because it's just, this town in particular is being screwed, as you point out, by the current system. And to vote in another budget before the legislature deals with these issues and results of this report would be a travesty.
Thank you. As a board member, I will not tell you how you should vote on a budget. I am providing you with the best information I can. So, but that is a huge concern as to that we know, and now we have a very detailed study showing that the weighting of our students in Jamaica has been wrong for a long time. The damage to our local education system, the opportunities that have been lost for our kids in the last 20 years has been huge. The penalties paid by the taxpayers in Jamaica has been huge. So we'll wait to see how this legislation works out and make adjustments in the future, but these are big considerations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so enthralled. Patty, and then...
Yeah, one of the big parts of this is that, as Drew said, our kids have been, we haven't received equal opportunity for education for our children here. Some other towns have gotten more than they were due, and also we've put off doing things to keep programs in our schools, like taking care of our buildings and things like that, that really need attention. And that all these things might be able to happen now. Like for 20 years, we've been struggling with budgets every single year, and hopefully this will make a world of difference for our kids and for our buildings.
So just to add to that, right now you guys are looking at millions of dollars in deferred maintenance in this district that is a direct result of very difficult budgets for many years, where our funds have been taken out of our pockets, turned around, and again sent somewhere else. So there is a real financial cost, not only an educational cost, but a long-term financial cost to the town, because this money was not available to us in previous years. The maintenance on our facilities wasn't done in an attempt to keep programming, and you are now sitting on a significant amount of deferred maintenance. Those numbers we are still not completely firm on. We've done engineering studies. We're working on getting bids and processes for kept doing those repairs. But it's a great statement. We certainly have a long-standing financial effect from it.
Betsy Thompson, what is the outcome of a budget that's not passed? How does that affect the ability of the school district to function?
So the process from here, from today, is we'll move forward to the 20, I get the date right? 25th. The 25th. There will be a ballot. If the voters approve the ballot, then that will become the operating budget for the West River Modified Union Education District for next year. If the voters, and keep in mind, all of your votes are commingled with all the other towns. We have one district now, so all the votes are commingled. If the voters vote down any individual article or all articles, then that budget will then get kicked back to the school board, who will then have the responsibility to present a new budget to the voters, and we will then schedule another meeting, another budget hearing, another meeting, and another vote.
But what happens to the function of the schools themselves?
So if this budget fails, and the board will more than likely put forward another budget before the end of the school year, there is a default budget that would go into effect if this body, if all the towns voted this budget down over and over and over again all summer long, as the board tried to get a budget passed. There is a default budget that would go into effect. The school would still open in the fall, regardless of whether you voted budgets down all summer or not.
I had Stephanie back here, then over there.
Is this something that we should be contacting our representatives about? Okay.
Absolutely. Laura Sibilia from Dover is kind of leading the legislative push on this. She's very well versed in Education's been a long-term school board member, understands the education funding formula and the weighting. There is information in these books. Please grab one about the weighting study and what that means. But absolutely get a hold of your legislators and let them know what that means. In this document, it's brought to the attention in the back as to what that looks like. So our legislators here in Wheeling County are very much aware. They have all signed on to this legislation, but hearing from you will certainly help.
My question is, there's not just Jamaica involved, so if the other towns vote for this budget, then their budget passes, correct?
It's a simple majority of the merged district. Correct. There is no longer a Jamaica school district.
Yes, I want to go up here because I know there's stuff at the back, right?
Yeah.
Or do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
No, I just want Clara Robinson. Maybe a lot of people who don't know, there's an advisory committee that has been delegated to each town. Jamaica has one, a very active one. 11 people are on that advisory committee. We have been going to the meetings at the district board and giving input about how we feel Jamaica needs to have their needs met because we are part of that budget. Being that said, I think we've made some impact with that by sitting there and letting people know the budget was much higher figure that was put out, that we hasn't been voted on, but it was 19% that time. And people were like, no. So people did go back to the board, did go back to the drawing board so that you know it has an impact if you belong to this committee, if you make a voice, you sit there and you talk about the needs of the Jamaica Village School. There are some things that, we have accomplished, but there's a lot of things that could be accomplished if more people were involved and were aware of what was going on. You need to have presence. You need to be there. It's just like this town meeting makes things happen because you're there. And I think that's the biggest piece that I am getting from being on this advisory committee. It meets with the principal once a month. Each town has somebody on that committee. So please feel free to get in touch with any of the people that are on the committee. There's a number of them here today. But we would like more people to be involved. And it's like the silent people, we don't get it done. So, and I think Drew knows, having sit on the other side of that, is that being there makes a big difference. There are some things that Jamaica is doing, Jamaica Village School is doing to education is the first primary thing is enhancing our educational piece and academics. And then there are other things that are happening that we are trying to make Jamaica known. So we need a face. We need to be out there.
Right, we feel we've been very successful as an advisory group. And we're also working on a couple of key points, one being before school care and after school care. We feel that's very important to our working families and parents who can leave their kids off early and let their kids stay until 5 o'clock or maybe even 6. I don't know. We'll see what we can come up with. We're also focusing on early education, and we would like to put in a 3-year-old program and the pre-K and kindergarten to continue as they are. Just a little more. And then we have, for our after-school activities, we've been very successful with the Jamaica Memorial Library has started an after-school program, and we're hoping to do another day of that. We've got a great gardening program for the after-school going on that we're involving Windhall School. And their 7th and 8th graders will be coming down and participating with us. We're working on a mountain bike group and some other outdoor activities and maybe some music. We're working on getting ukuleles for all the kids and snowshoes with a grant. So there's a lot of great things that we're working on for the school. We're very fortunate to have the teachers and staff that we have there, and we have a very happy school.
Patty?
And if you cannot go to a school board meeting, they are filmed. They are on Brattleboro TV. They stay on there, it seems like in perpetuity. And there's a lot of stuff. This is early in the process of this merged district, and there's a lot of stuff that happens in these meetings. I'm not sure that it's living entertainment, but if there's something that you see that's being
stood up here, get involved. We need Jamaica people involved. You are part of the merged district. If you are absent, then the needs and wishes and desires of the other people that are part of our merged district may overshadow the needs and wishes and desires of Jamaica. If you have a point, you can send emails to board members. It is the policy of the board that you do not read emails during board meetings. If you want your comments and your concerns to be heard publicly on the television for everybody to hear, you need to show up in person to do those because it is the board's policy not to read emails into the record. They do go up on the website. Anything you send to board members is public record. But again, I've had some people who are like, well, why wasn't that read? It is the board's policy not to read emails or letters into the record. So if you want something out there in the public, come down and see and speak to the board. So get out and vote. Get out and vote on the budget. You got an at-large position that is up this year, and stay involved. Would be my advice for everybody.
Yes, CJ?
Would you just mention the informational session?
Yes, there's the informational meeting, which is, I don't need glasses.
March 24th.
March 24th, thank you. 7 p.m. is the informational meeting on the budget at Leland and Gray.
And that's the day before you vote.
The day before you vote, please come down and we'll hopefully be able to answer questions about the budget. If you're looking for the written kind of short synopsis that is in the book as to what changed that made your taxes go up. Remember, in this merged district, the 10% tax increase that Jamaica is looking at is not the same as what other towns are. For example, Brookline's tax rates go down in this discussion. So even though we are all working in the same budget, we're working all in the same school buildings, the cost to each town is different. So Jamaica is seeing a 10% plus or minus increase. Brookline is probably seeing a decrease. Townsend and Newfane are probably seeing something around 5%. So those are the kind of the factors involved in the budgeting and the voting.
Yes.
The next WRMUED meeting is the 16th at 7 down in Lexington.
I remember that your representative, Kelly Piella, will be speaking, having a public meeting up at Wynn Hall this Thursday, the 5th, from 6 to 7. So if you have some questions and observations about what's going on up at the State House, this is your opportunity. Yes, Clara?
One more thing. As Drew said, this 10% is for the Jamaica school right now. I mean, this is for Jamaica taxpayers. What I would like to say is that the Jamaica Little Village School is an asset to this town. And whether or not something happens that we don't have this, your taxes aren't going to go away. They're not going to go down because this Jamaica, and you can explain, there's a small school grant that is built into this tax, and it's needed. So you need to think about it in that aspect. It's not like you can. It's besides being your tax dollar, it's an asset to the town. So we need to make sure we're there with our bases.
Stephanie?
My comment is not about schools. When we're done, should I sit down?
Oh, there's other things besides school.
Yes. I can explain that if you'd like, if somebody wants to know briefly. With the merger, there used to be what we call a small schools grant. There still is a small schools grant, and that is based on the size of the elementary school. We get a chunk of money into our district. That money does not, however, stay here. That money is because of the small schools here, but it goes into the general operating budget of the entire district. During our budget discussion, one of the questions I asked was what happens if Jamaica School is closed? That grant funding that comes to support Jamaica School also goes away. So what that means in the grand scheme of things is it actually doesn't save any money because you lose the offsetting revenues of the small schools grant associated with it. So I know there was fears that people were at the district level trying to shut down Jamaica School. That is not the case. And there is no financial incentive to do so. That being said, they keep changing the rules on us. So there also was supposed to be a 5% hold harmless on your tax rate for 2 more years. There was fine print somewhere that nobody can seem to locate that's allowing our taxes to go up 10%. So what's been explained to us and what's been put out there as these are hard rules seems to keep changing as we go through this merger process. So I will caution you that I can't promise what they're going to do.
Any other questions or observations?
I did have a question about, if you can't make both the 24th and the 25th meetings, is the 24th informational meeting going to be televised? And I know it usually takes a couple of days to get it out, but is there a way that we can watch it without having, we can't?
So the 24th will be the informational meeting, and the next day is a ballot vote. So you'll have to cast your ballot on the 25th, or you should be able to cast that now, right? So they are available by absentee if you want to cast your ballots early.
Okay.
You're welcome to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on this? Yes.
I don't have any questions on school, but I would like to talk about, on page 12 of the town hall, the town
report
meeting, is they're talking about the census. And the census, I think, is going to be this year. It's once every 10 years. It is very, very important. We had a presentation at the Senior Solution about what they're doing this year. They're doing it a little bit differently. And every single person who is counted on the census is going
Can we have quiet, please? The meeting has not adjourned. Thank you.
And one of the things with Vermont, oddly enough, is that many, many people in Vermont are not counted on the census. One of the reasons is because they live in isolated areas, people don't go. Now this year, they're going to have a completely different way. They're going to ask you to do it online. Then they're going to ask you again to do it online. Then they're going to ask you a third time to do it online. If you have not responded, and if you have a post office box, they will drop something at your house. It is different. And what I am trying to do, Senior Solution had a man who gave a presentation last week, and he said there was a small amount of money that would be granted different towns to have a meeting in the town to inform people of how to do it and how important it is. And I am trying to get a nonprofit group. I have spoken to Karen, maybe with the Historical Society. It has to be a nonprofit group that asks for this grant. And I'm hoping that maybe with the Historical Society or maybe another nonprofit who is interested in it. It is so important because that is how the federal government allocates monies to the states. And Vermont has always, always been underrepresented because, now oddly enough, the single guys don't fill the census. And senior citizens are sometimes responsible for not filling the census. So I would like to maybe organize a group with a nonprofit, I've spoken to Karen about it, to really give information. There is information there, it's not that difficult, and people have to understand that every single person will be counted that is in your house. It's going to be counted. They're not asking a lot of questions. It is completely private. They cannot give that information. You are not asked for your Social Security. The thing you are asked for is there's 9 very simple questions, and I would just like people to be aware that, you know, it's happening this year, and we hear very little about it. I mean, I've only heard about it at the Senior Solution, and I know that there's a man by the name of Simmons who's going around Windham and Windsor County and trying to give as much information as possible. We had him come and speak at the Senior Solution. We had him speak at the benefit, but that's a very small group. What we want to do is we want to really, really get, you know, the majority of the people who are here represented, because that's where the money's coming from. That's how they allocate it. It's for the next 10 years.
Excellent. I think people are well advised. Thank you.
So I'm going to try very much to work with, like I said, it has to be a nonprofit. I have to find out what it entails, what the grant entails. But between Karen and myself, we'll try and get something going, and maybe get a general meeting, get community, like we had a meeting about Meet Your Candidate, and unfortunately, so many people didn't know about it, and it was such a wonderful meeting that we had. And I think that an email from the town clerk, emails from the town clerk would be very, very, very important.
I take your advice, thank you.
Yeah, I think that that would be very important so that we know what's happening,
Very good.
you know, and we don't.
And I see Stephanie back here.
So all I wanted to say is that, yes, we did do candidate night. We tried to reach everybody. If you're on Facebook, please sign up for the Jamaica Facebook page, because that's where we're getting out a lot of our information. And so please do that. We definitely posted it multiple times there. We did have send out emails that we had, but I'm wondering, would you be willing to start a new email list that people could give their email address to you and we could be sending things around? It was really helpful before.
If we spoke about it in the office and it's been asked, and if that's what the town wants, I'm your town clerk and I work for you. But I just want to say that if there is such a list, people are going to come and want random things shot out to the whole neighborhood. And that's where the problem comes in, because how do you say, well, your stuff isn't important enough for us to send, or yours isn't relevant, but yours is, and I don't want to make those decisions. I'll gladly send anything you tell me to, but that's my concern.
And if I may throw in, if we do it, it's public.
Yes. So
everything is public.
If your email is on a list, it is public record.
Okay, so if people don't want to do that, that's fine, but if you want to get information about candidate night in the future, come talk to me and I'll take your email address.
Very good. So, are there other? Yes, Tom.
Well, I just want to talk about, there's a show this weekend here at the town hall, Winter Animals. Jamaica Community Arts is putting it on, and they're a local band from Peru. So please come on down at 7 o'clock. Hope to see you all there.
Can we get in touch with the Arts Council if we get anything going on the census?
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Karen?
I just wanted to say something about the emails. Pam Tweedy, when she was the town clerk, she used to send out something, was it weekly or monthly?
It was like quarterly.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Or whatever, but.
Monthly would be nice.
The public records law has changed, so we actually don't even email documents anymore, because we get requests for people's pay rates and social security number, all kinds of random stuff, and if we don't do it at all, we can say to these people, no, we don't do that, we don't email anything. If you want to come into the office and get the information, that's fine, we don't email it. And then we're not liable for,
Tom?
Also, I work on the town website and try to keep it up to date. I post the videos of the select board meetings when I remember to do so. There's also a calendar on there. It's not necessarily kept up to date, but Sarah and I have talked about, getting events. So if you have an event, we can put it on the town calendar, and then you can go to the town website and it will be listed there. We have select board meeting and planning commission meetings on that right now. And last year I did schools was off and those types of things. I don't think I did it this year, but that is out there as well as a resource.
Okay, so we can tap in multiple ways. Are there other business to come before the body? As we slowly dwindle? Okay. I just wanted to say one thing. Anybody who's been elected, remember, see Sarah. You have an oath to sign. I'd like to thank everybody for voting. Who hasn't voted?
Don't forget,
Oh, lunch.
waiting for you.
Lunch is waiting. So thank you all. Have a good 2020. Officially adjourned.
Okey dokey. So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 p.m. on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the US Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, you know, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Is that it? Do you have any other?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, you know, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the downtown board for the neighborhood development area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or okay, great.
Got it first.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner, a commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just as a matter of principle.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as
Yeah.
opposed to
Okay.
sort of attributed to
Yeah.
some individual versus
Sure.
another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials
Staff
of
or,
the municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed.
Yeah.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so so we can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want us to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No, I mean, unless
We're just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was it. When we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that that.
What does it say in there?
I don't think it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not
Very
next,
clear, yeah.
All right,
Next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's a paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to
Yep,
the last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you in a little more detail some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fit with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gale Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used to looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bryant Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space, and then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, you know, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, you know, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But you know, the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. You know, mobility lines up with, you know, opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document have, you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just by Sue, so there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's, you know, 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yep. So
that was really lovely with this direct onto the
yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea of you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's, going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network. And it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here.
Yeah.
In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown. And and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot, in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Randy, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the planning commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list, and I think it's it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces down to eliminate some portion of them, you know, so. And the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, so reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Necessarily.
no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support in different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move the project forward or something.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy's Axon.
Hi, Brandy, nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail discussion.
I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah. Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think that, just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the is that there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I'm like, oh boy, those sidewalks are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller. I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We had the pop-up on Platt Street. I think that there is room on Platt Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street. So you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over LA, crossing over, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, to plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit or the greater benefit here is to if it's one or the other, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet, and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever bike that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot. And I bike without a helmet too, so I'm not everyone here, but so the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? like, you can't see across, and that's a pedestrian thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm saying like
Yeah,
marks on the
yeah.
roads,
Yeah, well,
you know
all the way
those, you
up.
know
Yeah.
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does, it does.
Oh, they do, that's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it wears away?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Mhm.
is they come out and repaint
Yeah.
the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I'm just, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main Street, if we can do that, but.
The traffic levels are counted too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
the
Main-
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
to do that.
Mhm.
And, you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, you know, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing
And-
to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that, so. It's still probably not gonna make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle, but.
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
You couldn't still weigh in on this. No, but that's, she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. But we had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street
Right,
and some
right.
restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
Yeah.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many
Should
times in
invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want
just
to
say,
bike
look
on
at
Main
this great
Street with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer, we should,
Yeah.
we should.
It's just something-
It's federal, it's not state.
No,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a lot.
than the federal limit on the state highway.
Okay.
So it's, yeah, so it's,
Yeah, okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the
Okay.
state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed, I've always.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that,
match
that would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then?
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than if you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks when
Well,
you're
let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down on
Right.
142. It's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, you know, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, you know, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. If you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, you know, economic and infrastructure model
It
too.
would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. And I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic.
No.
But I'd be interested
It's
to.
something we hear all the time.
To
Yeah,
hear
and
if
it's-
this comes up in other towns that
Oh,
also
yeah.
use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice, you can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, you know, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the
There
funding
is
that
that.
we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I think it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're running these heavier loads.
There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to think about, but.
So
there's
so
that
we
one.
did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2, so I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
yeah, or
From the railroad?
That's what the
or-
ask is, 11.
The ask
was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people
Wow.
are curious of seeing. Are
Yeah,
they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's.
Oh,
here.
sure.
Not this
Yeah,
map.
no,
So it would come here,
Yeah.
cross Putney Road.
I can probably pull it
No,
up.
it would come
Let's
up
get to
here,
us,
kind of go
us to a map
under.
situation.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm gonna pull up
can
Google
point and
Maps.
grab.
I just need to
Under the
get to a
railroad
page
Up
share.
onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the workaround, walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. That's a simple name for it. Now I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would it,
There's no, I
would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and
Oh, nice.
yeah.
And how would it how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river?
Mhm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different.
Permitting.
Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Steven
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff, there's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
So what they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the river side, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did see.
Where did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper?
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far
been
as I
meetings
can
with
find.
rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
But you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle? Or
No,
11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
Of the
So
track.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
don't know where that number came from, but.
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of
I know that there's a
Friends of the
lot
West River
of,
Trail?
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather
It's
than
very
using the way around in One-Tastic. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tastic, but they're really kind of two
it's
different
it's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come
gonna
with
get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail,
we should
I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that-
trail is the best we can do
Right, right,
in order to get to
because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's not.
conversation?
It's,
Oh, okay.
So the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The rider sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime talked to people, they said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
yeah,
Mm.
this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area, it's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around.
Mm.
So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's gonna happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this-
I've
I
seen
use
people
it.
doing it, yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is,
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastaquit Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short
Yeah.
distance to make up
Yeah.
on the main road.
Well, I know,
And then you get onto
sidewalk.
one.
I know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
could,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road
you could-
already exists, but it's a good one, so take it
So,
around there?
Probably a
Yeah.
crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wonder.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into.
No, I think that's the idea. You would
Right.
come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad.
bridges
Under the
from,
bridge.
Both
right,
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh, both, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, I mean,
so
there's,
so you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
that's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastaquit?
Wantastaquit.
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 Drive. Let's just face it, I'm not,
not accuse you.
I'm not from Brattleboro, I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at, but basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharrow. So you could sign it to be a sharrow, and then it, comes up through, I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You
Okay.
come out,
Yeah,
you
then
basically
you
come out
come
right at
right-
the common.
Yeah, you come in.
Right.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go down there. So,
Yeah.
so I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic. Because there shouldn't
People
be much
walking
of a
all the
difference.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
So, I mean,
Yep.
even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raise the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel you have direction on that?
Yes,
We
so
want-
we'll lay out the options, but we will
Walk on the
not,
rail trail.
we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the
Yeah.
rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, like, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a weird line, I guess.
It is
what
a
I'm
weird line.
trying to point out.
Well, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
Yeah,
have
every year.
some
Every year. It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate
As a
separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the
I
$15
believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, that's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're going to implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization and be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in this, all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners. So I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
And they've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is going to say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now. So us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA
full
right?
funding.
You see what I'm
We're
saying?
suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
Right.
DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DBA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown. And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating a space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
Okay.
just be careful. I wouldn't
Yeah.
just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and
Yep.
and supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Do you,
Right. No,
so
DBA
right now,
doesn't. I mean, that's town.
none of that
Right.
business
That's
improvement
on- that
district
is
tax
town.
money goes to, say, fix sidewalks.
Yes.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. That's enough. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean,
in
the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders
Yeah.
as well. I'm curious about, I mean, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table
tax.
to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I mean, I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily that money, where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't going to get shirty about us talking about their money.
No, that's not what happens sometimes. Yeah, feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time. now for that.
Okay. No, I mean, because it does seem to me, I mean, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. I mean, it's nice to know that that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, you know, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, you know, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, you know, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago. You know, should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think I don't know.
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
Take it out of the plans? I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, you know, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, you know, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, you know, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. You know, you just need to think about that.
Is there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
Not what. No.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, and probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the state,
So the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might have it. We might have an ordinance as well that
a list of what you can use the money.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, you know, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we probably need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No fun very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, you know, get funding for new sidewalks.
So I think is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, you know, what are you looking for from, you know, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, you know, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, you know, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment, approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas. Let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give them.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gathered, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness, I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you, and I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan, and I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care, and I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and/or policing.
It's maintenance and or, so I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because we're always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the alcohol. But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
And yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're going to feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that, so the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space. And that would be something that, a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that, because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer, so I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to work with the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah, I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
stars
clearing,
to prove it.
right, people clearing out the bank.
Awful.
That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan or
Yeah,
not,
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
Well,
the
I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
gonna
to
move forward.
vegetation and maintenance in public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now.
Mhm.
Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly, I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that and if we were hurting, you know, the cap, yeah, something. So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not gonna keep that up because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We don't need all those invasives.
Okay, all right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
No one
Nobody
needs
needs
knotweed.
grapevine. Yes. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
There's plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and Like, I think that is
Just not take
reasonable.
away the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away the
just-
benches?
People say that's happened.
They have said it has
Places
been
downtown over the years.
It has been.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how I, you know.
Committees,
that's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
look at it.
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh gosh,
if
why
there's
don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we are doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing matrix.
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it a implementation. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure
town
out.
plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like, kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
Like in
terms-
terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like
I'd like to-
redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding lighting, better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and
Low
more
hanging
complex.
Or
low-hanging
exactly,
fruit, high-
kind of, what do you think of that idea? I'm curious, because I've been thinking about it lately, so.
Yeah, so I mean, having worked
To have
through.
that, like, four sector grid of
I think it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
You know, it could be
slow and
helpful for
hard.
prioritization, just, you know, obviously some things are gonna take longer to implement.
Yeah, is anybody, any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
And so some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there's a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, you know, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, you know, not only the Ask the River art, but, you know, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, you know, active community alley and activating the transportation centers and more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance. Just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And, you know, start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resource question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like we just?
Oh, come on, now you're being,
I'm sorry.
what's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
Yeah.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, I mean, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and you know, it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. You know, yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here. I don't.
That serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music
Right.
and like people selling stuff. It's just,
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if
will
it ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is
I
owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes, I'm looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes, the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the, parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know how to do that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area, strikes me as accident prone too. But maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah. It's.
Well, I mean, there's times when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not? Yeah.
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertaining the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Right. Nothing serious. I think it's plan or fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Plan or fantasy.
Okay.
No,
has a nice view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, you know, who wouldn't want to live downtown?
The other question, I mean, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got some, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than that, the wall that
it
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
downtown district.
The downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see with a
I
whole
would
new
give
eye
some
now.
thought to your, you know, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions,
I think
and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We
and
can have
there's
that as an
things-
option.
Things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying.
There
Cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt-a-park.
Right.
Museum, take that malfunction junction park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, what's the, do you need anything else from us this evening? or-
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up
Right.
in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
timing,
your
but I think it's
recommendation
in
is
April.
we do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I mean, well, no, I mean, I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then
Yes.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
Would,
Now that you're
would another meeting with Brandy, we'd still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it would be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including
Yeah, the DBA and
the
some other,
DBA,
maybe.
rec department, I don't know.
Right,
They would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like
Rec department.
rec department. yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we
yeah,
try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves.
lots of reviews.
So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is
Yeah,
when
to
is
get
the
this
deadline?
done
Should we
quickly.
do this in April? Should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commission-
complete so
commissioners,
people look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I
I
don't,
think we
as
can
long as
still
one
have a
of us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this,
Yes.
and.
Yeah, this is
and
live,
that goes
so-
a long way
yeah.
towards.
And
Yeah.
it would also
Briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
it
if they
all.
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
Six.
things with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want
Right.
them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know.
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah.
I know, every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Anything else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make this.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion. Are all those in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Maya Haskawa, and I am the Vice Chair of the Development Review Board. And it is 7 o'clock, and I'm calling the meeting to order. First of all, we're going to have some motions for continuances, but in case there are people in the audience who are here to talk about or hear about two of the projects that are asking for continuances, just let me tell you, we're not hearing them tonight. They are Ms. Pendlebury for Natural Child School and Jason Evers Construction. So we will not be hearing either of those tonight. They will be held at our next meeting. Okay, so if you were here for them, you can feel free to leave. Okay. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means that we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence relating to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional evidence at its hearing, but will look at the evidence from our hearings, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the finding and decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board, so I strongly encourage all of you to speak up at this hearing. Since we are on the record, we're going to ask that you affirm your testimony be truthful. So would applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application please stand and affirm the following. If you're going to speak and you want what you say to be counted, I have to swear you in. Okay? So I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalty of perjury. I do. Okay. Applicants require, sit down. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That is 4 votes out of 7. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next public meeting. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. And I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting, which was, when was it?
January 22.
22nd. Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved unanimously. Was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, it was.
Are there any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications on any of the applications?
Yes. And I'll be recusing myself.
Okay. Okay.
Do you
So-
want to declare why you're recusing yourself?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay,
Yeah, it's not.
just asking.
Okay, we have two requests for continuance. 2020-14, Mara Pendlebury for the Natural Child School LLC has requested a continuance until April 15th. Yeah.
That's our next scheduled meeting?
That's our next scheduled
Okay.
meeting.
I thought it was the third Wednesday.
It turns out the 15th is the third
Oh,
Wednesday.
that's right.
April 1st is
I missed
the first.
the one, yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, April 15th. Can I have a motion to agree to the continuance?
I move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the second one that's requested a continuance is 2020-11. Jason Evans Construction Incorporated for EDW Realty Incorporated. And they've also requested a continuance to April 15th. Can I have a motion to continue 2020-11?
Move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You need to leave.
Do I need to?
No,
Stay.
but if you wanted to leave. Okay, so now we move to application 2019-108. Douglas, pronounce your last name for me. Beachel, for Carol's Restaurant Group. Wanna come sit at the table? No,
Do we want a
he needs an easel.
easel?
I can hold it
It'll probably be easier for the camera.
Easy camera,
Okay.
on TV.
Brian, is there one that's on the end? Take one on the end. Oh, are these all projectors?
I think that one's an easel.
Which one? Oh, yes.
The gold one.
Anyone's qualified to put this together.
Oh, and we'll let you do it in.
Turn it around.
Turn it around.
Put the little thing on the end.
There you go.
Seems pretty freestanding. They getting this?
Just for one of your hooks. There you
Is
You
go.
this a
have
good-
to have humor, right?
Is this a good angle for the board and the camera?
Well, we've got these.
We've got
so-
pictures.
Yeah.
I like looking at that.
Okay, can you explain the project?
Yeah, I'll stand.
Yeah.
We'll slide it back a little.
Yeah, let's slide it back.
All right, so again, I'm Doug Beachel, representative of Carol's Restaurant Group. We're the franchisee of this existing Burger King that we own.
Great.
We were in front of this board in August 21st of last year, and we got our approval in order to proceed with sort of phase one of the construction of this, which was ultimately the remodel and some of the parking lot work. Phase two consisted of replacing the sidewalk and then really permitting through DOT the necessary permits in order to do that. I think that was it in terms of the two different phases, in terms of what was actually included.
Yeah, I think we agreed that we would hear the sidewalk later after
Yeah, so.
we talked to DOT.
So we were able to open before the end of the year, which was our goal, and things have been great. However, we still need to obviously finish all kinds of work. We got to repave the parking lot, do all the landscaping, modify the curbs and the entrances. So after our meeting here, we applied to VDOT for the sidewalk permit. Our goal and our contingent approval was replacing that sidewalk along the entire frontage on Canal Street. They wanted to come out and do a site visit. So we did, I think this was in January. Brian met us out there. We had 2 representatives from DOT. They had some suggestions on altering the approved plan in terms of curbing. It's sort of hard to see, but maybe I can just outline it. The first entrance coming towards the Burger King past the gas station, the original curbing is sort of a narrow finger that's out to about here. We had proposed widening the island and just bringing it back in and landscaping it. They've asked us to bring it back approximately 8.5 to 9 feet to allow for easier right-hand turns into the site, especially for truck traffic. So that was one of the requests. The other was the center island here where our monument sign is. We had a striped sort of area just defining and protecting it. It was basically painted asphalt. They asked for a mountable curb, so that would further define that. So just a curb that could be rolled over by vehicles. And then I think originally it was asphalt, and then we decided we would like to make it landscaped or lawn material or grass or turf or sod. So adding that triangular island as a mountable curb with landscaping feature takes down on some of the sort of the asphalt that was out there. And the third request was this exit out. This curb was out further again, and they just had us reduce it approximately 8 feet. Just bring it out so right turns out are a little bit easier. Our original plan, after standing there watching traffic for an hour, it had vehicles coming in this side, going out the other side. I don't know why we ever did that. I think it was just sort of what was existing. So I frankly don't know why we presented it that way. So this configuration, as far as I'm concerned, by having vehicular traffic coming in this side, going out that side, with a little bit more radius on the curbs, I think allows for a little safer vehicular ingress and egress of the site. Our original plan, I think, had the sidewalk that approaches the front of the store over a couple more feet. I'm not sure on that one. Where it is now, is where it shows on this. So it kept it a little bit off of the center of the store. So really those were and they wanted us to widen this exit from the drive-thru to line up with the building width. Their lane width was, I think the requirement was 18 feet, and we were able to get 16 feet 7 inches by aligning it to the side of the building so it's a straight shot versus it coming out and just tapering in a little bit. That curve is now in where it was originally contemplated. We would move it over if we were able to proceed after discussing it with this board. We modified some of our landscaping plan just to accommodate the islands changing sizes. And that plan, sheet 2, is just reflected here. So we ended up losing a parking space on the front just because we did a wider island than what's currently there. I think all in all, we lost 11 spaces, but that allowed us to put in some of the parking lot features with landscaping and ADA accessible parking spaces. That didn't change. None of the parking changed from the original plan that was approved. So really, the alterations are DOT driven with widening the entrance and exit for easier ingress and egress, right in, right out, basically, and the widening of this exit lane from the drive-through.
And you're eliminating that parking space right near the entrance?
Yeah, there was one right here.
Yeah.
And we're eliminating that just because the island that's in there now is probably 1.5 feet wide, and it's just never gonna.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
And Brian, you tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding is there's a memo from Andrew in the planning office. Is that correct?
Hmm.
And the way I'm reading that memo, have they seen this memo?
I'm not sure.
Or is this an internal memo
No, it's a memo for you.
for us? We're getting from the planning department, I believe I'll point at this, but the way I'm reading it is, you're saying when you increased that, you lost a parking spot?
Yes.
It sounds like from our planning department, folks, if I'm reading that memo right, is they're recommending getting rid of that spot. And I think the idea is, the concern is that a person parked here in the, let's say they backed up, that there could be a concern. That's how I'm reading the memo from our
It says
planning
the
department.
first parking space to the right when entering from the east on Canal Street.
Yeah.
And that's the one that you're proposing to eliminate, is that correct?
Well, what he's saying is they've already eliminated one, and the way I'm reading from Andrew Gruminski, who's here in our planning office, their memo says staff is recommending removing this parking space for safety purposes. And I can sort of visualize, you know, what I think that decision is.
Did.
So it'll be like this then.
Well, I think
I think
that is the one that they're
That's why they-
eliminating.
No,
It's
no,
the-
it's additional. If you
If
look,
you take a look at the memo and compare
look
it
at
to
this
what
one.
it's Douglas,
Yes. Yep.
Douglas is showing us, it seems that our planning technician is recommending.
It's the planning department on behalf of the town that's recommending that.
Okay,
space be
yes, I'm
removed.
sorry, I used the wrong terminology.
Yes.
And we wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I think it makes
Okay.
sense.
I wanted to just, Madam Chair, do you mind if I ask a couple questions?
Go ahead.
You had mentioned a loss of 11 spaces. Is that from the original, when you sort of got the property?
Yes.
What was there, and then making it conform to your design?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you counting what you had to lose based on the DOT recommendations, or would that add it up?
No. Well, yeah, we did. So based on the DOT recommendations, actually didn't change that parking count.
I see.
So it's still net
Okay.
11 lost spaces by adding, basically the other features, the charging station, and the ADA accessibility.
And for example, this board, following the recommendation of the planning department, essentially you would be losing 12 spaces overall.
Yeah.
But that's within.
Yeah, that's fine.
Within.
Actually, it's somewhat overparked, probably at this point. So.
And then I just had a quick question, I don't know if you can answer, just so I can visualize what you've got up on there. What is the length of the lot here along the street? How much, do you know? I was looking for
It's probably.
did they give us a scale?
well, there are a lot of dimensions.
I was just curious as how much street frontage the lot is total. It can sort of help me visualize a little bit.
I don't know that I have it defined on here, but certainly.
Didn't see a scale.
It is on, I think it is on this one, isn't it?
I believe
Just
it's going to
as
be 206 feet, 206.25 feet,
How much roughly?
206. Down here.
I think it's a little short of that, because that, I think, goes to the.
That's the back.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
other
the
side
back
of that
line.
would-
Okay, that gives me
Page 8.
The one thing that you had mentioned, one of the things that was on the memo was that we, as a group, should consider whether 2 access points to exit of the property would be given
to the drive-through lane as a turnaround in front of the building. Is that what you were talking about, the turning around thing?
No, actually, I was talking originally just the entrance and exit here.
Okay.
We're a bit off. We did have this turn lane, or this return lane,
Right.
to allow people to access back in case the order's wrong. I think it was discussed in the field potentially on whether or not we eliminate this drive-through exit. I don't know on that one.
Okay, I mean, this was a recommendation from them, so
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's just a recommendation.
It's nice to
Right.
get people off
Yeah,
the site
right.
that
I
don't
was
have
just-
to come back, and it's also good to give them an option to get back in rather than having to pull on the street
Right.
and come back in.
Come back,
Right.
yeah.
With that widening of the entrance, it looks to me as if, I've seen parking lots before. People tend to use, when they want to leave, they'll leave whenever they want. And, or enter wherever they want, as the case may be. And I can envision somebody trying to take a right out of that out of that entrance to leave and going right into somebody else that's trying to leave, coming out of the middle exit. With that being that wide, it's it seems as if it's 2 lanes.
Here
Nope.
or here?
Here, yeah, your entrance.
Your concern is someone would try and exit from there.
Well, yeah, it's, how wide is it? It must be, what, about 30, it's
I
like...
think it's 18 feet.
No,
Am
no, no.
I reading
18
it incorrectly?
18, this is 16.7. This is 20-something.
It's
No,
24.
here to here, yes,
Okay.
actually, because these spaces are 18 feet deep. So really, for scale purposes, it's almost 2 spaces in terms of
So-
width, so it's
So-
about 18 feet.
Well, you've got a dimension on here of 24 feet coming from the edge of that island over to the end of this island.
That's interesting.
So if you were to go diagonally, you're going to be up to almost 30 feet wide.
Our biggest rationale for that, and that was DOT driven, was for trucks entering.
I understand. I mean, but it's not like you're going to have something that pops up and keeps people from exiting that. And to me, it looks like it's a 2-way street.
Yeah, so the new plan basically shows, so once this center island is in and the mountable curb is in, it'll much further define it, and it'll be landscaped and lawn. And then we'll have striping, parking lot arrows, entrance and exit. So as best we can to define in and out. And it's more of a natural in and out versus what it is now. I was just over there and somebody pulled in over here. So
They do.
That's kind of the, once we get it established, right now it looks terrible.
Are you gonna have signage that says like one way or
Yeah,
this way?
typically
or-
we do have an exit signage over here. It's gonna move because of that road or the widening of the exit. Typically our sign packages have an entry and exit sign. I don't recall whether or not they're lit or not lit, depending on the municipality I'm in.
Well, I'm not sure, Michael, that they can do anything about it. I mean, if you look at the co-op, you're supposed to go in and go around.
Well, by
People go in and go around
Any
the
way they
wrong
want.
way all the time, even though it's marked with arrows
Well, let's,
and signage.
with Brian, you had mentioned in some of your writings here the possibility of having the 2 exits are closer together than what our our land use permits allow.
Yeah, that's right. So, to be clear, this is an existing developed site, so what you're tasked with is bringing it into conformance with the regulations to the extent that's feasible. So you're considering feasibility rather than a strict interpretation of the code.
Right.
And I think the question was, if you have that turnaround and you can exit through the regular exit, do you need an exit for the drive-through? I think if I read the staff memo correctly, that was their question. And I can see why most people who go through the drive-through are gonna go straight out.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're having this discussion. Is it okay for me to weigh in on it? I saw that in the memo. The question is this exit needed? And I think my thought process was to certainly consider that and say maybe it isn't. But then I have memories. I grew up in this town. In a sense, it's always been like that. It sounds like when they did the initial proposal, having that turnaround seemed to be good customer service. God forbid your to-go order was screwed up. They actually made it safer for someone to sort of enter the building and go back. And I don't know about safety. It just seemed better access. Again, God forbid an accident happens, that an emergency vehicle could access. I kind of see it seems odd that there's two exits, but I see it actually as perhaps a little more safe with the two exits.
That's what I would
agree.
So I just wanted to bring that up so that we discuss this here, because the memo said we should certainly consider it. And that was my thought process. Like, it may actually, in my mind, be more safe with the two exits.
Yeah, how many cars do you want driving around the front?
Is there a way with signage that we can, that you might be able to keep people from exiting the entrance? Other than painting on the, other than painting a stripe on an arrow on the pavement that's not going to be there or visible in the winter?
I would love to share an anecdote that happened just last week.
No.
But no, it's very relevant to this. And it was the Preston lot on Flat Street, which clearly says entrance only and exit only. And I had to point out to someone I know who was headed to, I said, do you notice the sign says exit only? And this person said, oh my God, I never realized that. Now I know why people could give me dirty looks. And it was just clear, marked as day. Can we recommend in an approval that they paint a pointed arrow on both sides, the entrance and exit, just yet another visual? I would be curious as how you would respond to that if there was an arrow painted on the asphalt here at the entrance, pointing in, and an arrow pointed there, and if that may help.
That's what these arrows are.
Those represent the painted asphalt.
Yeah. So that's kind of the striping plan.
Okay.
So there's arrows here, arrows directing to the drive-through.
Okay.
There'll be a directing through, around, and then two-way traffic on this section of it. I believe, right now, without any landscaping, with temporary concrete barriers that are protecting the sign, it's confusing. I think once you put in the installation of the landscaping, the curbing, just the entire lot repaving and cleaning, I think it'll be much more defined.
I'm just afraid that you're going to be seeing an accident smack dab in the middle of that, between in front of the island that you're putting in with the mountable curb there, where people are going to be wanting to leave the entrance and take a right, and they're going to go right into the side of somebody that's trying to get back onto the highway, going out the exit.
Yeah, we can't dictate idiots who drive.
So in this case, we also can't dictate as the town what V-Trans finds acceptable.
Pardon me?
In this case, we can't dictate as the town what V-Trans finds acceptable. This is actually part of V-Trans road.
Yeah,
Having that
the
entrance wider so
front
trucks can get
sidewalk
in.
has.
We advocated really strongly that they allow a design that's more in keeping with the town standards, which are more multi-purpose, pedestrian, car-orientated, definitely narrower, and they were quite clear that that was unacceptable. So it's really a matter of balancing what they're going to require and what's achievable, bringing it into conformance
What
with
we
the
want
town.
to do. Can I ask a question about the sidewalk, and then I'll ask for comments from the people who are here? The sidewalk is going to extend all the way across the front?
Yes. Yeah, parallel, where it currently is in its deteriorated condition, along the entire frontage of the property.
Oh, that's nice.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? It's either directed to the applicant or zoning administrator. Who makes the requirements for the construction of the sidewalk in terms of material and dimensions? Is that a DOT standard or Vermont Department of Transportation standard?
Public Works has a standard.
Okay.
So it's 5 feet, and I think it's 4 inches thick, or it's really standard.
And I would ask, the applicant is familiar with what these standards are and expects to...
Yes, so it'll be 5 feet and all the way across.
Yeah, it'll be outlined in the V-Trans permit, so what the specs are.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, so that, in terms of us as a board and approving it, we know that they have to follow the standard requirements to make a sidewalk that is up to town standards.
Yeah, and I think actually the town will be a co-applicant with Carol's group for
Okay.
the sidewalk, because we might be obligated to take that over in the future.
Are there any questions from either of the people who are here? Any comments?
They can't, they didn't.
Yeah, they did swear.
No, he didn't.
If I comment, I might open a can of
She
worms.
did not swear.
Did you swear in?
No, she didn't.
We did.
I
You
didn't.
swore, I see.
So you need to go to the microphone, identify yourself and where you are, where you live.
I'm Ann Dosberg, and I live at 11 Generous Street, and my property abuts the property of Burger King. And I've been through the drive-through, and I love it, and the original drive-through works very well, and if you could see the traffic that goes through there, that's the one that is used the most. The curved driveway, they may get used to later, but it does, to me, look like it needs a little altering so that people can turn to the right a little easier. There are other properties in Brattleboro that have that curve in front of their building, and they do not have the straight exit. So they already have to deal with incoming to turn, and that's up on Putney Road. I think they've done a beautiful job in a short amount of time, and I can't wait to see the rest of the property finished. Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the board?
I'm still, I guess I would like to ask the board if they had any other ideas or suggestions, if there was any way that, or any way that we might be able to try to restrict people from exiting the entrance. Or that you might be able to keep people from exiting.
Madam Chair, if I may speak to that?
Yes.
I feel pretty confident as a board member that the applicant has shown sort of due diligence in checking with the Vermont Department of Transportation and then following their recommendations and coming to us with their proposal. I'm willing to, once the conversation ends, I'm willing to put forward the motion that we would approve it as presented with the condition of removing that one extra parking spot based on the planning department recommendation. I might ask the woman who spoke if you had said that you might have a recommendation about, am I getting it correct, if a car is in the drive-through leaving, that you thought there might be some recommendation you would have to make the right turn a little better? And I didn't know if we should consider that. Did I hear you correctly on that?
It's just the curve. It curves.
Do you mind going to the microphone? It's for the camera to pick it up so people at home can hear.
I told you it would be a can of worms.
No.
The existing turn to the left around the front of the building has a curve like this.
Okay.
But if you're exiting, you want that curve to go more to the right.
So
Is this what we're talking about?
yeah, so currently where the red is where the curb is in. That was the approved plan showed
Okay.
that.
Right.
The DOT recommendation was to pull it back.
Okay.
So this revised plan has that, so it's a easier right out.
Does this to you, the new recommendation that comes from Bratt, does that seem to address the issue that you brought up?
I believe it does.
Okay.
I looked closely at it.
Okay. Well, I just thought you obviously came here to make a comment. I wanted to make sure we listened to it.
Thank you. I'm delighted with everything that they've done.
Okay.
Except that one thing.
Yep.
And the people using the drive-through are not familiar with the turn. They're
Okay.
using the old exit. They're using the original exit.
Okay.
I haven't seen anyone using it'll happen, somebody will use it.
You mean to turn in front of the building?
Turn left in front of the building.
Because if we approve what the applicant has put there, then the old exit to the drive-through will continue to be utilized, and you're fine with that?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to understand it correctly.
Thank you.
So I.
Let me
Oh,
ask
yeah.
you a question. So you have no trouble with there being an entrance and 2 exits?
No.
So just to go back to Michael, I feel confident as a board member that the applicant has done, I'm using the term due diligence if it's correct, and I have a certain amount of faith that the arrangement that they've set up, the entrances and the exits, are ideally, as the gentleman said, when the landscaping is completed, will certainly be better than what existed at that location prior. So that's my feeling, and I don't know if if I can convince you of it, but that's where
Oh, no,
I
I'm
stand.
I'm just envisioning somebody coming up the drive-through, turning in front of the building, using that turnaround, and then deciding, checking their food, whatever, they're gonna be in this parking lot, they're gonna be in the parking lot.
Yep.
And then they're gonna keep
They
going
go
and
out
go
through
right out the entrance.
I think.
And that's what you're pushing them in that direction by this design.
Well, I think, as Katie says, we can't really regulate idiotic drivers, and I would hope that people are paying attention enough and will notice not only the signage, but the painted arrows that appear on the parking lot.
Right.
So that's why I feel, with what the applicant is presenting, I feel confident enough that they've done the due diligence, checked with the Vermont Department of Transportation, and have a pretty strong belief that it will be very clear with the signage. So I feel like it's met my standard, or I think they've done the best they can based on the existing location. So I'm willing, if you're up for it, I'm willing to put forward the motion.
I have one more question. The plantings across the front don't quite meet the requirement for street trees.
No.
But I would say that with the plantings they're going to put on the island, I would say that we could substitute those for additional street trees. Does that make sense? Is that within the in the regs? Can we do that?
Now, from what the gentleman has pointed out on that proposal, right? That's the proposed.
The island in the center, the new island.
The little triangle one?
The triangle.
Have these been added from the original proposal? Do you feel these mitigate the situation on the street?
No, I'm talking about the new island
Oh.
that's going to be planted with the mountable curb.
Oh,
the triangle.
And the triangle and the sign.
So what they're proposing to do in that island is probably just to put hedges or something like that, or whatever?
The island's 2 parts. So
Yeah,
there's
right.
the oval around the signage, and
Right.
that would be landscaped.
Right.
And that would have 2 street trees and then various other low hedges.
Right.
The triangle portion is just proposed to be lawn, because
Right.
it's gonna get
Sight lines.
Whatever's in there is
You don't
here.
put trees there.
Keep the sight lines open.
You don't put trees there.
No, they're planting trees.
No, but they're not.
See, they do have a sign here.
Yeah, that's a, what did you refer to the sign that will sit in the
There's
triangle?
an entrance sign.
That right there is a monument sign.
Monument
That's our
sign.
VK.
Right.
No, but to the left of that,
Yeah, there is
there is a
signage,
proposed directional sign location.
okay,
typical.
right there. Yep. That would be the entrance. There'd be an exit one here and here at both exits.
Yeah. Madam Chair, may I ask you a question of the applicant?
Sure.
This is where the chair is somebody who learned things on this job. My understanding is that as a franchise, Burger King must have its own design standards, and you choose from a sort of recommended menu of how you would put signs up.
Yeah.
Okay. And so obviously, in the Burger King design standards, they'll have, this would be a good thing that says entrance only or exit only. Okay. I've learned something. Should I put forward the motion?
For what?
Is there any more discussion? Anybody else have any
What are you
questions?
motioning?
I motion that we approve the
Oh.
we approve 2019-108, and then I'll ask the vice chair, make sure I didn't miss anything, but that with the condition that they remove that, immediate parking space beyond the one that they're losing, the sort of extra parking space based on the recommendation from the planning board. And Madam Chair, am I missing any other conditions that we want to put on that? Because then that would be my motion. But am I missing anything?
Well, I was gonna say the 5-foot sidewalk, but you're already gonna do that.
Well, that's what's presented.
Yeah. So, okay, is there a second?
I'll say it.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
You're approved.
Do we want to see if anyone's opposed, Madam
Oh,
Chair?
anybody opposed? And Ian's recused.
Is there any abstentions? Did
I'll
you-
abstain.
You're abstaining, okay.
You're abstaining.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he hadn't raised his hand for either the,
No, I
Oh,
for
I
the
didn't-
A
I
or the
couldn't
nay.
see-
Oh, sorry.
I was looking that way, sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
We do have 4 votes.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to bring up in open session something before adjournment, which is congratulations to Ian Goodenow for being elected to the select board.
Yes.
Currently, you're an alternate member of the DRB. And I guess the question, is whether you want to speak to it or not, is whether you can still serve in this role after being elected select board.
No, Ian, I'm happy you brought it up. Yeah,
I
if
think so.
Brian, do we want to put it on the record what we discussed beforehand, or?
Sure.
Yeah. So, if you want to speak to it for a second, who you spoke to, and
Yeah, so it's very informal at this point. It was my understanding that Ian had to resign because of a conflict of interest. I didn't get that from the attorney, so I'm not sure how official it is or what that opinion is based on.
so I think that the only other thing I want to do is talk to Bob Fisher, the town's
Town attorney? Okay.
and confirm that. And if that's the case, then I will happily resign from my position as the alternate on the DRB.
Yeah, I would say it would be sad to see you go.
I will also be sad to leave.
But I would say it only came up because of the boilerplate that comes at the beginning of every meeting that says the town is a party, or a town has the interest. I forget exactly how the boilerplate.
But he can recuse himself.
Yeah, I just.
I mean, if the town presents something and he's on the board, even if he's a select person, he could recuse himself.
Well, the town can appeal any decision you folks make.
Yeah.
It does put you in a situation where the DRB, you know what I mean? We're a creation of the town, right?
I think to not use up the board's time, I think I've made myself pretty clear. I will just confirm with Bob Fisher, and then we'll happily take the recommendation, whatever that is.
I'm not trying to push you off the board.
No, I know. But thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, just one last announcement. The March 25th meeting is going to be canceled because there are no
Right.
applications.
So the next one is in April?
Is the April
15th, yep.
And we know that those two applicants, we presume,
Okay,
will
I
not.
move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So this year, there is no school district portion to our meeting due to the consolidation of school districts. And so, the Dummerston Town Meeting is hereby called to order. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very often. I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together today in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. Can I ask for folks in the back to be a little quieter so everyone can hear the meeting? Thank you. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Neil Quinn, Tom Johnson, Jonathan Flackus, Callan Latham Tyler, David Koski, Stephen Brown, Claude Goen, John Carter, Nelson Gilson, Dick Tuttle, Art Snarski, Bob Carg Sr., Lynn Billington, Paul Nelson, Janice Duke, Priscilla Smith, Shorty Ferret, Leslie Pierce, Bunny Hazelton, and Martha Chamberlain. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On page 1 and 2 of your town report, if you have one, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If you are one of those folks, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. Thank you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. Childcare is available today in the first grade classroom, which is out that door and the second door on the right. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name every time and speak directly into the microphone so that the viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It's our tradition to make an exception for those who represent Dummerston at the State House. Accordingly, I will give the privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the House is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card and haven't yet received one. If you need one later on, let our mic numbers know and they'll come and get one for you. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May. Because we anticipate a shorter meeting, the menu is soup and sandwiches. The cost is $5 for all. I was nervous when I didn't see pie in there. I thought we might have a riot on our hands, but it sounds like we're getting another kind of dessert that sounds equally wonderful. So you have to stick around to see what that is. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the table in the back of the room, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember to state your name every time you stand to speak, otherwise I'll interrupt you and ask you to do so. Lori's in the back of the room helping with people who are registering to vote today. Eliza Greenhoe is a new assistant town clerk and is taking minutes today. We need to make sure that she knows the name of each person that makes a motion and the name of the person who seconds it. So I know many names, but not all. So make sure we know your name if you do one of those things. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern our meeting. To speak all together now, raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 4 able assistants today, mic runners. Thank you, Ellen Rago, for gathering this great crew. Starting out, oh, Kyle, are you starting out instead of Sadie, or is Sadie still here? There you are, ready to go. Okay, starting out are Sadie Mills and Michael Thibault, right there, and we're going to have backups from Kyle Megiolaro and Zadie Olmstead, and then there are other 8th graders doing the babysitting. So, good citizens already. Thank you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. That's me. If you have a question for someone, you still address it to me. We're not supposed to have conversations going back and forth between people. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year, again, we were reminded that questions are supposed to come to the moderator, and this includes, under Robert's rules, there are no conversations between members of the body. You are the body. We have found only one error in this year's town report. In the meeting minutes from last year, on page 64, we approved a tax exemption for the West Dummerston Volunteer Fire Department for 5 years, not just 1 year, which is why you don't see it on the warning again this year. And now we begin. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report if you have one. There were a few on the table in the back. I don't know if there are any left, but feel free to check it out if you don't have one. Page 64 shows the minutes from last year, so I'll borrow Zeke's funny line and ask you to open your hymnals to page 66. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion? It's not on. Peter, can we get your help? This mic doesn't seem on.
Madam Moderator, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
Is there a second? I second that. So Terry Chapman and Louis White. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll assume you're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have accepted the auditor's report. Article 3, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Zeke and Lewis. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to authorize the select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the select board is so authorized. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Maria Lewis. Lewis, you're doing great. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. This is the raising part, not the spending part. Maria, is there anything you want to say about this? Or are you going to? All right.
Unless somebody has
I think
questions.
most of you know that we raise a pretty level sum every year and then spend what we need to. So, any discussion on this question? Seeing none. Paul Normando.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody going to go over the capital fund items at this time? The reason I'm asking is I noticed that last year in the capital fund that we had a bond payment for the gravel pit. And this year I noticed that it's in the highway fund, highway department fund. And it seems to me that if we're paying for our fire trucks and things that last for an extended period of time through the capital fund, that the bond payments should also be reflected in the capital fund, because we're paying for that over, I believe, a 20-year period, but maybe it's longer. But it's an extended period of time, and it's definitely a capital item for the town. So that's, and I didn't know, perhaps the select board could answer the logic that went into that. Thank you.
So the select board is interrogated as to why the bond payment for the gravel pit has been moved out of the capital plan and into the budget.
That was a discussion with our town treasurer, Charlotte, and it was recommended that we put it in the budget as opposed to the capital plan. Charlotte,
do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I thought that because of additional items that the select board had chosen to add to the capital fund, that that tend to change from year to year, and this is going to be steady for the next 25 years, that the amount of money that we would have to raise to put into the capital fund to cover the bond payment, in addition to other items that were put into the capital fund new this year, like fire department things, that we just decided we'd move it into the highway fund.
So you were asking for information, Paul. I think your question has been answered. Is there any further debate on the motion to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes for the capital fund? Okay, the motion is that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay or no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have funded our capital fund. Article 5, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Yes, it's going to be easy for you. Yeah. It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there someone who would like to speak to this on the select board? This is traditionally a time when we look at the capital fund page in the town report and explain how we do this. Hearing nothing from the select board, is there any question from the body? Jody Normando. I shouldn't say your name because I'm wanting you to say your name. The woman in stripes.
Jody Normando. Why don't I move that we look at the capital plan and get it explained by the select board.
So you have made a motion to look at the capital plan and have the select board explain it. I cannot accept that motion while this other motion is on the floor. So I think we need to finish what's on the floor, and then if you would like to make a motion that the body request the select board to explain things now or soon, that would be okay.
May I request that the select board explain it?
Would you like to explain something now? Very good. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. After 16 years with the 2004 loader, we're planning on purchasing another loader for $150,000. There's also in the capital fund, we're going to be asking later on for a flail mower for $22,750. We've got the fire truck payment in there. The fire truck we purchased in, I believe it was 2018. And that's going to be $69,827. And then this year we're going to be asking again to put $4,000 in for fire department for their gear. And that's why this year, if you look at the bottom taxes raised, it's $210,000. Normally it's $170,000. We've been trying to keep it at $170,000. But with all those taken out, that would have dropped it in 2 years to almost about $100,000 or less. Actually, it was less than $100,000. So that's why we jumped it this year to $210,000. We're going to hopefully do that next year also, and then further out we'll go to $170,000, back down to the $170,000. But so with all those taken out, you can see we're going to be down to $179,089 in the capital fund moving forward. And if Lee wants to talk about the loader, I wouldn't mind having him explain more about the loader himself, if he's here and not gathering sap. Thank you.
Lee is here, although unless the body has a question about the loader, I don't think we need to impose on him. Rick?
Thank you. Richard Mills, Hague Road. Can you explain the decision to paying a loader outright versus funding it over a term, like the fire truck's spread out over 5 years versus the loader is being straight? Obviously, there's interest, and it all ties into the overall budget, but how do you guys come about that decision to pay outright?
The select board is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to answer that question. This is Lewis White again. The $150,000 for the loader, if you look at most all the town equipment, instead of having interest, this is why we have the capital fund, is so we don't have the interest. We did discuss with the fire department, and I'll get into that later. We don't want to do this with the fire department anymore either, because the interest does add up quickly. So their next truck, we're going to try to put in the capital fund further out. So it's going to be paid for up front to get rid of the interest. So you do see the truck in there, yes. That's the way we had been doing the trucks in the past. This select board had discussed not doing that in the future, trying to pay for it to not have the interest.
The motion on the floor is to authorize the purchase of a payloader. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Cliff.
This is page 28. I'm Cliff Adler. Nobody's, I don't think, Louis, you mentioned that. People are kind of flipping through. We're on page 28?
The capital plan is on page 28 if you have your town report. Thank you, Cliff. So it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have purchased a payloader. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Louis.
No problem.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. And I just remembered I promised Charlotte that I would let her say something else about moving last year's gravel pit bond payment into the budget. You had something to add to that.
I just wanted to add, since my brain works slower than my mouth sometimes, when we were talking about putting the bond payment into the highway expenditure fund, it seemed like a good idea, because basically we're paying for our gravel, and out of that bond, we have a zero for the gravel now, but we put the bond payment in there. So it sort of offsets that a little bit better, if that makes any sense.
So we used to have a large number in the budget for gravel.
And
we
now
don't
we
anymore
have,
because we own a pit, and
Right.
so the bond payment seemed equivalent.
Right.
Okay.
Close.
Thank you for
Seemed
that.
like a good idea.
So the motion on the table is about purchasing 2 sets of gear for the fire department. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have supplied our fire department. Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Madam Moderator. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Nice work.
It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. As a citizen, I'd love somebody to tell me what that is.
Well, several years ago, Lee made the recommendation that we, rather than put out the mowing along the right-of-ways out for bid each year, that the town could do that mowing if we had the equipment. And we purchased a lighter weight flail mower back then, and it's worked pretty well. It gives us more versatility in when and where to mow than the old system worked. But we found that a heavier duty flail mower would do a better job of mowing the rocks and stumps and occasional mailboxes that are in the way.
Okay, thank you for that, Zeke. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Jody.
Jody Normando. Is this just a mower? This isn't one of those over the railing things?
No, it's
or
not an articulated over the rail mower.
Okay, so it's just the grass.
The grass, mailboxes, anything that's in the right of way. This will do it.
Oh.
Cars, if you're parking illegally on the side of the road, might take care.
Perhaps we wouldn't want to vote for this in that case, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your input. Lewis, did you have something to add?
Lewis White. Jody, this is just a heavier duty. The other one was starting to fall apart. It was a 2013. We figured this is just, it's the same design, same type of mower. It's just heavy duty. So it should be more for commercial use rather than residential.
Any further discussion? Eric.
Eric Kruger. So I didn't know what a Tiger flail mower was, so I Googled it because we actually have internet here. And what I'm probably seeing is the pricing for the homeowner ones. They're like $2,000, $3,000.
Yeah, we don't want the town road crew to be pushing this by hand.
Right.
We're going to hook it up to a tractor.
The most expensive one I'm seeing on my quick Google search is like $8,000. So I'm curious where we came up with 22. I mean, some of the tractors with flail mowers are advertised for that price.
Mm-hmm.
The select board is interrogated.
Lee has been researching this, and apparently there are other models in the Tiger line that you're not finding on your Google search. So this is a model. Lee's still negotiating with them to make sure it's the right mower, but this will be heavier steel commercial grade mower with a more robust gearbox and hammers and bearings.
Any further discussion? Yes, Connie.
Thanks. Connie Baxter. I'm just curious as to what is the fate of the old mower? That's the one that's falling apart. Are we going to keep using it and keep it going, or are we going to sell it, or what?
The select board is interrogated, but perhaps they'd like to delegate the answer to Lee.
Thank you.
Lee, could you raise your hand high so that there's Zadie?
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, we are going to still use it. It's not in great shape, but and we're not going to get very much for trade. So we'll use it until it's pretty much junk. Yep.
Thank you, Lee. Any further discussion? Yes, Paul.
Excuse me, Paul Normando. Does that mean we'll be able to cut the limbs off the trees a little higher up and a little further back than what we've been doing lately? I'm very concerned about that, frankly. I'm very proud of Dummerston. It has great roads, great aesthetics along our back roads, but I get concerned when I see cutting the limbs up, and it kind of shreds them, and it leaves an awful mess when we drive down the road. Now I know this stuff will grow back, but it's going to grow back like in a fuzz, and it won't have the nice appearing. And we did this on Middle Road, we did this on Schoolhouse Road. So as a citizen, I'm very concerned about the aesthetics of what we do. And I would hope that we would be more careful with how we treat the sides of the roads. Thank you.
Louis, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. Paul, this is a flail mower. It doesn't go up to do the sides of the road. That was a different piece of equipment that did that. So this is a flail mower just to get the grass. And it does get the smaller trees, but not the tops of the trees.
We rented that piece of
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger Flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Oh, and folks standing in the back, there are seats down front if you'd like. Article 8, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes, and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st through 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And I can't second this.
I'll second. I'm going to second.
Geraldine seconds the motion. Thank you, Geraldine. And Louis, you'll be presenting this budget to us?
Yes.
Would you like to come up here?
Sure. I just want to say something before I start with the budget. It's just the process that we went through this year. During the budget process, the Select Board took a different approach than in the past. We started the meetings in October and met with various town committees. We tried to get all the town committees to come in to present their budget to us. We met with social services twice, and we ended up level funding with them. We met with farmland protection. We decided to do the $500,000 that 5,000, 500,000, what the heck, I mean, we might as well. We can buy a few farms for that. And then we met with the fire department twice to work on their funding, and it was, they came in with their budget, and we discussed what they wanted, and then we asked them back, and we had 3 of their folks come back. We explained to them, you know, they asked for $30,000 for repairs to the fire department, and we explained to them that, you know, we'd like to see what you're going to do, the actual money. They wanted over a three-year period. They asked for the gear, which you saw in the capital fund. We talked to them about a new fire truck in the future. And it was really good to talk to all these committees because we opened up a good line of communication with people, like with the fire department. In the past, I don't think there was the communication the way, you know, it was, here's what we want, and, you know, and we're going to just level fund you. This year, you know, with talking to them twice, I feel that we had real good communications, and that, you know, everybody's getting somewhat what they want, not necessarily everything they want. So, so if you have your town report, it is on page, let's go move to page 23. Okay, if you go to the last page, well, I mean, I say last page, hey, all right. If you go to page 26 and you look down at the number from last year to this year, it's an increase of $2,714. So when you have everything's not level funded because we got Sevids that I know they have an article in here, so that will raise it another $5,000 or more. But everything is, there's nothing I don't see that really stands out that people are going to really question. So if you do have questions, please ask Cindy and I'll try to answer them.
So Lewis was referring us to the general fund expenses, the total, which has gone up to $486,492 this year. Are there questions for Lewis? Jody.
Jody Normandeau. Madam Moderator, I'm going to question the BCTV assessment, and I'm not questioning having them. I think they're wonderful. But however, I've watched some of the select board meetings, and one was 4 minutes long and one was 9 minutes long. And I'm thinking that you don't really need BCTV in there, or if you can do your business in 4 or 9 minutes, maybe you ought to consolidate your minutes. I just think it's it's not a huge expense, but I think it's an expense for 4 or 9 minutes. Thank you.
Any other?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Jody, this year we had the gravel pit that we were dealing with. There was a lot of the stuff this year was pretty quick meetings, but BCTV does do a lot, and I know you said you weren't questioning what they do, but next year there may be longer meetings with more town business. This year, there were a lot of short meetings, and I don't know. I don't know if it was the guy running the meetings that didn't get to second anything, but.
Any other questions for the select board? Yes, standing in the back behind you, Kyle. Could you wait for the microphone and start by saying your name?
Yeah, Marcy Herman Sater. I just wanted to say that there are other programs that are relevant to Dummerston. Wendy O'Connell does an interview program, and people from Dummerston have been interviewed on that. So I don't know, I can't speak any further, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Wow. Oh, yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Richard Cogliano. I live on Beaver Pond Road, and I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for the West Dartmouth Fire Department. I'd like to just make a comment and say, first of all, thank you for voting for 2 sets of gear under the capital fund. We really appreciate it. That's something we're going to be looking to do every year as our gear ages and we need to replace it. The other thing is, part of what the fire department asked for was an incremental increase to cover the cost of inflation. We have been level funded at $49.5 for the last 7 years. I don't know about all of you, but our electric bill has gone up, our cable and internet has gone up, and our mutual aid, actually our mutual aid assessment, just the money we pay to be dispatched has gone up $7,685 in that time period. That's money that as volunteers we have to fundraise. So we would like to see that number, the $49.5, increased. We'd like to see that increase to $57,918, an increase of $8,418, which is the actual cost that we pay out for heating, cable and internet, power, and dispatching. That's just the added increase for those 4 items.
Thank you, Rick. Oh, sure.
Lewis White. When the fire department came to us, this is surprising to me to hear this, because when the fire department came to us and they asked for $75,000, which included $26,000 in capital expenditures. They wanted $4,000 for gear, $30,000 for improvements on the West Dummerston Fire Station. When we took the numbers and you did the math backwards, they actually asked for $49,000. We threw the $500,000 in because they didn't ask when they came to this meeting for any cost of living increase. We never heard this until right now. So it's sort of surprising and sort of disappointing that we thought we had a good line of communication going, and then I'm hearing that they're throwing a number to me that they didn't give us when they did their budget. So.
You'd like to speak a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this question first? Seeing none, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. We did ask for $75,000. We asked for $10,000 for this year and $10,000 in future years each to cover the renovations to the West Station. We asked for $6,000 for gear. That's $16,000. And we asked for an increase due to inflation up to $57,000. When we did the math on, like I said, just those 4 items, it was actually $84. So we did propose a higher number, and I have the emails to prove that if anyone wants to see them.
Paul, you have your hand up. Can you raise it high so the mic runners can see? Thanks.
Paul Namando. I would like to point out that on page 19, if you look at the summary of municipal taxes that are going to have to be raised this year, if you take the difference between last year and this year, not counting the other items that are in the articles, other than the ledge crushing fund, the taxes that you'll be paying will be 12% higher next year than they were this year. So I would like everybody to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Lewis? Or someone else?
Yeah, I will speak to that more when we get to the highway fund, Paul. Thank you for that, though, pointing that out.
Harold, down front, please.
Harold Noel. I'd like the treasurer to tell us what that increase would be up to the 12% on 100,000 per tax rate, so people would realize the additional cost.
Harold, I think we're going to cover that in the next motion. If the next motion is the highway fund, yes, that's where the increase seems to be. So I'm going to hold off until then before we ask for discussion on that. Harold, you're asking for an explanation of the difference between the two figures of last year and this year just for the general fund. So that's a difference of 2,000 and something. Do you want to speak to that again, Lewis?
Yes. Harold, right now we're on the general fund. We will be on the highway. So that if we just took the general fund, it's only the $24 or $2,700. But so when we get to the general fund, and I think Charlotte's working on that. So when we get to the highway, I bet she'll have an answer for you.
Thank you, Lewis. Yes, Charles.
Chuck Fish, is Rich Cogliano's remark an amendment to the motion, or is it just a comment?
I did not hear Mr. Cogliano make a motion. Rick has raised his hand again. Hold it like here.
Sorry, parliamentary procedure. I would like to amend the motion to include the increase of $8,418 for the fire department funding.
$8,418, is that right? The motion has been made to amend the town general fund budget, adding $8,418 for the fire department. Is there a second to that motion? I see your hand. I don't know your name, sir. Paul Adler. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Rich Cogliano and Paul Adler to add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department. Rich, you've spoken a couple of times, but if you would like to explain this again, I won't count that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I said earlier, we looked at 4 categories for things that have had inflationary increases. Dispatching, the cost of being in Southwest New Hampshire District Fire Mutual Aid, which is our dispatch center, is the most significant at an increase over the last 8 years of $7,685. We also have an increase in Southern Vermont Cable, which, let's face it, I don't know if they're going to be around in another year, of $226 in the last 7 years. Green Mountain Power has gone up $767 in the last 7 years. On the good side, since we've switched over to propane at both our stations and we've renovated the center, our heating costs have gone down $259 in 7 years. So the total in just those 4 categories, dispatching, power, cable and internet, and heating, the total increase is $8,418. Now that's not an increase in the cost of gear. That's not an increase in the cost of equipment. That's not the increase in phones. That's just the increase or insurance actually. All of that we still have to fund. So we're not looking to be 100% funded. Our total budget, as I said, has been level funded since 2012. We pay $90,500 to operate our station, to operate our department. That means we have to raise 46% of our budget by fundraising. The same volunteers, several of us in the room that stood up earlier, that are going on calls, going to car accidents, going to fires and medical emergencies are the same ones that are flipping pancakes and writing fund drive letters. We get nothing. So we are asking to help us flip a few less pancakes, play a few less rounds of golf for our golf tournament, which is happening September 12th. So that we can stay viable and stay operational. That's all we're looking for, is just an incremental increase to cover some of our increasing costs over the last 7 years since we've been level funded.
The motion on the floor is to amend the main motion, the general fund budget, by adding $8,418 for the fire department. Lewis, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, Lewis White. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand they're saying 46%. The town paid, we have a payment this year of $30,145.80 for the fire station that was built a couple years back. Another $71,000 $1,952.30 for a fire engine that we purchased. So, and then on top of that, you've got the $49,500 that we gave them. And without the $49,500, we're at $102,098.10. And then you can add the $49,500 on top of that. I was really hoping we were going to work with the fire department a little closer than this, and to get to this point where everybody was happy to. But we're already at a 12% increase this year, and to add this onto it, and then we're going to have another article for SEVEDS coming up, which is going to add even more to it if it's approved. So I'd really like to see people turn this motion down.
Geraldine, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Geraldine Wilson. So I'd just like to affirm the process that Louis, our Select Board Chair, followed this year of having each of the committees come and meet with the Select Board. It was really awesome, and the Fire Department as well. And I have to say that I am in great appreciation for our Fire Department and what they do. I would like to help support them so that it's not the same people out fighting the fires that are also flipping the pancakes. So I would encourage us all to really get involved in a lot of ways to support our fire department. And I'll say in terms of the process, I've been on the Select Board 5 years now. And this was the first year where the fire department really came and presented a budget. And I think it really reflects a shift in what Dummerston is, the town is organizing itself around in terms of a relationship between the town and the fire department. And I look forward to supporting that in whatever ways I can. I would say that the mistake, if you'll call it that, was that when the fire department came to present their numbers to us, they didn't give us any paper with things written down. It was all verbal. So then we were left as a select board to go back and write down what we heard. And so if there's a discrepancy that you're hearing in what Rich is saying they presented and what we're saying we heard, there very well could be. It's up to you, the voters of the town, what you do in terms of the amended motion that's on the floor. The typical protocol of your select board is to level fund things and then allow the town to say, yes, we're willing to pay more. We take it very seriously that we're spending our money, and so we don't take raises lightly. But I just want to end by saying that I really look forward to supporting the relationship between the town government and our respected fire department.
Harold, do you have a question on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment?
The amendment.
This is we're considering the amendment right now to add money to the general fund budget for the fire department.
I'm asking for a paper ballot on the amendment.
Okay. To have a paper ballot, we need 7 people who want that. This does not mean that discussion is over. We're not calling the question. But could I have you raise your hand if you support a paper ballot on this amendment to add $8,418 to the general fund for the fire department? I see more than 7 hands, so we will do a paper ballot. But more discussion on the amendment on the floor before we go there. I saw your hand, sir.
Thank you. Eric Lineback. I want to just make a comment as chairman of the Dummerston Energy Committee. and note that the fire department has reached out to us several months ago about apparently their doors and their windows are quite old and the building is not very efficient. So I think it's germane to this discussion to point out that we should need to look at ways to reduce their operating costs. I'm not sure how much, new windows and doors and insulation might do, and of course there would be a cost to that as well, a capital cost. And I just want to encourage you and your fellow firefighters to, we did send a lighting report. We went over there and did a review and costed stuff out, sent that report. Haven't heard anything back from you yet. We want to encourage you to interact with us and help us help you. So, thank you.
We're discussing an important matter, but I'm going to interrupt it for a moment for something potentially even more important, and that is that the kitchen needs to know how many people are going to be having lunch here today by 11 o'clock, which is very shortly. So kitchen staff, can you come out and look at this number of hands? Michael, can you knock on the door and ask them to please come out? Thank you. Kitchen, can you come out and look at our raised hands? Now, raise your hands if you're staying for lunch. What do you think, Larry? Tell us when we can put our hands down. So you have enough sandwiches, but not too many. Sounds good. Thank you. So we are still talking about the motion on the floor, which is to amend the general fund budget by a total of $8,418, adding that for the fire department. Molly, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Hi, I'm Molly Stoner. My question is about the history of this sort of binary funding. I'm curious, I don't see fire department funding as optional, so I feel a little bit of trepidation about part of it being raised privately and by the workers who are busy doing the work. So I just don't know the history, and I'm curious if anyone can speak to that. And then this probably isn't Robert's rules, but I'm interested in exploring that question of, is this the best way to move forward at another time?
Is there anyone who could speak to Molly's question about a binary relationship and us funding the fire department? Different towns do it differently. If you'd like to specifically answer the question, Rich, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry I'm taking up so much time. So to answer your question about why two different funding sources, every town is different. Our town, we choose to have an independent volunteer fire department. We are not a town department. Brattleboro is a town department. Putney is a town department within an association. So every town is a little bit different. Ours really was a bunch of neighbors that got started in 1950 that got together and said, hey, we need a fire department here in town. So they fundraised, they did all that work themselves. They built the trucks back then, back when you could get away with things like that. Now we have laws that say you can't do that. So part of it is in the 80s or so, we started saying, look, there's a lot more costs to this than what volunteers can do and fundraise. So we asked the town for funding. Starting then, the town started buying our trucks on a 7 or 8 year cycle. So that's where this binary process came in, is that to run a fire department is expensive. And to 100% independently fundraise it is very, very difficult. So we asked the town for help decades ago, and here we are today. So, does that answer? Thank you.
Any further discussion on the question? Greg?
Thank you. I'm Greg Brown. I have a question, Madam Moderator, and I guess it's also a concern. At some point in the future, the fire department, bless their hearts, and I have no complaint about the fire department and what they do, except that you can't build a budget in somebody's head and just leave it there. You got to put it on a piece of paper. Otherwise, we run the risk of running into the same kinds of problems that we're talking about now. how much is the addition that you want to hear or that you want to have to the budget. Oh, by the way, it was never written down, and so there's some confusion about how much the amount really is. It's just not a very good way to run a railroad. And so I would hope in the future that the fire department and the select board would have good communications, and apparently this year was a good step in the right direction. I applaud that. But you just can't go on unless you put some stuff on paper, so that there's no question about what the amount is, what it's for, what the timing is, and what have you. Thank you.
Geraldine, did you want to respond to that? Okay. Anything else? Yes, Eric.
Eric Kruger. So this body, Madam Moderator, has a long history of people proposing large changes to the general budget and long discussions of them. And so I'm just proposing, it's not an official proposal, I'm mentioning the possibility that perhaps we would consider some less than $8,418 in this cycle, with the caveat that perhaps there could be greater coordination between the fire department and the select board to achieve the funding level that they are seeking in subsequent budgets, because I agree it is a pretty big number to spring on the day of the meeting.
So Eric, I'm hearing you say maybe we want to consider an amount smaller than $8,418, is that right? But you have not given an amount. There's a complicated thing that we can do, and I forget the name of it, but it's where we started an amount that's low and keep raising it until we don't have a majority saying yes to that amount anymore. I wonder if that's something that you want to propose.
I'll respond to that. Because we've already had a paper ballot called for this amendment, I don't see that as feasible. I will leave it up to somebody else to amend their amendment or to amend the amendment. All I'm suggesting is we can talk about this for another 30 minutes. We have a short meeting this year. But if that number was less than 8,400 on the day of the town meeting, I think it might be palpable to more people. So I'm trying to support the fire department in their intent and get them some money without seeing it shot down because we were given a big number.
Mm-hmm. Eric, we can amend the amendment. And having a paper ballot on the original amendment does not preclude us from doing that. So I'm going to rule, but I invite dissent, that we will start by doing a voice vote at $2,000 and moving up until we no longer have a majority. And yes, Paul has a point of order. Sadie, could you bring the mic?
Madam Moderator, I don't think that's an appropriate way to do this. And I don't think the moderator should be directing the body as to which way to approach the solution to this problem. I think it belongs with the body to make that decision.
Yes, it is the moderator's prerogative to rule, but it is the body's prerogative to overrule the moderator. I'm going to take a 45-second break to look at my cheat sheets here and make sure that what I'm proposing we do is the right way to do this. Bev, I see you have a comment in the back. Do you want to go ahead?
Now, Dennis and I have been loyal supporters of the fire department for many, many years. And it's a very important thing. And since the fire department is a self-supporter and the town is supporting them, I think it would really be wise to encourage the fire department to work more closely with the select board in preparing financial information. And it would be really lovely. I can tell you from volunteering with fundraisers that it's a very It brings the community together. It makes you feel like you belong to something. And I'd really encourage community participation in fire department fundraisers.
Suzanne in the back.
To me, actually, the number seems fairly small in the overall budget and in what was asked for by the fire department, whichever version you're looking at. And I appreciate the processes, the changes in the process and the things that Geraldine outlined and where the glitches might have been. And I'd like to suggest, I don't know if this is appropriate with this amendment, that we table the amendment and really just be more careful next year and just vote the straight amount that we got from the process that was the new improved process this year and not consider this any longer, this added for 20, what is it, 8,000 plus.
Thank you, Suzanne. Louis, if you have a point of information, otherwise you've already spoken to this a couple of times. No? Okay.
I'm going to call the question, but...
Anybody can call the question. Okay.
I'll call the question then.
And I'm going to back up a sec. So I've found this, it's filling in the blanks, but the reality is that I have not had a specific motion to do this. I'm looking at you, Eric. And other comments have been made up here that I think are useful. So I'm going to ask the body, would you like to vote on the amendment that's on the floor, which carries a figure of $8,418? And if we do vote on that, we'll do it by paper ballot. So my question to you is, do you want to vote yes? Let's just end this discussion and go ahead and vote on the amendment by paper ballot? Or do you want to not call the question and consider looking at this process of filling in the blanks, where we look at where the body might like to approve a smaller number to then vote on by paper ballot? Is this a point of order, Jody? Okay, Jody.
Jody Normadeau. Isn't calling the question a non-debatable question, and we just have to vote on that or not?
Yes, and I'm essentially asking us to do that. If you vote to end discussion, then that's calling the question. And if you vote not to end discussion, instead to do filling in the blanks, we can do that. So, there's kind of two things. The question has been called. Harold, you're right. Okay, let's go that route. Good point. Who seconded? Eric Kruger seconded. Louis called the question. Eric seconded. Okay, we'll go that route because you're right. That's not a debatable motion. Okay, so if you would like to end this discussion and go ahead to the paper ballot, voting on the figure of $8,418, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed to calling the question, those who want to continue discussion, signify by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question is called. So, for a paper ballot, those whose last names...
Point of order?
Yes.
I don't believe Harold called the paper ballot for this motion. He called it for the other vote. For the original. For the original.
Not for the amendment.
He did not ask for a paper ballot for the amendment.
Harold, you called for a paper ballot on the general fund approval? Not...
I called the paper ballot at the time the $8,000 was asked to be increased, and it's to be voted on that article of increasing it, the budget.
Yes.
By 8,000.
That's what I understood you to say. Thank you, Harold. So we're going to do a paper ballot on the amendment on the floor. What you're voting on is, shall we add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department? If you want to do that, you're going to write yes. If you want the budget to stay at it as it is with no increase for the fire department, vote no. Those whose last names begin with A through K, come to this table. Those with last names starting with L to Z to this table. Who's got the books?
It's A through L.
L, okay. A through L at the first table, A through L, and M through Z at the second table, M through Z. Vote yes if you want the increase for the fire department. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. There were 147 votes. 77 voted yes to add the money. 70 voted no. So the amendment passes, and $8,418 has been added to the general fund budget for the fire department. That brings us back to the main motion on the floor, which is Article 8. Charlotte, can you give me new numbers? Now that the motion has been amended, I'm thinking we have a budget of, somebody got their calculator out? Can you add $486,492 to $8,418? I think that's $494,910. Okay. And how much of that needs to be raised by taxes? We need to add $319,410 plus $8,418. And that looks like $327,828. Is that correct? Yes? All right. Thanks to the Dummerston School for those lifelong citizens who learn their math here. So, Article 8 has been amended. The question on the floor now is, will we approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes, and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there further discussion on the main motion regarding the entire general fund budget? Are you ready for the question? Looks like you are. All in favor of the motion on the floor, which I will repeat, is to approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed your budget. Thank you. It is 11:39, and I see 4 legislators here. So we're going to take a break from articles and invite our legislators to come speak. I'll be positively rude and say that people will probably stop listening at noon when it's lunchtime. So however you want to divide up your time, be our guests.
Hello, Dummerston. It's good to be home. Thank you for giving us a few moments of your time to talk with you. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can because it sounds like lunch is right around the corner. This week that we have off, it's really nice because not only do I get a chance to catch up on all the home improvement projects, but it gives me a chance to actually sit down and talk with folks without feeling any sort of rush or anything like that. So, all your legislators are home for the next week, and feel free to reach out to us if you want to talk, and we're here for you. And I wanted to start off by just mentioning that the Windham delegation is down by one member. The former representative from Rockingham, Matthew Trieber, recently resigned, as many of you probably know. And, over the last year and a half, Matt became a really good friend of mine. And he had this way of criticizing just about every single piece of legislation. But it was good in a way because he really knew how to analyze things. And, no law is perfect, but he helped bring them as close to perfect as possible. So he's definitely missed. And I also wanted to share just a quick story about last year, my first year as a freshman legislator. And, I had a few assumptions about how things happen in the State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of the assumptions that I had was that in the General Assembly, you have Democrats sitting on one side and you'll have Republicans sitting on the other. That was just how I figured they did it because that's how they did it in Congress. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators pick their own seats or go back to their old seats. So on the first day I had my seat assigned to me, I went and I sat down and I looked around me and I realized I didn't recognize anybody, and that's because I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. So I thought to myself, I was like, did I make a mistake here, or did somebody else make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out that it was not a mistake, and that in our State House, legislators get mixed up regardless of party affiliation. And even though I was a bit nervous at first, I'm actually very glad that it's set up that way. The reason being that over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the different perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are always carried out with mutual respect and honesty. We occasionally make fun of each other, but overall we're actually very respectful, and it's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture, in that right here in communities like Dummerston, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you folks a brief rundown of some of the pieces of legislation that we've been working on. So as you may know, the Global Warming Solutions Act passed with a strong showing of tripartisan support. Some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain some sense of hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope that I witnessed on the floor was the general tripartisan agreement among all the majority of legislators that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as folks living in poverty in this state. And so this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just several days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate bill also passed in the House. And the reality that we all know is that marijuana has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. The lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money that people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I will be happy to support legislation that prevents money from going to folks who may also be trafficking other drugs in our state. Now, the role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. What I told people is that I don't like any drugs whatsoever, so I know I'm not very fun at parties, but I do care a lot about highway safety. So as a former trooper and drug recognition expert, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. Overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products. It will bolster our tourism economy, and the licensing options that are available will provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And the other topic that I wanted to talk about is something that's a bit more local related. It's, as we've all heard, we've heard about the car break-ins that have been happening, especially in Brattleboro, and I know we've had a number of car break-ins here in Dummerston. So currently there is a strange loophole in Vermont law where a person can enter another person's vehicle without their consent, and it's not a crime. So right now, if anyone left their car unlocked, I can go into the parking lot, take a nap in your back seat, rummage around through your documents, or just hang out, and it's not a crime. And so I want to say that I fully support restorative justice. I support closing that constant pipeline to prison, but I do believe that people have an expectation of privacy for their vehicles, and they also have an expectation that they'll be safe if that privacy is violated. So I have started working on legislation to make it unlawful to to intentionally enter another person's vehicle without their consent. There's no jail time attached to this because it is a big problem, because we don't want to increase our prison population, but I do believe that police should have a way to intervene when people are rummaging around through your vehicle. So, like I said, I'm going to keep it quick, and I'm going to pass the mic off to my district mate, Mike Merwicki, and I do just want to say that it's been a true honor and privilege to serve all of you in Montpelier, and if you have any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the week. So, thank you.
It's almost afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon. And I know that we are standing between you and the best lunch around, so we'll try and be brief. Thanks for the opportunity, Cindy. Thanks for offering us a break here, and to everyone here. It is great to be back home here. When I'm up in the north, I refer to home as the Southeast Kingdom. And it gets people's attention. And somebody from the Northeast Kingdom said, "How could you do that?" I said, well, Governor Aiken of Putney is the person who coined the term, so being from Putney, I think we can appropriate a little bit there. We're at the point in the session, mid-session, we're almost at what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to get from one side, either the House to the Senate or vice versa. So it's a busy time. We've been working on a lot of things. I especially want to affirm what Nader said about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think what we do, we have to balance the needs of today and the future. And as a new grandfather, my daughter gave birth a year ago, it is so much more essential for us to make sure they have a future. When we go camping, we're told, leave it cleaner than you found it, and we certainly want to do that with how we treat the earth. You know, there's an old saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. And it might have been good if 20 years ago we did some of these actions, but we didn't. So now is the best time to do it. And we're looking forward to using the structure of the Global Warming Solutions Act. It brings things together with a coherent plan, and then it keeps us on top of things because there's structures in there where citizens can have cause to action. There's a lot of bills that get drafted. We're not going to go over all of them, but we do have a full report on our website, wyndham4.net, and then on the legislative website if you want to get more details and dive into the weeds there. One of the things I want to mention before closing, though, or there's just two quick things. We've gotten a lot of questions about how secure are Vermont elections. Jeanette chairs Senate government operations. I sit on House government operations. This is a really important question, and we can feel good about the work our Secretary of State, Jim Kondos, has done in this area. He has assured us that they're taking every precaution they can so there's not a cyber leak, but the bottom line is we have paper here in Vermont. And yeah, a lot of states wish they did now. And I hope as we go across, we realize across the nation that this is a good thing to do. Lastly, I want to hold up a concern many of us are looking at. There were some headlines early this year about the Brattleboro retreat, that they're having some challenges, some money challenges. And the reality is their situation is not much different than most other rural hospitals in Vermont and across the country. The reality is the cost of providing these services isn't matched by what they're getting from the government and insurance companies. And we're going to have to reckon with this. The good news about that is our delegation, in terms of the retreat, really came together and did some good work working together. And that's one of the things I want to highlight. We're busy working, and we're working on your behalf. The retreat is an essential piece of our mental health system, but it's also the biggest employer in the county, over 800 jobs. Now, there's a whole other conversation people might want to have about what's happening there in terms of quality, what's happening for the workers. But the reality is this is a piece that we need to make sure continues. And as a delegation, we're set. We're going to work and keep doing that. I'm going to hand it off now to Senator Ballant. And thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to serve you and to serve with these good people. So thank you.
Hello. So those of you who don't know me, I am Senator Rebecca Ballant. I am one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, and I am the majority leader in the Senate. And before I get started on my remarks about my work, I wanted to just let you know of an important phone number. I know many of us in Vermont think of ourselves as global citizens. I know many of us travel. And the Vermont Department of Health last night put out a number that you can call if you've been traveling outside of the country and you wonder if you may have been exposed to coronavirus. The number is 802-863-7240. And I mention it because the health department lab now has the test for the virus. Currently, nobody in Vermont has been diagnosed with coronavirus, but as of last night, there was a case in Hanover, and so it's just a matter of time. So if you have been traveling, you might want to call that number and just find out if you should be taking other precautions. I was trying to talk about it with my kids last night, and they said, well, if we don't have any cases in Vermont, why are we worried about this? It takes many weeks to know if you've been exposed, and we have many folks who are at risk. I have a very big elderly population here in Windham County, and I'm very concerned about that. So if you could do that, that would be a great help to your fellow citizens. The other thing I wanted to say is I usually go to other town meetings today because Senator White and I split it up, and I do a bunch of meetings and she does a bunch of meetings, but I realized I hadn't been to Dummerston Town Meeting ever since I've been elected, and I was married in Dummerston, and I have a special place in my heart for the Grange, so I'm very happy to be here with you to tell you a little bit about my work. I sit on economic development and finance in the Senate, and in Economic Development Committee for the last few years, we've really been focused on housing. And in the last biennium, we passed the largest infrastructure investment in housing that the state of Vermont had seen in over a decade, and we were able to leverage over $100 million of investments, creating 800 new housing units, which is great, and there's still a lot more to do. We went back to the treasurer this year to say, would it be possible for us to leverage another bond? She said that she was concerned about our debt ratio and that was not going to be possible for us. So we're looking at other avenues. And the one thing that I wanted to tell you about is we're looking particularly at the issue of tax increment financing. And I won't bore you with the details, but I will tell you this. In the past, larger towns and cities in Vermont have been able to participate in our TIF program, which allows them to get supports from the state to leverage money to do infrastructure upgrades in their towns and cities. And what I mean by that is water and sewer that will allow you to build more housing units or more businesses. And these haven't been available for smaller towns. So we're looking at creating what we're calling a mini TIF program so that Dummerston and maybe Putney and Townsend and Jamaica might be able to make these investments that is not possible just on the resident tax base. So stay tuned for that. The other work that I'm very proud of that has happened in the last few weeks is the work that we've done in the Finance Committee on pharmaceutical pricing. And I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor on a bill that caps the amount of money that you will pay out of pocket for insulin. We heard some of the most distressing testimony I've ever heard in my life as a legislator, where Vermonters were coming to our committee saying that they were paying $1,600 a month to be able to afford their insulin. And I don't know how many of you know about the history of insulin, but the patent for insulin was sold for $1 to the University of Toronto. $1, because the doctor who invented it said no one should ever make money off of this. It is a life-saving drug. And now it's hundreds of dollars. The price has tripled in the past decade. And what we heard is that so many Vermonters are putting off buying their insulin, they're making it stretch or trying to make it stretch, and they're getting very, very sick. So the bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It caps the price at $100 for folks who need insulin, regardless of how many medications they need. Now, I can tell you the Committee on Finance and the rest of the Senate wishes that it could be even cheaper than that, because even $100 is a lot for many Vermonters. But it is unconscionable the amount of money that pharmaceutical companies are making for the price of insulin right now. So I'm hoping that my colleagues in the House will also have as much luck as we had in the Senate with getting it passed. The other thing that I wanted to tell you about is a bill that I co-sponsored regarding student loans and student loan debt and the servicers that service these loans. So the average borrower debt right now for a student in Vermont going to college is about $31,000. That's a $200 payment a month for 13 years. That means they're not investing in a home. They're not investing in a car or other important, or having a family. And so what the Department of Financial Regulation in Vermont said, there's not a whole lot right now that we can do as a state on the debt itself. We're going to continue to look at that issue, but we can go after the servicers that are making upwards of billions of dollars nationally on additional interest that our borrowers are paying by having them steered into loans with unfavorable terms. So again, unanimous bipartisan support in the Senate. We sent it over to the House. It will offer some relief to borrowers here in Vermont. And we're going to continue to look at affordability issues here in Vermont. The last thing I want to say is there are only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to represent their constituents in the Senate, and I am one of them, and I love my job, and I'm grateful that I'm able to serve you in that way, and I very much appreciating having this time with you today. And Jeanette, I haven't left you much time before the mac and cheese, but Senator White, thank you.
So I guess I'll try to make this really fast so that you can get to lunch. And as Becca said, it is a true honor to be able to represent Dummerston and the rest of Windham County as we serve Vermont. It really is an honor. So I sit on the Judiciary Committee in the morning and Government Operations in the afternoon. In the Senate, we're on 2 committees. I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of some of the things we're working on. In Judiciary, 10 years ago, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory for our prison population, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. That's a lot of people for a small state like ours. We invested in what was called justice reinvestment, and we have managed to change that curve a little bit. We now have 1,700. So we've not gone up like it was predicted. And this year we're investing in what we call justice reinvestment. I keep getting that wrong. Justice reinvestment 2. And our focus is on a couple things. And with all respect to Nodder about the new crime being created, we are looking at what really needs to be a crime, what should be unlawful and what shouldn't, and when people go afoul of the law or the rules and behavior, what are alternative ways of dealing with them other than sending them to prison? Because we know it costs $55,000 a year to keep someone in prison. For a man, it costs $75,000 a year to keep a woman in prison. we could send them to four-year colleges for far less than that and get better results in most cases. So those are, we're also dealing with a lot of other issues, but that's a big one for us right now. In government operations, and I know that sounds like a really boring topic, but it deals with, as Mike said, elections, municipal issues, law enforcement, the military, the structure of government itself. And I will say just one more thing about elections. First of all, we're not doing anything to change elections this year. Our town clerks will be very happy about that. But one of the reasons that we have such a great and secure election system with a lot of integrity is because of our town clerks, because we don't have a centralized system. We have each town clerk manages the elections in their towns, and that is a huge advantage for us in Vermont. So thank you to the town clerks. So two other things that we're dealing with is we are what's called a Dillon state, which means that towns can only do what we in the state, in our wisdom, decide you can do. You can't do anything unless we give you permission to do it. Most states are not Dillon states, so they are allowed, their towns are allowed to do anything that isn't expressly prohibited by the state. We're trying to make some inroads into changing that, and what we have is we have a municipal limited, it's a pilot for limited self-governance for a number of towns in Vermont. And I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that select boards, although we give them a lot of grief for what they don't do and some of the things that they do, they have about this much authority. We don't allow them to have much authority. So what this pilot would do is allow a certain number of towns in Vermont to apply and have a much more self-governance for their town to make decisions without having to come to the state and say, may we please put a stop sign here? So I hope that that passes. It passed the Senate last year, and we're hoping it passes again. And the other thing we're dealing with is our emergency management systems. They are in a crisis state, and we're looking at funding for them and credentialing and how we actually support them as part of the, they started out as part of the transportation system because they were thought just to be transporting people from one place to another, but they really are part of our healthcare system, and we need to acknowledge that and deal with them in a different way. I'll say one last thing. This is the year when the census starts, and it is absolutely important that everybody fill out those forms. When you get them, and I just heard this morning that it's going to come to you in the mail and it's going to be addressed to occupant. And what do we all do when we get something addressed to occupants? We throw it out. But it's absolutely important that you not do it. There is not a citizenship question on there, but if we get an undercount, it will affect billions of dollars coming in from the federal government, because when they give us money for all kinds of things, transportation, for our highways, for our Medicaid, for many, many, many things, it's based on our population. So it's absolutely important that everybody answer those surveys and convince your neighbors to answer them. And if you have friends in other parts of the state, convince them to answer it, because otherwise we stand to lose billions of dollars. So with that, I'll just say, look at our legislative website, and each committee has a page, and you can go on there, and not only do you can you see what the agenda is, but when somebody comes in and testifies, you can look at all the pieces of information and all the testimony that's given and all the new drafts for every bill. So it's a very useful and user-friendly site. So please visit it, and like Nader said, we'll be around this week. So thank you.
Lunch is almost ready, but not quite. Does anyone have a question for one of our legislators? Jody, I see you in the back. Do we have our microphone runners handy? Yes, we do. Thank you, Zadie.
I want to ask all the legislators to please keep their eye on this new UVM weighting study. I'm sure you know about it. It's very important to our areas of the town. We are not getting the money from the state that we need because we've been, for 20 years, since, I've forgotten what the act was now, but we've been underpaid for our children in poverty and our, probably not the language children, but mainly the children in poverty. What's concerning to me is our Principals Association, our Superintendents Association, and those other people are trying to get you to drag your feet and not take it up. It needs to be taken up now. You will hear from all of us. I think, you know, Burlington usually rules the day. They probably don't want to change, but it's been a very good study. I think you need to approve that study and take care of it now. Thank you.
Yes, we agree.
First of all, I just want to bet as to who would have the first question today. Yeah. So, Jody, thanks for highlighting that, and yes, it's something we want to take up, and I want to caution people, this is not simple, this is not easy, and there isn't a town in Vermont that isn't saying the same thing, including Burlington, who's been taking on 3 generations of refugees from different parts of the world. So this is a complex piece of changing our funding formula that we're going to do the work on, but it's not simple or easy.
Any other questions? I see right behind you, Sadie. Oh, okay, go ahead, Calvin. You can go first. Start with your name, please.
Hi. Those of you who know
Calvin,
me
sorry,
know
could you please start with your name? Thank you. Your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell from Dummerston. And those of you who know me know that the topic of this question is, of course, climate change, which is the biggest issue facing all of us in the next couple of years. Specifically, I'm interested in what is happening to the so-called Transportation Climate Initiative, or TCI for short. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a union of 12, 13, or 14, I'm not sure which, states, all in the Northeast and Atlantic coast. It's in the formative phase right now. However, it is the people in Vermont who are working on this is the Agency of Natural Resources. That's part of the administration. The fact that this involves so many states, representing about 1/3 of the population of the United States, means that this is a big deal. And any thought that Vermont's so small that it doesn't have a voice that's not important anymore. If you're a group of 1/3 of the population of the country, then the proposals for cutting down on petroleum fuels in the transportation sector, that voice will be heard. Now, I'm wondering I don't know which of you is closest to this, but what I've heard is that the governor, even though his own agency of natural resources has been working like crazy on this, the governor is leaning against this. So I'm wondering what the legislators can do to turn the governor around.
Thank you, Calvin, for the question. I want to just turn the last sentence that you said around, because we are going to take the governor on TCI. But what we've heard from the governor's office is that he needs to hear from constituents that this is important to them. It's one thing if I go in a meeting with the governor and say the Senate is behind the TCI initiative, which we are, the caucus is behind it, and we will be forcing, in a way, his hand. Because if we are part of a regional compact, but he does not sign on, we may be paying into the fund and not be getting anything back, and that's untenable. So we have a path in the Senate. I think Mike Mrowicki can probably talk to what's happening in the House, but what we've heard repeatedly from this governor is he does not feel like there is urgency among constituents on this issue. So I strongly encourage you to call the governor's office if the TCI initiative is something that's important to you. But we will do our part, absolutely.
Eric Kruger. This is maybe more of a minor point than the global climate issue that was already brought up, but I know it has an impact at the state level. I've been made aware that there's a real emphasis on bringing 5G service to our state and nationwide, and there is some question as to whether 5G and its multiple locations within the state is actually healthy. And I would go so far as to say I can't get 1 bar of LTE at my house. I'm not sure how 5G is going to help me. I know it's being pushed by the industry, and I know we're trying to get access to everyone in the state, but to me, it's a misplaced priority. We need to be able to get cell coverage to everyone first before we start putting very high power frequency transmitters throughout our communities. And I wonder if you can speak to that.
Sure. Thanks, Eric. I agree with you. And the reality is, most Vermonters don't have any bars. And that's because the companies that do this have put Vermont at the bottom of the list. We just don't have the population where they're going to make a lot of money. So we all want high-speed broadband, though, and the way to do it, I know there's a survey going on. There are efforts to do coordinated efforts and create municipal telecom utilities. If you look at the example of up in Norwich, Vermont, they have created a municipal utility that now serves 20 towns to the last mile. That's the only way you're going to do it. The companies out there are only going to stay in concentrated areas where they can make the most money. So the concerns about 5G are serious, and we're looking into them, but the reality is we're not going to see 5G, if ever, for a long, long time.
Our legislators are willing to stick around for a while to answer questions from individuals. So I'm going to suggest, since lunch is ready now and we have a lot to do this afternoon, that you approach them if you have more questions. Our town meeting is reconvened. I'd like to start by thanking the kitchen for another good lunch. Thank you. I also want to thank Peter, our tech guy in the corner in the hat over there. He's got this amazing display on his screen, all the microphones, and he's doing a great job. We have had problems in the past, but not since Peter's been here, last year and this year. Thank you, Peter. And finally, our mic runners are doing an amazing job, and their only pay is a donut, so a hand for them. Okay, we are on Article 9, page 67 of your town report if you have one. To see if the voters will approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Zeke seconds. It has been moved and seconded that we, approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. I'll invite Lewis up to review the budget.
All right. The biggest number you guys are going to notice in there is the gravel pit bond payment. If you could all turn to page 20, if you have a book. If you're all there, I'll give you a second to find it. So, again, the biggest number everyone will see there is going to be gravel pit bond payment of $65,600. The select board, we decided to move this under highway. Last year's, when we had it approved at town meeting, was for the first payment to come out of the capital fund. So last year's payment came out of the capital fund, and then we decided after that to move it to the highway fund. And then if you go back up a couple, three numbers or 3 rows, crush and gravel. That should just say crush and gravel. It should not say ledge product on there. So if you could cross out the ledge product, that's just crushing of gravel. Last year it was $50,000. This year it's $17,500. Because that we're doing it per year. And right now, we're getting 3,500 yards of material for that. With the roads that we have in town, we have a little over 50 miles. We should be getting 5,000 yards. But until we do the blasting in 5 years, we've asked Lee and the road crew to, see if they can make the 3,500 yards spread out a little further. So if you take that number, if you take the 17,500 and and the other number that you're going to have to put in here, and it's going to be, I think that maybe the next article, it's going to be $18,000 for blasting, and what we're going to do is ask for that also. But I just want to let you know that 17,500 is just for this year. That 18,000 will get us out 5 years, so we'll get back up to what we need for materials, the 5,000 yards. So let me just. So if you take the difference of those, you come up with $33,100. And when you go down to the bottom line on the highway fund, we're up $38,240. And so a lot of people are asking, we heard the 12% increase. If you take what we went up here, what you also have to take up is the $40,000 we did in the capital fund that you've approved. And so you add those two numbers, and then we're going to have to take up another $18,000 in the next article. And there's where you come up with your 12%. And then when we did the fire department, that's increased it even more. So we might be up to over 13, 14% now. If there's any questions, all the other numbers that you did, I mean, the wages, they didn't go up much. I mean, I really wish they'd gone up more. Personal expenses, that's the uniforms and CDL licenses, that went up $700. You go to contract services, that went up $1,000. That's, the $1,000 is for trees. There's more and more trees that we had to contract to have taken down instead of having our road crew do it. There's a highway structures engineering one that you guys will see that had 0 in it. We used to take that out of the structures fund. We decided to put that in the highway. And that's to, for a grant for the Leonard Road project we're going to do. So that $800 is our portion. The grant will be for $8,000, so that's our 10%. Winter wages, they went up 2019. Sand went up $500. That is because we have the carpenter pit, and with the carpenter pit, that's our normal increase. So there's nothing we can do there right now. And then the street lights went up $200. And those are your increases right there. So if anybody wants to ask me more about the bond payment and the crushing of the gravel, or ask the moderator, who will then let me speak, I hope, go ahead.
Any questions, any comments? Joyce, wait for the microphone. Here they come.
Hi, Joyce Marcel. Comment. The 12% thing, that was me kind of screaming when I first heard it. And it's a bunch of numbers here, there, and I'm just not that good with numbers. So you say we add this to that, and it seems to me that we come to you expecting to be level funded, and 12% is so not level funded that I thought maybe we should have started our discussion with that and then worked our way down, because now it's a nickel dime here, and I'm hopelessly confused, but I still don't want to pay 12% more next year in taxes unless everybody in town is earning more money except me, in which case I'll shut up.
Well, Joyce, I'm with you. I don't like to see any increase. I like to see decreases. I think everybody knows that about me. But last year, the town, we did vote to go into this pit with the town of Putney, and this bond payment of $65,600 is a real number that we have to pay. And I know I'm not going to see, well, I might see the benefits of it, because 25 years out, this is really going to show. So it's thinking of the future of the town of Dummerston, really, a lot of it. We will see it when we hit the sand. So it won't be 25 years before we actually see, reap some of the benefits of this.
Yes, Paul.
Thank you. Paul Normandeau, Dummerston. Can you help me out on page 20 on the Highway Fund under actual FY19? If you take the difference between the budget, this is on the expenditure side, if you take the difference between the budget FY19 and the actual FY19, it looks like a little over $50,000 surplus there. Now, if you flip the page, wait a minute, I need to find the revenue side. Oh, if you go to page 17, and you look at the highway fund under the revenue side, the budget in FY19 was 528, and the actual revenues were 540. And that looks like a $12,000 increase. So if you take those two items, what happened to the surplus? Did it get transferred to this year, last year, next year? It seemed like that would be a big help if those are real surpluses in our tax situation that Joyce was talking about.
I guess what I'm oh, sorry.
No, do you want to answer, or shall we ask Charlotte to answer as treasurer?
Okay.
By state statute, all surpluses from the highway fund need to go to the following year and are not held for 2 years like we've been doing it. If you look on page 12, the fund balance for this year was $62,000. That's what we had left over for the highway fund. But that will be used in this year's budget.
It'll be used in this year's budget.
Used in this year's budget.
So that will lower the anticipated 12% increase, is that right? Or
Well, we are not to use that to offset the following year like we've been doing and like we do the surplus for the general fund. So it allows the road crew to have some more flexibility, like we didn't use. Lee was able to combine several retreatments, several paving jobs into one bigger job using this surplus. So it's already been voted for last year. It was approved. And the surplus will be used in this year's budget.
but why doesn't it reduce if it's used in this? You're saying this year, the current year that we're in.
This current year's budget, instead of being held over to offset next year's budget.
Yeah, my recollection was they used to not apply to the immediate following year. They used to apply to the subsequent year, which would have been this year, the next year.
But state statute says that it has to, only the highway fund, that money has to be applied to the following year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? The motion on the floor is to approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the article passes. Article 10, to see if the voters will establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A.
Lewis seconds. Terry made the motion. It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Who would like to explain this? Terry?
Now that Putney and Dummerston own this gravel pit together, and it was voted last year, we own it. We're going to have to be blasting in 5 years. This is just to allow us to establish the fund. The next article will be about the money, but we don't have a fund yet. We need your permission to get one.
Any questions, comments on this article? Yes, Ed.
Thank you. Ed Anthes.
Could you clarify for me, is this just blasting in the pit, or is it blasting on roadways?
Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That is just in the pit.
Any other questions or comments? Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And now Article 11, which will fund the reserve you just created. Article 11, to see if the voters will raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing.
Second that.
Louis seconds. We've got a real rhythm going here. Okay. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Are there any questions? Paul. Sorry, guys. Over here, Paul.
Thanks. Paul Normando. I'm just curious, what is the goal of the fund? Are you planning on doing $18,000 a year for the next 5 years, which would make a $90,000 fund? And if so, how do you expect to, how much is it going to cost per year going forward for the blasting that will be taken out of the fund?
Terry, do you want to answer that? Louis?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, sure.
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, the goal is to have, like Louis said, 5,000 yards of gravel for the 50 miles of road. So this is the bank run would be $3,500. This $18,000 would actually crush 1,500 yards. So yes, we're looking to add to that every year. And in the 5th year, Putney and us will blast the ledge. The reason we have the fund, so we do it on the 5th year, we get a better price for blasting rather than doing it yearly.
Sorry, Paul. Anybody else have a question or a concern? Paul, you'd like a second time? Does anyone else want to speak first to this question? Okay, go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to follow up on Lee's answer, and perhaps he could expand on it. It's just that how many yards will we get for $90,000, and how many years will that last?
Lee Chamberlain. That's $1,500 a year, so times the 5. So that'd be 3,000 with Putney and us going in per year. So that'd be 15,000 yards of ledge that we will blast in 5 years, or we're hoping to.
And Dummerston gets half that.
And Dummerston gets half of it, right? And then that will last for the 5 years, and then we have to do it all over again. We'll save up for another 5 years, blast another. When we bought the pit, this was all in the spreadsheet, and it to show the rate of return on the gravel pit. So we knew that we'd be paying a little more now, but right, when we get out of Carpenter Pit, move to there, our savings will be a little bit bigger. In 25 years, then we'll outright own it. It's for the next generation.
Don't we all? Any other questions on the motion on the floor? Okay, the question before you is, it's been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And there's just got to be a lot of little kids out there who are going to love the name of this fund, blasting and crushing. That'd be great. All right, Article 12, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. And I believe that heat pump was in the town office. Is that right? Okay. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings.
Geraldine moved and Lewis seconded. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any questions on this? Yes.
Hello, Maeve Jenks. I had thought of this last year, but I was just too nervous to say anything, so bear with me. I was wondering if we might be willing to get a new sign. I feel like it was talked about, maybe.
I'm sorry.
A new sign for our town office. We're doing all these upgrades to make it look nice. And while I love the idea of our sunburnt wooden sign, it's beautiful, it's really hard to read. And I thought maybe while we are putting this in our budget to make the updates to our town office that's needed, maybe we could also get an updated sign to show the pride that we have in the building that we're putting money into. That's all. I don't know an amount. What does that cost?
Maeve isn't sure what the amount is, and I'm guessing that after the heat pump went in, you had a specific sum of money, and is that specific sum that was left over used in its entirety? There's extra money left over. Okay. So, Maeve, I wonder if you'd like to make a motion. We'll call it an advisory motion that we would encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign.
I will make an advisory motion that we encourage the select board to use the leftover money to improve our town office sign. Good.
Is there a second to Maeve's motion? I saw a hand over there. What's your name, sir? Maeve? James.
Michael Silverman.
Thank you,
I'll
Michael.
second the motion.
Michael Silberman wants to find his way to work, I think. Is that right? He made the second. Michael is our zoning administrator, if I remember correctly, so I'm teasing him. No? Lister, sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. So there is an amendment that has been moved for Article 12. It's an advisory motion to add to this article that we encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign. Is there any question or comment about the amendment that's on the floor regarding a new sign? Looks like you're ready to vote on the amendment. So the motion on the floor is to advise the select board, encouraging them to buy a new sign for the town office. If you vote yes, you want the sign. If you don't want a new sign, vote no. All in favor of advising a new sign signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Good job, Maeve. The Select Board is encouraged to use some of this leftover money to buy a new town office sign. So now we're back to the main motion, which now I would read as, I move that it has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of paint in the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and encouraging the Select Board to buy a new town office sign and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion? Paul, your hand is up. Can you raise your hand so the mic runner knows where to go? Thank you.
Hi, Paul Normando again. Much as I felt that the gravel pit payment should be in the capital fund, I feel that these are not capital items and should be in the operating fund. I just hate to see the capital fund nickeled and dimed to death for items that should be part of general operations.
The Select Board is interrogated.
This would be using funds that were voted on last year, but not spent because we got a better deal on the heat pump. That's where the money is. You got to go where the money is sometimes.
So Zeke is saying that this is leftover money from a capital purchase. Paul prefers to see it come out of operating. He doesn't see these as capital expenses. I have not heard a motion. Louis, do you want to say more?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, excuse me, Madam Moderator, Louis White. I just wanted to expand on that a little bit, Paul. We want to do this for this year, so if we went and did it, it would be on the next year's, because the painting, we had $5,000 budgeted for the road crew to do it. They weren't able to do it, so we put it out to bid, found that it was going to be $900 more, so $5,900, and that's why we did it there. And trying to get this, we've got bat problems up in the upstairs, so we want to get it done as soon as possible and not have to wait until after June to do that. That's another reason why we did this, and the money was there on the savings.
Any other questions, comments? Yes.
My name is Paul Adler. I somewhat agree with Paul. Why can't the money be transferred so that it comes under the appropriate line?
So, Paul, you're suggesting that the money be transferred from the capital fund to the operating fund in order for the expenses to come out of the operating fund. You know, I'm not going to accept that as a motion because the money was originally voted for capital funds, and I think you could argue that these are all improvements to our capital property. But I welcome anyone to challenge me if you feel like we ought to go with that. Susan Dagler in the back.
Susan Dagler. I agree entirely with what Paul said. I think these are maintenance items, not capital improvements. Capital improvements are bigger things like a roof or new siding, and I think that things like this should be paid for from regular operating budget, and that when there is money left in the capital fund from something that came in under what was approved, I think it should stay in the capital fund for future capital expenses. We're buying a new payloader this year. If instead of $150,000, we spend $145,000, are we going to be nickel and diming extra $5,000 next year. That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Down front, Chuck Fish.
We have here today Ruth Hoffman, who worked for the IRS for many years.
You mean the woman with the arm across her face?
The woman with the arm across her face, but a big smile on her face. And she's an expert on what can be called a capital expenditure. So we might see if she has any light to shed. I would have agreed with Paul and Susan, but I think Ruth has another slant on it, which may just complicate things enormously.
Ruth, it sounds like you're being interrogated. Do you choose to respond?
Okay, I'm Ruth Hoffman. I'm also one of your town auditors.
Can you put it's on? It just needs to be near your mouth, Ruth.
Okay,
Yes.
better? Okay, I would split the difference here. We already have the complete building outside painting as a capital item, and I think that is a capital item because it extends the useful life of our building. The attic and the floor are not in our capital plan, and I would agree with Paul that we shouldn't take capital money for operating expenses, and we can't transfer capital money to operating expenses. They're separate categories, and I just wanted to point out, if people look in their booklet, in the first 12 pages, you can see all our special funds and what came in last year and what went out, and it gives you a better picture of our capital fund. So as auditors, we worked hard to make sure those reports are available, and you can see what the total capital fund actually is, what we spent last year, what we took in, and what's still in the capital fund. So that's my personal opinion.
So Ruth, tell me if I have this right. You see the additional cost of painting the exterior as a capital purchase, but you do not see the flooring and the attic cleanup as a capital purchase. What about the sign out front?
I don't know what the sign costs. There's also a general rule that, depending on the expense, certain expenses are always a current operating expense if they're less than maybe $1,000. I'm not sure on that number. So I don't know about the sign.
Thank you. Charlotte, do we have a number over which something is considered a capital expense? Okay. So, Paul, do you feel like you made a motion? Or do you want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion that, for example, we only take the $960 out of the capital fund? And if
we're going to pay for it one way or the other, but my reaction is that this should not be standard practice in terms of taking operating items and sticking them in the capital fund just because it's convenient and that's where the money is.
Paul, I'm sorry, I was actually looking at Paul Adler, who raised the issue to begin with. Yeah.
I apologize.
Sure.
All right, Paul Adler. No, I don't necessarily, think that we need to make a motion on it, but I think that we need to delineate clean lines of where things are in the budget. Because if we start jumbling things now, it's just going to compound.
Okay. So, we have no amendments on the floor. The main motion is still on the floor, which calls for the additional painting, the stripping and waxing the floor, and the attic cleanup and a new sign to come out of the capital fund on expended monies. Are you ready for, Ruth has a comment to make?
Okay, Ruth Hoffman again. Since I think we need to fix what we're doing, I would make a motion to amend the motion to only expend the painting money from the capital fund. However, you want to fix that to be the legalese.
Well, would you like the rest of it to come out of the operating fund, or do you want to make a motion that we only approve the 960 and the rest we don't address?
So, point of order. To spend current money, we need a motion at the meeting? I mean, if we just spent money on the floor or what the select board does, we don't ordinarily line by line approve how much is maintenance.
That's
I would
right.
think that they have the authority, the judgment to whether they should expend our operating fund.
They do, but this article is about using capital fund money, which is why I'm asking, do you want to change the entire motion to simply say $960 out of the capital fund?
Yes.
Okay. So Ruth has made a motion to amend the main motion so that the new motion would read, we authorize the following capital expenditure, single, in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings, meaning we remove the flooring and the attic cleanup from the motion, from the original article. I'm sorry? Oh, yes. And remove the sign. Thank you for the reminder. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Harold, you're seconding? Okay, so Ruth Hoffman moved. Harold Newell seconds. Conversation, yes. Chuck?
Chuck Fish. The other money then that's left behind in the capital fund, does that mean that would have to be spent on more obvious capital expenses?
Yes.
It's not legal to arbitrarily transfer it to the operating fund, is that correct?
That is correct, and that is why the select board put this article on the warning.
Yeah.
So you're right, the money, other than the money for the additional painting cost, would remain in the capital fund to be used as the body votes in future years.
Does it make sense to think that if they keep it in the capital fund, so it will reduce somewhat the cost of fire trucks, et cetera, and then they have to find money which would come out of the operating fund to do the other jobs, then in the long run, you come out even anyway. It's just you spent money out of different funds. You aren't spending any more money doing it that way, are you?
That is correct, but the point is that we have approved certain things for the capital fund, and you can't just move money around.
No, I'm not suggesting moving money around. You spend the money that's left over for capital expenditures in the future. And you find money elsewhere for waxing the floor. In the long run, you end up spending the same amount of money, I think.
Yes.
So, nothing to it.
Yes, Zeke?
We don't have any. Now, we checked the couch cushions before we came here, and we don't have
Get close to the mic.
we don't have those funds that we can just dip into from our general budget.
I don't see any other hands. There's a motion on the floor. Oh, Lester?
I'm a little bit confused.
Could you start with your name, Lester?
Lester Dunkley.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit confused about the savings of because you have a heat pump. Is that because you're not using the electricity or what's going on there? And if it's a savings, you're not spending on an electric bill, that means you could probably use it to do the rest of it. Am I correct or not?
Nope, that's not exactly right. Louis, you want to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When the Energy Committee came to us last year, they proposed that we do $10,000 for a heat pump for the town office. And then when we looked further into it, we did something a little different. We bought a heat pump, but it was only $3,600. We got a $400 rebate on that, so it came to $3,200. So what we were asking for was to spend some of that $6,800 savings. But I understand what everybody's saying, and I sort of agree with them that we did a poor job of budgeting those items. We should have thought of that and put it into our budget. So the waxing should have to wait till next year or the following year, and the bat stuff will have to wait until the following year so the select board can put that, and the sign will have to wait and be put into the next budget, because we were trying to see where we had saved money this year, and that was one of the savings, so we thought we would use it. We were thinking that was, you know, for the building, but where I guess you should have a certain number. So our mistake as far as I'm concerned, and I see some head shaking, so.
And the other little detail, we're voting to spend monies in this current year, and we're talking about a budget in the next year. And that gets me a little bit more confused on what the heck is going on. So I'm suggesting that we you postpone or whatever you got to do to this whole thing, and let's just leave this money in the capital fund where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
So Lester would like to amend the amendment. No, that's not really it. Lester, if you want to not spend any of this money this year, then you would want to encourage people to vote down the main motion. We're still considering whether to amend the main motion. Does anyone have a comment on amending it to drop everything from the motion other than the exterior painting, $960? Any other questions on that? Okay. So the question before you is, do you want to amend Article 12 to only authorize using leftover capital funds to cover the $960 cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and using this year's capital fund money to do so? So vote yes if you want to authorize that, and if you want to drop everything else out of the motion. If you want to keep everything in here, including the new sign, vote no. All in favor of the amendment on the floor to fund the $960 only, signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. We need a division of the House. I couldn't tell which had more, so I'm going to ask all those who voted yes to stand, or let us know if you need a card because you can't stand. Eliza, will you count this section? Zeke, will you count the middle section? Terry, you want to count the left section? If you are not a voter or you're just hanging out in the back, make sure you're not counted if you're not voting. Standing means yes. I like the amendment of dropping everything but the $960 for painting. Okay. 11. 21. 21 is 43. Please be seated, and all of those voting no, because you want the motion to continue to include all three items plus a sign. Wow, now it does seem more obvious. Okay, no. Everyone stand and stay. Standing, do you want to, can you count that again? Sorry. 8 plus you, 9. Okay. 6 plus you is 7. 11. The ayes are 43, the noes are 27. So the original article has been changed, and the motion on the floor authorizes the Select Board only to spend the $960 on the additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office. So Lester, you want to vote no as we vote on the main motion because you don't want any money to be spent. So we're back to the main motion. I'll read it through. This is what we're talking about now. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund's unexpected monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Calvin. We have a new mic runner, Maisie Golding. Maisie Golding, there.
Just to be picky, you could remove the S's from the words expenditure.
I believe I did. Maybe I didn't speak very clearly, Calvin, but they're crossed off on my paper. Ruth, right up here.
Just to make sure, the word you said was unexpected, not unexpended, so that the motion is correct, that it's
Thank you,
unexpended.
Ruth. Ruth is correct. I misspoke. I said unexpected. The correct word is unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Thank you. Any other questions and corrections, comments, anything? Yes, Ed.
Ed Anthes, well, you got me with the anything. I think this probably should have gone with the previous amendment, but it seems to me that that stuff in the attic is a health and safety issue, and I'm not clear on how the Select Board can access funds, but I would like to be assured that we who visit the town offices and those who work in the town offices are not exposed to bat excrement for the next year and a half until the next fiscal year comes around.
Can we all by unanimous consent agree that we're going to encourage the Select Board to do whatever they can and perhaps prioritize that over some other things in the operating budget? Or do we want to make a motion out of that? Yes, Seek.
Hey, how about we take some unexpended funds from the capital fund? Yes, unexpended.
Okay.
Can I make that a motion?
Ed, if you want to make a motion, let me know. Ed has left it to the good graces of the Select Board to use their discretion in trying to get that work done. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The question on the floor is, we authorize the following capital expenditure in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have a painted building. Thank you. Article 13, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator. Madam Moderator, I move that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Lewis seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, it has been moved and seconded that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the Evening Star Grange is exempt, and we'll get another good lunch next year. Yes. Article 14. It's not mine. To see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Mark.
I'm Mark Brown, and I move that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Susan Dagler, did you do second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there any discussion? Billy.
Billy Slade. I'm the executive director at Green Mountain Camp, and I just want to offer an invitation to everybody here to come and see what's right here in your community. We're celebrating our 103rd year this year. Last year we employed 8 Dummerston teenagers. We had nearly 400 girls come to the camp, and it's a wonderful treasure right here in Dummerston, and a lot of you probably don't even know where it is. So I want to invite you to come, check it out, see what you think. Lots and lots of changes have happened over the last 10 years, and it's a really exciting place to be a part of, so thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 15, shall the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region? Yes, your name. I'm sorry, Christophe, say your name again, please.
I'm Christophe Gagne.
Christophe Gagne, thank you.
Madam Moderator, I move that the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region.
Is there a second? Greg, was that you? No. Who did the second? Oh, Alex. Alex Wilson seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region. Is Sarah here, or Christoph? You are. If there is no objection, we will allow Sarah Lang, who is not a Dummerston resident, to give us a little background on this motion. Hearing none, Sarah, you may speak.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll try and keep it brief, and I'm going to stand up here so you don't have to turn around. My name is Sarah Lang. I am a project manager at the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. I also have my colleague here, Alex Beck, who does workforce development with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. This year, We are at 16 town meetings across the region. We ask every town to help support the work we do. As of a minute ago, we have 10 towns that have approved our funding. I've been here the past 2 years. Dummerston has approved our funding those past 2 years, so thank you very much for your continued support. I just want to give a few high-level points and then some town-specific points for your pleasure. So BDCC, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, is one of 12 regional development corporations in the state. We are the boots on the ground, economic development and workforce development for the region. SEVEDS, the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, is our sister organization. They are the think tank. They do the long-term strategy and planning. So SEVEDS does the long-term strategy. BDCC takes that and implements projects and programs. We are looked to by state and federal agencies as models for regional economic development in our programs, our systems, and our projects. The work we do is very complex. And SEVEDS allows us to go and innovate with our programs and our projects that helps sort of address these complex issues we see in the regional economy. I'm super proud of the work we do. All of our staff are super hardworking and dedicated to this region, so I'm really proud to be a part of it. Some town-specific things. We typically go to at least one select board meeting a year. They're open to the public, obviously, but not all public attends those. So we also did hold a public info session. We had 3 residents from Dummerston come. Great conversation, and hope they learned a lot from that. We've worked with a handful of businesses in Dummerston. I'll just name them. If you have any specific questions, I can answer that. We've worked with Hermit Thrush Brewery, Vermont Photonics, Landmark Trust, and Open Book Learning. What I want to spend a little more time on is the school population. The children are our future, as we know, and we recognize that at our organization. There are 26 Dummerston students at the CTE, and there are 56 Dummerston students at the Brattleboro Union High School. All sophomores across the region are invited to our sophomore summit, where they pick a career track and meet with professionals in that sector and get to learn about what it means to work in that sector. At CTE, we piloted a program where we do mock interviews, resume and cover letter writing, professional behavior intensive. That was piloted this spring. They're gonna blow it up, and they're developing curriculum as we speak. Teachers will be trained on it in the fall, and then hopefully 2021, it will be implemented in all of the classes at the CTE. For Brattleboro Union High School, we've taken the kids on 9 field trips, or field trips to 9 employers. That's healthcare, manufacturing, forestry, renewable energy, construction. And last but definitely not least, we've developed a alternative pathways workshop. It's for juniors and seniors who might not have a plan for after graduating high school. So it's open to all juniors and seniors, but specifically for those students. We cover career clusters in the Windham region. We highlight employers that are hiring quality positions. We help those students apply for those jobs. And we also bring VSAC in to talk about financial resources. There are annual reports on the back table. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and continuing to invest in our region.
Any comments, any questions of Sarah or otherwise? Yes, Christoph. Behind you? Oh.
It's okay.
I'm Chris Gagne from Hermit Thrush Brewery. I just want to speak to the behalf of SEVEDS and BDCC. I really feel like their economic development objectives are in the right place and valuing people. And they have helped us grow our business quite a bit. We have one facility in Dummerston over on Putney Road near Brattleboro, and we're very happy to have the region's support.
Any other comments or questions? Yes?
Yes, Maeve Jenks again. My only question is, how does the amount that you're asking compared to the other towns? Are you asking an equivalent from every town, or is it population-based? I was just curious how that fits in.
Sarah, we need a microphone for Sarah.
Thank you. That's a great question. So we ask every town for $3 per person. So the amount is $3 times the population.
Any other comments or questions? Are you ready for the question? Oh, no, Paul.
Hi, Paul Namendo. In years past, I've been a strong advocate for funding SubEd's request. In spite of the good work that they do, I would like to amend the motion to supplying them with $3,000 instead of the full amount. And I make this motion with the thought that at this point, prior to this motion, prior to this article, our taxes are going to be going up about 12.8% on the municipal side. And that doesn't take into consideration anything that's going to be coming down from the school budget, which is also going to be an increase in our taxes. And the school budget is 83 or 84% of our total tax bill. So, so we're talking about 15 to 17% of our tax bill. But with all that in mind, I think it is prudent, the fact that the municipal side will be going up 12.8%, to kind of still show us support for what they're doing, but yet modify it in light of our existing situation.
So there's a motion on the floor to amend the primary motion, reducing the amount for SevEds to $3,000. Is there, Harold, you're seconding that? Okay. So what we're discussing now is the amendment of lowering the amount from $5,592 to $3,000. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment that is proposed? You're ready for the question on the amendment. Okay, the question on the floor is, shall we amend the article, the motion, to read that will appropriate the sum of $3,000 to be raised by taxes for the support of SevEds? All those in favor of the amendment to reduce the amount signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. It sounded like the no's are louder, but maybe they were just louder. Do you wish a division of the House? Yeah, I'm seeing a few nodding heads. Okay. A division of the House, just like we did a few minutes ago. Please stand if you vote yes to reduce the number to $3,000 from the higher number, and remain standing. You may be seated. Okay, all right. And if another, so 2 plus 1s? Okay. If you want to vote no because you want the amount to stay the same, please stand. Again, if you're hanging out in the back, make sure you're not counted unless you're actually voting. The votes that were yes to reduce the amount were 32. The noes to keep the amount the same were 40. So the amendment has failed, and the motion continues with the original figure. So now the motion on the floor is, shall we grant tax exempt, no, shall we appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Wyndham region? Is there further discussion on the original motion? Harold? Could someone bring a mic, please?
Harold Newell, can I ask the treasurer now what the increase will be on the total figure for the town's municipal tax rate?
Are you asking about the tax rate, Harold?
That's correct. On 100, what will it be on 100,000, the figure increase?
Okay. Charlotte, the treasurer's interrogating.
Without the sevens included, it is 43.8. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Without the sevens included, the current tax rate will be $43.80 increase on 100,000. With the sevens, it's $45.90.
$45.90? So Harold, the answer is without sevens, it's $43.08 per $100,000 of value. 80, thank you. $43.80 without the sevens allocation, and with it, it's $45.90. So that's an increase of $2.10 per $100,000 of real estate value. Yes, Chris.
Hi, Chris again from Hermit Thrush. Just to quantify a bit of our experience in interfacing with the BDCC and SEVEDS, we in 2016 were not a Dummerston taxpayer, and we currently are. And it's been a minute since I've looked at it, but I think we pay around $14,000 a year in taxes for our facility. If SEVEDS was less well funded, we would be less well likely. So I just wanted to hold a numbers side candle to economic hope and increasing employment.
Any other comments? Further discussion? Joe?
Joe Little. I'm with Park Place, and I'm at the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, and I would encourage, passing the article at $5,000. The SEVEDS does a great job, and what they're doing for youth is not duplicative of anything else that's going on. And I think we really need to do this for the young people, as well as getting businesses started. So I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Everybody hear that? Okay. Any other comments or questions? You ready for the question? Okay. The motion on the floor is to appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Wyndham region. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 16, other business. Let me catch up with myself here. Okay. I'm going to start here with the Select Board. I believe Geraldine and Zeke have something they want to say. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Geraldine Wilson. I would just like to mention that this is my 5th year on the Select Board. Next year will be my 6th year and my last year. So although I could run again, we don't have term limits. I just wanted to let you all know that My position will be open, and may I speak for you, Zeke?
Well, I think I could speak for myself.
Okay, good. I'll let you speak for yourself. This year, since we had an open position with no one running, I did do a number of make a number of calls and talk to people, and I just wanted to say to everyone here that being on the select board is a really positive experience. It's probably less work than you might think it is. It gives you an opportunity to get to know people and understand the workings of a small town, which I was quite unfamiliar with and am now much more familiar with. And it has made me incredibly proud of our town office. So I would encourage you all, even if you think that you're not the kind of person that would be on a select board, to consider yourself as such and talk to your friends and neighbors. And it would be great to have multiple names on the ballot so that we have a true democracy and have the choice. And the last thing I'll say is we really want our select board to represent our town. So think about that, about being represented on the select board by yourself or by friends, neighbors, and others.
Well, I have another year left to my term, but I don't remember how long I have been on the select board, so I think that might be a sign that maybe I've been on long enough.
Christina, you had something you wanted to talk about.
So Cindy encouraged me last year to make the school...
Christina, stay your
Oh, sorry,
name.
Christina Naylor, sorry. Cindy last year encouraged me to try to make the school board portion move more quickly, and I think we have complied this year. So I just wanted to update. I am currently serving on the WSESD school board, and I just wanted to update the town very briefly, Cindy, on kind of the past year and what's been going on with the school. It's obviously bittersweet for me to be standing here instead of there presenting a full budget to you, but you will have an opportunity to vote on that budget March 17th, 6 p.m. in the high school gymnasium. There'll be an information session on March 10th, and I think that's at 6 o'clock, but look it up on the WSESU, and there's all kinds of communication council work pushing that out into the local paper. It is a $51 million budget, so it's where your vote counts for a lot. If only 10 people show up, you are responsible for passing $5 million worth of spending. So if you're on a power trip, that's the place to go. We actually got our budget completed in time so that there's copies of the school budget on the back table. It's in gray newsprint to save on our printing costs. Thank you. Thank you. I have also made a pamphlet, so in case you missed my long and laborious explanation of budgeting, I have tried to replace myself with a flyer. So in this flyer are 4 easy steps to understanding the tax bill, links to how the education funding happens and how to calculate your own tax bill if you're curious how this affects yours. I don't have Charlotte at my side here to say what every change would cause, but you can do that actually online. There's also, I want to direct people's attention, our legislators, and I grabbed every single one of them, and I think Jody spoke to it earlier, is that the legislature is considering changing how we weight pupils in calculating our equalized pupil expenditure. What did that mean? So what that means is that you get a little more state support when your students have a little more need. And that is a requirement of the law, Act 60, that was passed in 1997. So they made a guess as to what it cost to educate pupils, and after 20 years, the legislature decided, hey, what does it really cost to educate children who are economically disadvantaged, who are learning English, or students who live in rural communities? And they funded this study, UVM, and I think it was Rutgers did this study, and it turns out that people in the WSCSD have not been compensated fairly for the students we have. And if the funding study had been pushed through last year, our tax rate, our unified tax rate, instead of being $1.71, would be $1.53. That's a huge difference for our district. Of course, that money's coming from somewhere. And so the legislature needs to hear from people in the community that these changes should be put through more quickly, because a lot of people are saying, let's wait on this because there's winners and losers. But I think we have been unfairly supported by the state for the students we have in the WSESD. So in this pamphlet, it explains all the words I just said and gives you contact information. And the school board, in our last meeting, passed a resolution supporting moving forward with the weighting study unanimously. So if you get 8 people from 4 towns to unanimously agree on something, that is progress. I also, while it's a bittersweet moment, I have some happy moments, and one of them is to make sure that everybody gets to put a face to the name of our new principal, Julianne Egan. If we could give her a nice warm welcome. So one of the very last things the Dummerston Town School Board did was to hire our new principal, Julianne. I've had the pleasure of knowing Julianne for 16 years. She's an incredible educator. It was a really good feeling. I see my fellow school board member, Michael, going, yes. It was quite a note to go out on as we were dissolving, that we could hand over the school to Julianne's incredibly capable hands and know that our school is under great leadership in this era of transition. Onward, I also want to thank the community for passing the article amendments. It puts in place the school cannot be closed without a vote of this town. Grades cannot be removed from the school without a vote of this town. And I think that was one of my priorities, to make sure that what I heard coming from the communities as a major concern of Act 46 was addressed. So I appreciate everybody who got out, understood those very hard to read articles and helped us pass them, and they passed in all the communities. So that really bodes well for moving forward. Let's see. I also want to mention that another article amendment that was passed created leadership councils. It is a way for the local community to have connection to the school board that moves around all the time and is a little less accessible, unfortunately, than our Dummerston Town School Board was. So if you're interested in hearing what leadership councils are doing, it's on the school website as well as the WSES website, and there's agendas and minutes for those meetings. You're welcome to attend and visit. If you're interested in serving, you should contact Julianne, who you just met. I want to let you know that I was very concerned. This is the end of my tenure. I was very concerned because we have a great board now. The WSCSD board has really stepped up and done the work of representing all of our students. And I'm thrilled to say that we have 2 people who are running for those positions in Dummerston, no write-in candidates, and I'm thrilled to know that there's somebody stepping into the position from Dummerston. So we'll now have Thomas Nolan, because they're uncontested, Thomas Nolan and Michelle Green will be serving you, and I don't see, Thomas was here earlier, I don't see Michelle. But you'll find them when you have questions, I'm sure. It's a small town, you can't hide. But I'm very excited for the people that have agreed to serve. So I'm around if you have any questions on your taxes. I shouldn't have buried the lead on this. Your taxes the tax rate will increase. Hold on, let me get my numbers in front of me, because I'm sure Paul and Jody will have questions. The tax rate in Dummerston, if the current budget passes, will be $1.67. Which is the lowest. We have a good CLA. We have a favorable CLA, which is defined here in full writing. So that's an increase, I think, of it's a 1.8% or so increase over our rate from last year. Other towns have not had good CLAs, so their numbers are going up much more. But it's in the pamphlet, and I thank you all for the opportunity to serve. It has truly been a pleasure to serve everyone in this community, even when I didn't agree with you. And I would have stayed serving on that Dummerston board till you had to, pull me out with the new payloaders. So thank you all.
Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen, I need you to use the mic. Thanks.
Sure. I'm Mary Ellen Copeland, and I'm with the Dummerston Conservation Commission. And we've been doing a lot of work with maps in the town plan. It says that we're supposed to develop a ridgeline overlay for the town. It's upside down, yeah. That we're supposed to develop a ridgeline overlay for the town, and we happen to have a wonderful map maker on the Conservation Commission, and he kept bringing in maps, and we're trying to figure out what's a ridgeline in Dummerston. And one night he came in with this map, and I thought it was worthy of being shared with all of you. We did have a map program in the fall, and we had 60 or 70 people come over to the basement of the church, and we had maps all around, and we looked at maps. So probably have other meetings like that, so try to get out to them. But I wanted to bring your attention to this one because it's a particularly interesting one. Back in about 1940, there had been some big floods, and the people down in Connecticut and Massachusetts who were trying to build homes in the floodplains were really upset because every time we had one of those big storms, it flooded the floodplains, it flooded their homes. So they wanted us to put in a dam right here. And this dam is right at the metal bridge. And if they had put in that dam, it would have impounded the water all the way. This little line is the West River. Instead, we would have the West Lake. Here's East-West Road. You would have to go up to Camp Art to where it hits Green Mountain Camp Road to not be in the water. Green Mountain Camp would not exist. John Anderson would be sitting right on the edge. Where you turn up to Hague Road, John Anderson would have been sitting right on the edge. I don't know how you would have gotten to my house at all. So if you want to take a look at this map, right now, if we had this dam, 141 buildings would have been submerged. At that time, there were 61 that would have taken out 5 cemeteries, 30 miles of road. All of Route 30 would have gone, all of the West Dummerston Village. So you might think to yourself, how did we stop it? And we look to that, we think about how did people solve problems in the past in the community. And interestingly enough, there's a picture. This is what they did. They met the federal agents when they came, and they were there with their, what kind of guns were those? This is what they did. And we're trying not to solve problems in Dummerston that way. We're trying to learn and teach. Okay. I can give it to you, Emma. So that's one of the fun things that we figured out. We've had a lot of other kinds of meetings. We had a great meeting in this room where 80 people came and heard the bear specialist from the state come. And we had a program in the fall where the state biologist came, Kim Royer. We had the state geologist come. We had maps all over the downstairs of the church. We had somebody that was here from the Southeastern Vermont Museum, and we had wild animals in here, and we had about 60 people. And so we've had a lot of fun with our programs. We have one coming up on the waterways of Dummerston. And we have one coming up on monarchs, a big program on monarchs. So that's what we're up to. A lot of you have made contributions so that we have the money to pay to have all of these filmed, and we appreciate that. And the money also goes to support programs, environmental education programming here at the school. So thank all of you for that.
Bill in the back.
Bill Schmidt, speaking for Dummerston Cares. Cares is an all-volunteer organization that exists to do what it can to help all Dummerston residents stay well and get weller. A person who's gotten weller is John Warren here, who's a steadfast member of our Tai Chi classes. So we have Tai Chi classes, yoga classes, and for those who can't do Tai Chi or yoga, too strenuous, takes too long, we're going to have a seated rumba class this spring. 2 sessions for people who want exercise but can't do things like Tai Chi and yoga. So these will be 2 sessions at the Grange, late April, early May, and all I can say is that if a person knows how to sit, they can do seated rumba. It's to music and a lot of fun. So we're going to do that, and hopefully in May and June we'll be having some hikes and walks, and all are invited to participate in those. We also, this month, will be working with the school here to put on, I'm going to sit down because I'm kind of shaky. We're going to put on a program called Screenagers. It's an hour-plus long film that is about what computers, smartphones, tablets do to the development of brains of children and teenagers. A very good film. It was shown at Academy School last year, and there was some good discussion afterward, as there will be discussion after the showing this year. It's on March 19th here at the school from 6 to 8. And we're really looking for a good turnout because it's a solid subject that needs attention and thought and discussion by families and all of us who have an interest in the future of our children. The last program I would like to mention that's in the works is a chronic pain management program. There are more people with chronic pain in this country than those who have heart conditions, cancer, and diabetes. We know there are people with chronic pain in Dummerston. This is pain that people have had for more than 3 months. It may be shoulder pain, back pain, neck pain, from arthritis, from post-surgical and post-surgical recovery. So this is going to be a program we're co-sponsoring with the Brattleboro Hospital, the Vermont Department of Health. It will be 6 sessions long, 2.5 hours each session. A serious program for those with chronic pain. Those who have been through it, through this program, tell us it has helped them quite a bit. So we wanted to let you know about these programs. And if you want more information, there's a flyer on the chronic pain management program on our table out back in the hallway. And there's also information on all of CARE's other programs and services. You can get your questions answered by calling the CARES message line, 257-5800, or emailing CARES. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Wow. Jody.
You all heard that Christina was retiring. And this is a huge loss to Dummerston and fellow board members, etc. I want to tell you a little bit about Christina. She joined the school board a few years ago, the Dummerston School Board that was, and she quickly became chair of that board. She went on, when we were fighting Act 46 and merger, she organized the committees for alternative governance structure, and she ran that also. Then when we did get merged, she was part of the transition board, and then she ran for the merged board. And she was elected chair. This last year has been horrendous for her. She has been amazing. She's not only chair of that board, she's a part of the WSESU board. She got elected to the Vermont School Boards Association board that meets up in Montpelier once a month or more. Let's see. And she's been on several of the committees of this board. Meanwhile, she's been working full-time, although her husband Kelp wasn't sure that she was working full-time, in her family business. And she's been on the Green Mountain Camp Board, and I think chair of that. No, she says she wasn't chair of that. And so in the meantime, she's been taking care of her family, raising 2 children who are in high school. Her husband Kelt and family will be glad to have her home. Her retirement is Dummerston's loss, and we all wish Christina well.
Roger Turner, I saw your hand up. Can we get a microphone down here?
I was just going to say what Jody said.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forget your name. Yes.
I'm Sue Kern. I'm representing Lydia Taft Pratt Library Board. And I was going to give you a very quick rundown of how we've been doing this past year. We are seeing more continued use of the library, more library users, more circulation. We have changed our library hours by public input, and we are now open 3 afternoons a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday morning, with volunteers from 10 to 1. We put a second little free library in the school. It's right out across from the principal's office. I think it's been very well received. The first one is on the porch at the town hall, at the town office. And it's all donations that go into it, and one of the board members actually take care of this. There's a new librarian who we could have met because she was here for a while, but had to go to open the building at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so you missed her. Her name is Dina Marger. A lot of our regular library users have been coming in to introduce themselves to her, and please stop by and meet the new librarian and pick yourself up a library card if you don't have one yet. And last thing I have to mention is that we do have our annual spring fundraiser, our book sale and silent auction. That's the 3rd Saturday in May every year, May the 16th. So I hope you'll stop by when we do that. Thank you very much.
Katie, in the front here.
I'm Katie Berg, and I'm on the board of Dummerston Cares. And here's something that I'm going to read that people maybe didn't know. It's to the residents of Dummerston from the Putney Food Shelf. The Putney Food Shelf wants to be sure that you know we are also a resource for residents of Dummerston and the surrounding area. Please help us ensure that we are reaching those who could benefit from our services in your community. Our mission is to provide supplemental, healthy food to area people in need. At the Putney Food Shelf, you are likely to find fruits and vegetables, including local in-season, milk, eggs, pasta and sauce, beans and rice, meat, fish, gluten-free options, and more. The Putney Food Shelf is open twice a week, every week of the year. Tuesday from 6 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 to 10 a.m. We're located in the Putney Community Center at 10 Christian Square if you use the side ramp. Shopping is anonymous and there is no proof of income needed since we work on an honor system. In addition to open hours, on the fourth Thursday of every month, there's a produce drop at Putney Meadows parking lot. That's from 9:30 until 10:15 a.m. This is provided in collaboration with the Vermont Food Bank, with several pallets worth of fresh produce delivered. It is free and open to all. Bring your own shopping bags. You will find additional information at putneyfoodshelf.org and in our 2019 Year in Review, which you can pick up at the Dummerston Cares table here at the school and at Town Hall, but the Putney Cares table is right behind in the corridor. The Putney Food Shelf is very much looking forward to collaborating with Dummerston Cares to expand our outreach to Dummerston. Thank you.
Kyle, the woman in the back. Yes, you had your hand up. Kyle, the woman in the back.
Hi, I'm Akara Draper. I'm one of the coordinators for the Rides program for Dummerston Cares. And we are always, always looking for drivers. And I want to tell you what that gig looks like. So when we get a request to take Dummerston residents to either Cheshire or Dartmouth Hitchcock or BMH or occasional shopping around town or to a dentist or an eye appointment, you get a Dummerston Cares driver. And how you get that, they're all volunteers, and I'm coordinating them, and I'd call you up and I'd say, gee, we've got a client that needs to go to BMH next Tuesday, can you take them? And it's going to take about an hour, and then you take them home. You get to say yes or no. Every single time you can say, oh no, thank you. But the more drivers we have, the better I can cover the need of this community. So it's really critical that we, like this winter, we were down to 3 drivers, and that's just too much for those 3. But if we had 10 drivers and even 6 said no, there's just someone new driving all the time. So I think that's all I have to say. Oh, you can choose how often you want to do in your application. I want to drive once a month. Okay, if you want to drive 2 times a week. If you don't want to drive in snow or rain, you can pick any kind of condition you don't want to do. So that's my encouragement. Please become a volunteer driver for Dummerston Cares.
Thank you.
And you can sign up at the table out there.
Okay.
Or call us.
Chuck, you want to raise your hand? Thank you.
Chuck Fish. A couple of remarks from the Dummerston Historical Society. First is that on the table, long table at the back of the room, there's a strikingly handsome T-shirt with a picture of the covered bridge. And you may buy one if you'll speak to Jody or Norman Doe or Gail Sorensen. It's guaranteed to raise your social status and your general acceptability in public if you were to wear it. The second comment is equally important and maybe more important, and that is that the Historical Society is very grateful to the many citizens of Dummerston who have contributed to the repair, to the salvation, actually, of the Historical Society schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. And equally grateful to the town of Dummerston, who generously contributed money at last year's town meeting. So with these funds, we've been able to do major structural repairs. We've graded the land around the building to improve the drainage. We've installed gutters And we are using dehumidifiers in the crawl space to try to dry out the area. Some monitoring is required. That goes on regularly. There are some uncertainties about how it's all going to work in the long run. But the direction is good, and the building is saved. And for that, we thank you once again very much.
Thank you. Real quick, again...
Could you start with your name, Eric?
I'm sorry, Eric Lineback. As Energy Committee Chair, I would like to officially thank Stan, a.k.a. Smokey Howe, who I don't see here, who has served on the committee for many years, long before I joined, and contributed immensely. The guy loves, he's still around, crunching numbers and doing research, and has really been a key member of our committee. He's our meeting last night was his official last meeting, so I wish him well. Again, he's still around and in town, but he's just not going to be helping us on the committee anymore. And in light of that, I would like to also plug the Energy Committee to all of my fellow residents. Anyone interested in joining us, helping us, we would welcome that, so get in touch. Thank you.
Ed, down front.
Thank you. Ed Anthes, speaking on behalf of Green Mountain Conservancy and our Deer Run Nature Preserve project. Last year, you'll recall that town meeting gave unanimous support to this project, and I'm happy to report that in December we closed on the first 287 acres of the nature preserve. So that land is preserved in perpetuity for all of us. It's open for recreation, for hiking, for hunting. You can access it on Camp Arden Road. We are entering the second phase, raising funds to purchase an adjacent 626 acres that will include 2.5 miles of West River frontage. That land is in Brookline and in Newfane. But when you get the chance, come out. There's a trail that's 2.2 miles from Camp Arden Road up to the summit and back down again, another 2.2 miles. You can see the covered bridge from high on the hill. And beautiful old trees, so try to come out.
Anyone else? Yes, Calvin.
While we're on the...
Calvin, your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell. While we're on the subject of Dummerston Cares and recognitions, I want to say that Bill Johnson, who is not in this room right now, probably he's not here because he's busy moving from his home on Sticking Brook Road to an apartment in Colony Mill in Keene, back near Bill's roots. Bill was a very active a very active participant in a number of committees, including Dummerston Cares. I think he was one of the founders, isn't that right? Yes. And he went about his business fairly quietly, so maybe many of you never got to know him. But he is an octogenarian himself, and so he deserves a rest. If you ever see Bill, just pat him on the back for all he's done.
Roger?
Thank you, Roger Turner. We are down to kind of the very end, but if any of you haven't taken advantage of doing the broadband survey, which is being provided, tablets are being provided to do it in the back hall, please do. It's to determine interest in and potential for creating a communication union district in this area to try to run broadband to last mile. So particularly if you live up away from the road and you haven't yet, away from the main roads, and you haven't yet filled out a survey, please do that. It's also available online. If you go to the wyndhamregional.org website, it's available there. Thank you.
Yes, Maeve? Maeve Jenks again. I wasn't going to speak, but we're all giving acknowledgement. I just wanted to say thank you to our auditors. I did it for a couple of years, and it was just too much, and I had to back away. And so I know Charlotte acknowledged the work that went into making our town report, and that it was unfortunate we didn't get it in time, but I started to clap and realized I was the only one. So I just wanted to take a moment to specifically acknowledge those that audit these reports every year, and monthly and quarterly, and then make this report, because it is not easy, and it's paid but basically volunteer. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And if we can clap for that, and then I'm going to talk again. Sorry, I'll be very quick. I also just wanted to say that I am part of our recreation board, and while we would love to do more, and when I joined the board, I was all gung-ho about the things that we can do in our community and get involved recreationally, we are not manpowered enough to do more than just run the youth sports program, which consists of soccer, basketball, and baseball, which I promise takes a lot and is very rewarding. The thought that a lot of these children who learn these sports and learn how to have a team and have self-confidence, I'm involved with every sport, and it's why I keep doing it. And but I ask that people look to get involved. We're always looking for more hands and coaches and referees. So if you love a sport or you wish that our town did more with the recreation board, please reach out, get in touch with us. Anybody in the town office knows how to reach me specifically. And we would love your input, and we would love to be able to do more for our town. We're just limited with our time and resources. So thank you all as a town. I love living here and being a part of this, and I appreciate you all.
So over the weekend, I was listening to the mainstream media and was...
Sorry, Eric, could you state
Eric
your
Kruger. Sorry. I was listening to the mainstream media and was slightly overwhelmed about all the discussion about the coronavirus. And I actually emailed the select board, who responded within a matter of hours, saying, I'm going to bring up this topic at town meeting because my understanding is that due to the way our government is structured and budget cuts and what all and so forth, that the response to such an incident in our community would be really left locally. We're not going to get a lot of support from up above. And I'm heartened by the fact that Dummerston has spent time and effort on what we've traditionally called resilience, whether that be to a natural disaster or a weather disaster or something like that. So I feel fairly confident that Dummerston's a step ahead of those poor souls in New York City. But I started to jot down the number that was mentioned by representatives for the Department of Health if somebody had a concern about their exposure or their travel, but I didn't finish writing it down. So I have 802 on my paper here. And my request to the select board is that somewhere on the town website or in the town documents, when somebody Googles coronavirus Dummerston, there is a link to whom they can call if they have concerns. And also that we think in advance before we go to Brown Roberts and try to buy the N95 masks that are out of stock for 4 months. What do we really need to do as individuals and as a community so that if we find ourselves housebound or limited geographically, what we can do to help each other and help ourselves so that we ride this one out a little bit better than other folks. My understanding is in the end, we'll probably be all right, but there's going to be some social disruption that we're not accustomed to. And so I think it bears everyone thinking, what can I personally do and what can I do to support my neighbors? And having a phone number to call if you have questions, even if it's busy all the time, is one step I think our town can take.
Eric, I believe that phone number is 802-863-7240. Anyone else? Anyone else has something to contribute today? Oh, Terry, sorry.
Terry Chapman, I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second.
You got that?
Yes.
All in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Have a great year.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Shelley. The legal voters of the town of Newfane, Vermont are hereby notified and warned that pursuant to Title 17, Vermont's VSA, Section 2655, they are to meet in the Union Hall in Newfane, Vermont on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. to act upon the articles below. And I will turn this over to the presiding officer, Carol Hesselback, to open the polls.
The polls are now open. Now, don't give them a hard time. You need to request the Democratic or Republican primary ballot, or don't get both.
Articles 1 and 2 will be voted by Australian ballot. Once you pick up your ballot, you must cast your ballot before you can come out. You can't carry it out here, all right? And I have a few more announcements before we start with today's business. It is my responsibility to remind everyone in the hall that this is a polling place and we must abide by the following laws. Candidates or political activists can stand outside 70 feet and on the day of election and hand out brochures or palm cards to voters as long as they do not hinder or impede the progress of voters going into and out of the polling place. No political literature, buttons, or other political materials can be displayed inside the polling place. So this is a time to pocket whatever you've got on your lapel. You are, however, allowed to bring a cheat sheet into the voting booth as long as you take it out with you. All right? The next item of business is that this meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. Thank you. You can watch it later this week if you don't get enough this morning. It will be on cable channel 10 and online at BrattleboroTV.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, we really ask you, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone there, or really loudly, so that everyone in the room and at home later on can hear you. So I see that Jeanette is here. Can you wait till I get through all this? Great. Okay. There's been some confusion about the school budget and vote. So there is no school meeting today, okay, because there's no longer a Newfane school. It's part of the West River Modified Union Education District. You can get all the information about that from this booklet. There's a pile of them here. There's an annual meeting of the West River Modified Union Education District, which will be held on Tuesday, March 24th at Leland and Gray High School from 7 to 8 p.m., but you'll vote on the West River Modified Union Education District by Australian ballot on Wednesday, March 25th from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. at the Newbrook Fire Department. All right? Today, there is childcare, thanks both to our librarian, Erica Walsh, and Phoebe Connolly, a counselor at Leland and Gray, has got kids providing childcare at the Morphy Library as we speak. If you have kids you want to drop off there, please do. Food. You can't get through town meeting without nourishment, and the Newbrook PTO is providing us with that today to support their enrichment programs for the school. Please donate generously and eat heartily. At this time, I ask for all non-legal voters who are present to please stand and identify themselves. Jeanette White, you want to? You're a non-legal voter in the town of Newfane. Our Senator White is here, and we'll get to her in a minute. Kate, you want to? Louder? Okay, Kate Geary is a part-time resident. Anyone else? We have BCTV. Are you a voter in the town of Newfane? No? Anyone else? I just have to remind you that if you're not a voter in the town, if you're not a registered voter in the town of Newfane, you can't vote here. Simple as that. But we welcome you. We're glad you're here to watch our proceedings. Are there any first-time new voters in the town of Newfane present today? Please stand up. Not so fast. Tell us who you are.
My name is Emily Poole, and I'm here from Vernon.
Emily Poole from Vernon. From Newfane. Back in Newfane, right? Right, thank you.
My name is Carl Soulard. I moved here from Marlboro.
Okay, welcome. Resident now, right, great. And? Great. All right, I'm going to have to ask everybody else to please stop their other conversations so we can all welcome and hear who these new voters are. Welcome. Awesome. Great, thank you. This is wonderful. Inside, I'd like you to turn to your town report. Inside your front cover. Let's see. You will see that this year's report is dedicated to Larry Robinson. Larry, are you here? He's probably deliberately late. And if you turn to the vital statistics on page 139, you will see that for the second year in a row, we have 2 more births than deaths. Okay? So maybe the tide of depopulation in Vermont is turning, at least in Newfane. We are able to convene today and practice this democratic process because of the people who have come before us, and it is our responsibility. What we decide today will affect those who were just born. There are lots of ways to serve the town, in addition to coming to town meeting. And if you look at, pages, what page? There is a page, 1819, thank you. Juanetta Howling is our, just keeps us all going. This page, town officers. If your name is on this page, would you please stand? Page, would you please stand? Can we please give people who are serving in the town a round of The town works mostly on volunteer effort. And we have a few vacancies. You'll see my green highlights. The town is in need of a town agent, a deputy health officer, a second regional commission, Wyndham Regional Commission advocate, a town energy coordinator, an animal control officer. The Vermont Green Up vacancy has been filled by Gloria Cristelli. Thank you, Gloria. Anyone interested in serving in any of these capacities could show up could show up on Thursday at 6 o'clock at the town hall when the new select board convenes and organizes, and you can be appointed. And if you don't want to do it on Thursday, you could do it another day, but don't delay. Somebody else might get the job before you. Yeah. Yes?
Before I stop, here, there's an error with the listing of the planning commissioners.
Okay.
There are 2 openings. You meet on Thursday evening, the 2nd, and 4th, Thursday, at 6 o'clock. talk to the town office. We're looking at short-term rentals and property setbacks and everything. So if interested in the maybe you'll want to get involved.
So the Planning Commission is looking for 2 more members, and if you have questions, please see Lynn Forrest, who serves on that committee. All right. We have, it's a year since we last met, and I want to go over Robert's Rules of Office, but I also see that Senator White is here, and I know she has her own meeting to go to in Putney at 10 o'clock. So if there is no objection, I would like to allow Senator White to take the stand, as it were. That sounds very welcoming.
Just turn this around and
sure.
Fine. How are you? Good. So thanks for letting me join you this morning. And I am going to my own town meeting, but I'm also going to go, I believe, to Dummerston and Dover. So I'm zipping around today. So I'm Jeanette White. I live in Putney and I serve Windham County as one of your 2 senators. And I apologize if I got the timing wrong here. I thought we were supposed to be here first thing this morning, but I see Becca and Emily aren't here, so they'll be here later. Huh? I think it's on. Okay, does that work better? Oh, okay, so I won't repeat what I just said. So in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees, and I serve on Judiciary in the morning and then Government Operations in the afternoon. And Government Operations sounds really boring, but it is, I believe, the basis of our democracy. It deals with elections, all municipal issues, and the structure of state government itself. So we're doing some pretty exciting things. Town clerks will be very happy to hear that we're not messing around with elections this year at all. We're going to leave them exactly like they are. Thank you. So one of the things that we have done in government operations that we're hoping the House will take up when we get back is called a limited municipal self-governance pilot. And it would allow municipalities to have more power. I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that municipalities don't have a lot of power. We are what's called a Dillon state, so municipalities can only do what the state allows them to do, as opposed to other states where municipalities can do anything that isn't prohibited by the state. So we're trying to loosen that up a little bit and have a pilot project that would allow a number of towns to have limited self-governance. So we hope that you support that, and I'm not sure where Emily is on that, but I hope that you will support that. We are also dealing with, in government operations, one of the issues that I think is really important. Our EMS system in this state is dying. We have fewer volunteers. The way we credential people is insane. We're working with the Department of Health to try and ease that up a little bit. So we've been working really hard with Rescue down here and people at the state level to change that system. We are, in Judiciary, our focus has been on what we're calling justice reinvestment. And 10 years ago, we did Justice Reinvestment 1, and at that point, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison. That's a lot for our state. That we have had the highest percentage of people in prison than any other state. So we've been working, we worked on the first reiteration of it, and we now have 1,700, which is still high, but we changed that trajectory. We are working now on Justice Reinvestment 2, and our focus is on less crimes. Let's redefine what we mean by a crime, and let's have better options for people who do go afoul of the law instead of always just popping them in prison. So that's what we're doing, and I'm happy to take any questions from you later on, or call. My phone is my number's in the phone book, and it's also on the legislative website. I just want to say one thing about our budget. Budgets are always tight, and that's not any different this year. But I believe that we have the best chair of an appropriations committee that you could possibly have in Senator Kitchell, who is from St. Johnsbury. She really understands state government and human needs, and she used to be the secretary of the Agency of Human Services, and she really understands the budgeting process. And so while it is very, very difficult to make everybody happy, our appropriations committee tries really hard to balance things and make it the best possible place that we can for Vermonters. So with that, I'll say thank you, and I'll, do you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
Just speak really loud. Morning, Christina, you think? We talked about the budgeting, and I'm with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance, and we've gotten some trickle down that's really going to affect the water quality monitoring program. Something monies that are available for those programs have been really curtailed, and as a consequence, as people on the board who are stuck on, I don't know what's going on, and it's like $76,000 in the whole state, and Sedgwick uses at least $8,000 a year to do our monitoring, and that's with.
Is that a federal, is that the La Rosa money, is that federal? It's state. Okay, I don't know that funding. I'm not on appropriations, and I'm not on natural resources, but my guess is that they're taking some testimony on it in the Natural Resources Committee, and that they'll be making a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee. I can get back to you. If you send me an email then I'll have your email, and I can get back to you and let you know what's going on. Okay? Yeah. We do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I believe that Emily and Becca will be here later, or maybe not. We'll see. Because it's been a year since we've done Robert's Rules, I'm going to do a quick reminder. And for those who want their own cheat sheet, this horrible green one up there, this sort of I hurt green, has got your basic Robert Rules on it. Please help yourself. We have to follow Robert's Rules of Order because that's state law. We can change Robert's Rules, but we cannot change state law. Robert's Rules are parliamentary procedure designed for an assembly to conduct its business in a fair and orderly way so that everyone who wants to say something can be heard. And here are the basics. You must be recognized by the moderator to speak. Please stand up, speak up, state your name. Address your comments to the moderator. That would be me. There's a reason for this. It keeps things calmer. A motion must be made, seconded, and repeated by the moderator before the discussion of an article begins. The person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. When there are many people who want to be heard, the moderator will try to alternate among different points of view, all right, to allow the widest possible discussion of an article. An article can be amended, and the amendment can be amended. But all amendments, this is really important, all amendments must be germane to the article, to the original article. We will vote on an article either when no one else wants to speak, or when the body, that's you, has decided to call the question. A member of the assembly must be recognized to call the question. You can't just yell it out, all right? That doesn't work, and if we get to a point where someone decides to call the question, it has to pass by a 2/3 majority to end discussion. Because if we vote 2/3, if 2/3 of you decide to call the question, it means discussion on that article is over forever. And call the question needs to be seconded and voted on. So a point of order is not the same as a point of information. A point of order interrupts the proceedings on an issue of procedure. It's you telling me I have skipped something, done something wrong, okay? If I've made an error, a member of the assembly should call a point of order. Help me out, okay? And bring it to the body's attention to be remedied. As a moderator, I really welcome hive mind. It's great. A point of information is just that. It's a request for information, should be addressed to the moderator, and I'll then find out who can answer your question, all right? Colonel Roberts, he had so many rules, so many rules. Not knowing them shouldn't be a barrier to your participation. You pay me the big bucks to keep order here, and I can help you out, okay? I'm still looking for someone to be a parliamentarian. If you are someone who is just dying to learn this procedure, or you already know it, let me know. I would love to have a parliamentarian. I was a parliamentarian for 3 years before I took this on. It was incredibly helpful. And I again thank you, the town, for sending me to Montpelier for the town meeting tune-up. I also know that for some of you, speaking in public is really uncomfortable. I don't want that to be a barrier. So what I suggest is you just concentrate on me and just talk to me, and everybody else will hear you, especially if you're at the mic. All right? Finally, I ask you to really listen to each other, all right? Instead of thinking about what you're going to say, really listen to what is being said first. We're living at a time of really rancorous and uncivil discourse. But we're Vermonters with a long history of bucking national trends, all right? From being the first state to prohibit slavery in our state's constitution, the first state to declare war on Germany in September of 1941, and the first state to legally recognize same-sex marriage. Unions, I'm sorry. We didn't do marriage first. So in the New York Times, Nicholas Kristof has written, I quote, "It should be possible both to believe deeply in the rightness of one's own cause and to hear out the other side. Civility is not a sign of weakness, but of civilization." So we have a long tradition of civilized debate. At town meeting, we know how to be passionate in our beliefs and polite in their expression. Do you all have pencils to make a correction to your book? There are some corrections on page 4 and 5. On page 4, in the top right cell, property taxes, proposed budget fiscal year 2021, the correct number should be $1,605,900.73. Again, that number is 1,605,659.73. That, of course, changes the bottom number on that line, which should also read total town and highway. And that number should be $1,913,306.73. 0.73. Again, that number in the bottom right cell on page 4 should be 1913306.73. Page 5, the bottom number on the right under total revenue should read $2,318,855.73. Again, this is page 5, the bottom number on the right-hand column, 2,318,855.73. Okay, you've all got that. So let's get started. We are on Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each year thereafter until it is paid. Do I hear a motion?
I move to amend Article 3 by...
Just, no, you've got to, we have to move Article 3 as written. Just... as I just read it, it has to be, so the articles have to be put into motion on the floor as written before they can be amended. Is that what you want to do? You could say, I move Article 3. And then I need a second. And that would be, so Melissa Brown has moved it and Myra Fassler has seconded. So this is part of the routine. I now have to repeat it before it goes into motion. Okay? So Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis, due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. The motion is now open for discussion, and the person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. So Melissa, would you like to speak? Yeah, you should tell everybody who you are and use the microphone.
I am Melissa Brown, treasurer, and I move to amend the article, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor to change Article 3.
Yep, by deleting the second paragraph. So the entire article would be read as, shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on the quarterly basis due on 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at a maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Is there a second? I second. Winnette Pauling has seconded the amendment. So this is the amendment, and this is what we're going to discuss now. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? Is there discussion? And as the maker of the motion, you can discuss, you can make the first.
Okay. So I've noticed in the first 6 months already with lowering the interest to 0.5% and 0.75% that there's been an increase of 150 to 200 invoices per month that are going out due to more late payments coming in. This is also going to affect the revenue that comes in towards the end of the year by about $12,000 to $13,000 less than what we would currently earn. There's also a listserv that Carol Hesselback and I belong to for just treasurers and clerks. And there was one of these questions that was brought up about other towns and lowering their interest rates. And they did state that by lowering them, they did end up getting into trouble and having to take out bonds and loans to pay for things because there was no incentive to people to pay on time by keeping lowering it or everything for interest.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Neil Dolson, question. Has the current set of interest rates that we now have in effect led to a deficit in our town budget?
So the question is, has the current rate of interest rates led to a deficit in our budget? And the answer is no. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Although you say it hasn't led to a deficit, has it led to a decrease in revenues?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Do you want to stand up and explain?
It's going to overall, within the end of the year, be about $12,000 to $13,000 increase, and it could potentially keep getting higher and higher as time goes on. It's going to be a decrease in revenue, which is going to increase the expenses on the other end because it's going to take down the taxpayers. Yeah, potentially, if they are late this current year, it's going to roll over into next year.
So the question was, from Tom Bedell, will it affect delinquent taxes? And our treasurer will answer that.
It will eventually affect them because the later they are in the current year, it's just going to push them further back online, so it's going to the following year. And I think further behind anyone gets, it's harder to get back out of them. So it's better to keep them up than the current.
Yes.
Is there any data about who is delinquent on their taxes or not paying currently? For example, are they full-time residents versus second homeowners?
So
I don't have like a breakdown, but there is a lot on the list that are criminally delinquent. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Can you use it?
Constantly coming at us. That's the heat. The heat now.
I don't have a breakdown on who's residential and non-residential. It is a mixed bag of both, but there is a huge number of Cannoli Village campground owners that are on that list as well. Yes, the campers.
Did everybody hear that? Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
Dan DeWalt, South New Philly. At 0.5% per month, that's 6% per year. At 1% a month, that's 12% per year. So that's still significantly more than like if you go to a bank and you borrow money, aren't you paying? It seems like this is a comparable rate. And it seems like we're looking at this as, we're looking at our town as a money collector. You know, these property taxes get paid eventually. And if people are late, they pay a fee. And no one, if you look on the rules, even when we've never had a thing where somebody eventually didn't pay their taxes. And when they do, they eventually pay the fees. So we're making better interest rate on both of these things than you can get in any savings account or any money market for that matter. So I don't understand why we have to be so, we are not a business, we are a town. And I think that when people have trouble paying their bills, I can't speak to obviously all these people, each one individually. But it seems like last year the town thought, yeah, this is a hardship on people, let's try to be humane. I'm a little bummed out that all of a sudden this year we're back, oh my God, it's cost us a little bit of money. It's the money. The money should not be the most important thing in our lives as a town. And I think we should care about our citizens, and I think that this is okay the way it is, and it's an okay amount of interest to make, and I don't think we need to ask for more.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Point of information, Lynn Forrest. On page 32, you will find the list of delinquent tax reports. If any property parcel number that starts with 00147, that's Cannoli Campground. And that sounds like a small amount, but it adds up if it's every month or it's last month.
Gloria?
Gloria Costelli, I believe that there have been people who have simply not paid their taxes, so I think that's inaccurate statement that they made. There are people that go into tax sales, and then the town ends up buying the property, and we're stuck with that, and we never collect those taxes.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 3? Yes.
Ingrid Longo, the thing. I'm just curious, you mentioned that it will become incrementally larger as more and more people default. Do we have any figures for how many default or change there's been from, say, previous years for August and October and January in terms of collections? I'm not sure what you're... Are there more people who are in default than there were last year,
At this point, yes, there is more behind, which could potentially put them into tax sale if it keeps going.
That I understand. I just wondered if there was a significant change in the quarters that we've had since this change was voted in.
Yes.
Again, on its face, I'm opposed to the amendment. It's my sense that people pay their taxes more with respect to their ability and their willingness to pay, and not in response to the interest rate.
Are there any other? Second time out. This is.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, there's a correlation, but we don't know if it's causation or correlation. So this is often the case, and it might very well be cause. I think even if it's causation, we should just like live with it for another year and see if it shakes out. It could also be correlation. So the fact that we have more people this year could be because of this, or it could be we don't really know why that is. And I would just like to put that out there.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready to vote? Hearing no objection, we will vote on the amendment. So you understand, we're not voting on Article 3, we're voting on the amendment to Article 3, which reads, so first of all, a yes means you're in favor of the amendment and changing the legal rate of the interest charge from 0.5% to 1%, and for the current amount due, and 1.5% for every month thereafter. So that's a yes vote, you're in favor of raising it. A no vote means you're not. And then once we have the outcome of that, we'll move on. This is what we're voting on. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Whoa. I am going to call for a show of hands, and I need the Board of Civil Authority. So it would be easier if they stand, and will you divide that? Can we do a division of the House? Okay. So all those in favor, please indicate of Article 3 as amended. The amendment to Article 3, please indicate so by standing until you are counted. All those opposed, please indicate so by saying no. this is by simple majority. There were 20 in favor of the amendment, 45 opposed to the amendment. The amendment fails. So we go back to Article 3 as written. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
Michael Granger, could I ask if the delinquent tax collector can tell us if there's a policy for, in effect, putting the property on the market for the back taxes, if we all agree, or a lot of us agree, that we're not doing them any favors by letting them slide. Some towns have an automatic every year, put up the ones that don't pay, and you're in effect forcing people to figure out how to pay less of a rate by going to a bank or a relative or whatever if they're in trouble. And I'm not sure the policy of the delinquent tax system.
Well, the delinquent tax collector, or the collector of delinquent taxes, is actually here. Would you like to speak to that?
There is no policy. I usually work with everybody, try and get them on a payment plan. I do allow them, if they're making past due payments, to also make current payments to avoid penalties coming up around the current year. So as long as they're working with me and they're staying in contact, then I try not to put them past them. That's definitely not the goal.
So, did everybody hear that? Okay, can you do it at the mic?
So if somebody is behind and they're willing to work with me and make payments, I will let them make payments on the past due balance and also on the current balances to avoid future penalties and interest also for the current year. As long as they're willing to work with me, then I don't throw them into tax sale. It's the ones that are kind of repeat offenders that usually go into tax sale every year. They won't call you, they won't pay for some reason until you put them into tax sale.
And I just want to make a clarification here that the Article 3 is about late payments and not about delinquent taxes. They are, is that correct? Yeah. That delinquent taxes is another species of animal. Is there any more discussion on Article 3 as written? And are you ready for a vote? All right. So a vote yes is in favor of Article 3 as written, and a vote no opposes it. I do legally have to read it again. Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. All those in favor of Article 3, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3 passes. Before we move on to Article 3 and Article 4, and if there is no objection, our representative Emily Long is here, and she is a Newfane resident, so doesn't need permission to speak, but we need her. We need the Assembly's indulgence to allow her to step in now. So, hearing no objections.
I'll try first. If you can't hear me, let me know. But I have a habit of speaking up, so you probably will be able to hear me. Thank you, first of all. It's really nice to be home. This is home. And I do have to get a different kind of permission in my other town meetings to speak. So thank you for allowing me to stop in this morning. I'm heading off to two other town meetings, the towns I represent, Townsend and Marlborough. It's been amazingly busy, especially in the last few weeks. In fact, so busy that you usually see me walk in with a stack of my town meeting reports. I have not finished my town meeting report this year because I haven't had time to finish it, so I'll post it on Front Porch Forum when it's done. to give you sort of a summary of the work we've been doing. But very quickly, I'll just touch base, especially on the last 2 weeks of legislation that we have passed. Last week, the week before this past one, 2 weeks ago, we passed a Global Warming Solutions Act in the House. That is for Vermont to be able to hold our state accountable for climate change that's happening clearly everywhere. And this legislation is holding us to the goals of the Paris Accord, putting a little meat into them. So that passed very strongly in the House. We expect it to pass in the Senate as well. It was 105 votes in favor in the House, which is really a really good thing. People are very serious about this issue, and we continue to try to find a path forward if we need to. And this is not going to be enough, but this is a great start. Encouraged that the Senate will take it up. Senate has some of their own. I don't know if anybody came here this morning from the Senate. They're working on some legislation as well, but we're hoping that they're going to take it up. The Senate actually sent us a tax and regulate bill for cannabis. We just passed that this past week. I think that we are headed in the right direction on this. I don't think it'll be just total. The changes we made to the bill are probably not going to be fully accepted by the Senate, so I think it'll go to a committee of conference, working out the details, trying to make sure. One of the challenges was we had changed their bill to take out the local options tax for towns to be able to charge a local options tax if they want a retail market in their town. And we removed that in the House. There was a lot of back and forth about that. Instead of that, we put in a licensing fee. There are 5 licenses that you can get. I can't remember all of them, but one of them is retail. There's, the folks who are growing. There's testing. There's different licenses. So towns are eligible right now to be able to charge a fee that will be decided. The dollar amount will be decided later, but the fee for each of those licenses each year, people are able to hold one license of each category. So if you want to open a retail market, you only need the retail. If you want to grow and retail, you need 2 licenses, but no one's allowed to hold more than 1 license. That's our way of trying to keep up corporate takeover, which has happened in other states. I think it will work, I'm hoping. I think we'll see a change in that one a little bit. I think, the Senate's going to want to see the local options tax go back. We'll see how it works out, pans out. But anyway, there's that one. We overrode a veto this past on Tuesday. A pretty significant ability for us to be able to do that. For the last time it happened was in 2009, and this is only the 11th veto override that has happened in the state of Vermont. This one was on minimum wage. It was a very important piece of legislation for us in the House, and we passed that with 100 votes, which is what we needed to do. It wasn't easy. It was a lot of work to get there. Folks had to feel comfortable. But this is not what I talked about last year. Last year, the legislation was moving to $15 minimum wage. This year, it was a 2-year bump up. So in 2 years, starting in 2022, the minimum wage will increase to $12.55. And so this is a big help for Vermonters who are really in need of a bump. And so we're feeling pretty confident that this will be noticed by our fellow Vermonters and will reflect back in our communities as well. So we're really pretty happy about that, and it's significant happening in the State House. We also passed something that's pretty significant for a lot of you more than others. Act 250 reform. We passed that in the Senate has told us they will take up the bill. They don't have a huge amount of time to do a lot to it, so we'll see whether they pull out pieces or whether they'll really dig down into it and say it's something that they really want to make some changes and send back to us. We'll see how that happens, but I think it's the right thing to do. This legislation was based on a long process of community input through a commission that we had set up a year before. So there were meetings held all around the state. Many folks in the state gave us feedback. The general feedback was we want to ease the challenge of development in our downtowns. So this legislation does exempt downtowns from Act 250. We added an amendment for village centers as well. We want to encourage growth in our downtowns. We also feel very strongly that protecting our environment, protecting Vermont's culture and who we are as a state, why Act 250 was put in place in the first 50 years ago in the first place, that's still really important to us. So I think it's a pretty good balance is how we feel about it. We'll see. Again, I don't expect it to slide through without changes. I think it will happen, whether we see a lot of changes this year or not, or whether we even see it pass in the Senate this year or not, it still remains. It was a big lift for us. So anyway, those are the basics of what we've been pulling off. There's a lot of other legislation. If anyone has any questions, before I don't know whether you want questions or not, but I want to say one thing. I look at Erica in the back as well from the More Free Library. The More Free Library has been wonderful, allowing me to sit in there for an hour and a half on the third Saturday from 11 to 12:30 every month. Please come see me. The feedback I get at those times and those constituent hours, we call them, or office hours or whatever, is really, really important. I do this in Newfane, I do this in Marlborough. I'm headed to Townsend to make a plea for someone to allow me a space. Some legislators actually just go sit at a store or a market, but you really have to have permission to do that kind of thing. So I often wait, and Erica was wonderful to allow me that time on a Saturday. It's really great. More Free Life is a wonderful place for that. So please come see me, third Saturday, 11 to 12:30, every month of the year. So thank you. Which makes it really challenging for me to be able to dig deep into legislation unless I'm counting. When I'm counting and, going around the town, the people think counting, being the whip and counting votes is about arm twisting. And I promise you it is not about arm twisting. It is about informing. It's about making sure every one of our folks in the House understand the legislation that's coming forward. But I can actually tell you, I don't get to be in committee as often. I'm in General Housing and Military Affairs Committee now, and I love policy work. I love being in the committee, but I do get in there as often as possible, but it's a really busy time up there. I had legislator after legislator tell me this is the most challenging year they've ever had. People have been here forever. We're just incredibly busy. And just, if I could just say one more thing before there's other questions. The coronavirus. Not that everybody doesn't know about it, but we had outreach from the governor's office this week saying, please make sure if you feel the opportunity at town meeting to speak about it, there is a task force in place. Let us know, let the administration know, health department, if you have any questions or comments. I know you're inundated with information about it right now, but if we are trying to be, very mindful and prepared. It changes every single day, but it is part of our job. So let me know if there's any questions or comments about it. Thank you.
Gerald Julian, C6, South Mountain. And with the upcoming school budget vote, I know I've been at school board meetings when it's all come out about the complications with the pupil spending and the weighting system. And I don't know how much people are really aware of how much this has impacted the past. What's the plan for current and future? Because it really has affected our school budgets and our voting, because not is it only the basis, this weighting, it's the foundation of how we fund our education, but it's also how we are penalized for funding our education. So what can you help us have more confidence in this for the future?
You're absolutely right, Cheryl. Thank you. And Cheryl knows, because I'm still on the school board as well in West River District, and this is a huge issue for us, obviously. I will tell you, it's not as simple. Just quickly, what happened when we passed our special education law, Act 173, a year ago, included in that law was a study, and the study was to look at the weighting, the weighting system in our education funding system. Now, weighting means that, I'll just give you the examples, it makes it easier to follow. Weighting is when an elementary student is counted as a number one. If that elementary student needs, it doesn't have English as their first language, they need support to learn English as well, they get counted as a 1.25. So there's different weighting levels. High school students require different kinds of education. They have to have driver ed, we provide advanced placement classes, lots of other things, lots of different classes for high school students. We weigh them at 1.13. Those of you who watched me sitting on the school board for many years know that when our, back in, I can't remember the year, 2009 or something, the state came in, I was on the school board then, and they came in and they said, at that time, high school students were counted as 1.25. And they came to us and said, we're changing the weighting, and it's going to be 1.13. And at the time, I said, wait. That makes sense. Show me why. Tell me why. And I could never get any straight answers about why it went from 1.25 to 1.13. This study that took place, it was done by UVM, and I think Rutgers might have looking at it. Anyway, this study said they could find no evidence, empirical evidence of the weightings that were set in place back over the years. They first started 30 years ago. So it was really important that we did this study. What this study shows is that our weighting system isn't accurate, isn't necessarily appropriate, and they did recommend that we do something about it. Pretty strongly, and the Agency of Education has come out pretty strongly saying, we think that something needs to be done. The question is what? Because it's not as simple as just applying new weighting and not looking at all the other factors, because frankly, our education funding system has been in place for almost 25 years now, and it's a really, 22 years, it's a really long time for education funding system to be in place without major changes to it. So we're trying to look at it from a broader perspective than just what you see in the study, which the study, by the way, recommends. But where it is right now, to answer your question, Gerald, the Senate has started the first steps in taking it. In fact, if anybody happens to be in Montclair on the 11th, they're holding a public hearing in the afternoon, I think it's 4 to 6, to take in feedback from folks across the state. It does appear that those towns who have high levels of poverty have really been disadvantaged over the years. And that often is our small rural communities. So we really do need to take some steps. I'm encouraging it to happen. It's hard when both the House and the Senate take their own paths, so we've sort of allowed the Senate to take the first steps in this, and they've been taking, we actually in the House and the Ed Committee have taken some testimony on it, but we've allowed the Senate to take the first lead. So we'll see where it goes. I think it's really important, and the sooner the better, frankly, from my perspective. We need to do something about this. It's just not okay. One last thing about the weighting. It's not dollars. It's not dollars that the state sends to you. It alters your tax rate. So what it does is if you have many students who are weighted, you have a lower tax rate, which gives you more ability So without, there's no requirement with waiting for us to actually put spending in those areas. We could actually just say, oh, we'll just lower our tax rate. But that's really not what the waiting is intended to do. So that's another piece that we need to look at. Is there some form of accountability that we can include in it? So anyway, that's where it is.
So on a related topic, the way that we fund our schools through the property tax has been seen as not working for a long time. Act 40, the way we fund our school system right now with our property taxes is widely acknowledged, even in the legislature, is not working. Yet, Tim Ash, Mitzi Johnson, they all say, yeah, that's a big problem, it's really big, it's really hard, and they seem, maybe they're not relaxed. You say we should figure this out soon. They seem very calm. Tim Ash said, not in this election, probably not the next one, maybe a couple of legislation sessions down the road. So I'm just wondering, could you explain to us why the legislature, at least in the headlines and in their public relations, don't seem to understand? We have a school in Jamaica, which is about the tank, thanks to Act 46 and this way the funding works and the way that things have changed. We have towns who are at risk of losing their schools, and yet we have a legislature which doesn't seem to quite grasp that as an important thing. And could you just explain sort of why it has taken the legislature so long to really take this thing by the horns and try to figure out a funding mechanism that works?
So I'll just say, Dan, there's a lot of people who actually think our education funding system is, I don't want to call it effective, but it is a supported education funding system. We haven't made changes to it because it is one of the more equitable funding systems in the country. That's why it's so complicated. There's a lot of factors involved in it. But I'm going to acknowledge everything you said, except I haven't heard the same thing you have heard from. I never knew Tim Asher saying very laid back about it. I haven't heard that. I hear a lot of conversation in the House and from senators as well, saying that this is a really important issue. We need to take it up. But I do think that because of everything you said, Dan, about the fact is that we really need to take a dive and look at our ed funding system and make sure it is the best it can be. Making subtle changes that are offered in this study, and feel free to look at it. It's a study that's posted on the website. It's up 130 pages or so, but read the summary, and it's a really interesting study. I think we would be doing ourselves in Vermont a disservice if we didn't look a little more broadly. Still doesn't mean that we can't take it, rapidly. And I think the turning point for anything that you're suggesting may happen at that hearing it's next Wednesday, I believe, 11th. I think it's the 11th. They're having feedback from communities and hearing from you. Send emails, send them to me, send them to the ed committees, send them to finance and ways and means in the Senate and the House, so that folks know that this is an important issue for you, and you want to make sure that we're acting. I don't know how fast we'll act, but I feel the urgency as well as what you're describing. I feel the urgency because it's been a long time, and we really do need to make sure our system is working for us. So I'm there. We'll see what we can do. I'm in.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Just about now, you might be hungry, and the Newbrook Elementary School has food for you. There's also reading material here from all sorts of organizations, from the library to the school, and including a broadband survey and information about that. So make sure you come and help yourself to that. And we are now on Article 4. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subsection 4791? Do I hear a motion? Lynn Forrest moves, and is there a second? Tom Bedell seconds. So, Article 4, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791. Lynn, as the maker of the motion, would you like to start the discussion?
I have
That's fine. Then don't say anything. Is there anyone who wants to say anything? Sounds, Ken, did you want to say something?
I'm not getting selected.
All right. Hearing no discussion, unless I hear otherwise, if there's no objection, we're ready for vote. Okay, an aye vote means you are authorizing the treasurer to collect taxes according to the state law, and if you say no, you're against that. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791? All those in favor of Article 4, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 4 passes. Article 5. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who's that? Ken McFadden moved it. Is there a second? Myra Fassler has seconded it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there any discussion? Ken, do you want to speak? No?
No.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Ready for the vote? And I vote is in favor of authorizing the select board to sell property acquired through tax sale, and a no opposes it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? All those in favor of Article 5, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 5 passes. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647,000 by non-tax revenues. Is there a motion? Tom Bedell moves it. Is there a second? Meg Spicer seconds it. I will say it once more. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $1,216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues? Is there any discussion? Who made the motion? You. Okay, please.
Tom Bedell, Williamsville. I have a question about the special appropriations. And if there was a change in the budget, would this be the time to address that, or would that be new business, or?
This is special appropriations. Can you tell me what page that's on?
Well, the budgetary it's on page 9, and then in the back are all the.
Right. Okay, so we're on page, you're looking at the section on page 9, so everybody can be here. It's the second thing. This would be an appropriate time to talk about it. It is in the budget, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have no problem with any of these special appropriations. In the back are all the requests, and people are making a lot of monetary requests. But I noticed that the More Free Library requested $964 for fiscal year 220, and they only got where is it now? I lost it. $750 in the budget, and I just wondered why they were coming up short. It seems to me they're worth $964.
Is this discussion, or do you want to propose an amendment? Or you just want
First it's a
information?
question, I suppose.
First is a question. All right.
That is.
Is there anyone who can answer the question about the appropriation for the Moore Free Library? Maybe someone on the select board?
I'm not sure that I understood your question.
Well, here, once again, if we go to page
Moore Free Library.
112, the Moore Free Library asks that you place its request for $964 for fiscal year 2020 on the warning for March 20. Well, obviously, it's not on the warning per se, but in the budget on page 9 under special appropriations, Moore Free Library is budgeted for $750. So most of these other requests have been granted more or less in full, and I suppose I would then ask to make an amendment to give Moore Free Library the full $964 donation that they requested.
I need that as an actual number, which would be $214.
All right. Yes, okay, that would be my amendment, would be that we increase the budget $214 to add that to the Moore Free Library special appropriation.
So there is now, who seconded? Chris Campany seconded it. So we now have an amendment, and I have to do a little arithmetic here. We have to add, did you do it for me? Thank you. So this one. So we have an amendment to increase the budget in Article 6 by $214. It would change the operating expenses, the amount to be raised by taxes, let me just get this right, to $1,216,478.73. So to make this easier on all of us, I'm going to make the amendment, with your permission, the maker of the amendment, that we increase the amount, that the amendment reads to increase the amount of money to be raised by taxes in Article 6 by $214 for the benefit of Moore Free Library. Yes?
I have a question for what you just said. There's no article regarding the taxes to be waived. The article are by...
You just need to get close. You need to get really close to it. You can lift it out.
Okay. The article which are presented are by category of expenses. The general expenses, the capital, and the additional fund. But there is no article requesting to approve the amount to be raised.
So I have to change how I word that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Norbert. Let me get this right. Amendment to Article 6 is proposed to authorize the expenditure. You're going to do it. Okay, thank you. I'm getting fed numbers here. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73. This is the amendment. I need a motion and a second. You've made it. You've made the motion. A second? Myra Fassler seconds it. So the amendment is to authorize the general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,125.73, specifically to add $214 to the Moore Free Library appropriation. Is there any discussion? Yes.
This question, it was my understanding that when we amend the general budget, we can amend the amount but actually can't specify where that amount goes to. Is that true or is that not true? I mean,
That's very true for schools, but not for municipalities. Is there any other discussion? Are you ready to vote on the amendment? Yes. I'll see if I can repeat it. Okay, an I amendment is in favor of increasing the amount we're authorizing the select board to spend by $214. Shall the voters, and you're hearing me? Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, $214 of which should be added to the Moore Free Library appropriation. All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. All right, so now we're back to the new Article 6, which now reads, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, of which $1,216,478.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Margaret Winberger, South Newfane. I have a question about Groundworks Collaborative. Can anyone address why the amount went from $1,000 to $1,200 for 2021?
Is there anyone able to explain why the allocation for groundwork collaboratives went from $1,000 to $500? Someone on the select board, or remind me of the page. That's the budget we are. That's the budget we're working on. 2021. We're in 2020. Who's willing to speak? Is there? Okay, Winetta. Winetta Powling is the administrative assistant.
Thank you. I did a comparison of 9 different towns when I did the appropriations, and we were the 3rd highest in appropriations. So when we got the appropriation requests, we compared them and decided to cut some appropriations based on what their requests were and how they affected the town's services. And Groundworks Collaborative was not high on benefiting the residents of Newfane, as well as a few of the other special appropriations.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Now you want to talk?
Speak to it?
Yes. Thank you, Winetta.
I think having become more and more familiar with the addiction crisis in our community, as well as housing, these are things that the Groundworks Collaborative does an excellent job of addressing. And I think we could look at how many residents of Newfane actually use those services, or we could look at the fabric of our entire community, which is suffering greatly, and put some bucks into Groundworks.
Thank you. Yes.
Brenda Siegel, Newfane. I would like to say that probably there's more residents that use Groundworks than we are aware of and that can be calculated in terms of using the food shelf and other items. And in addition to that, Groundworks is consistently struggling to make ends meet and be able to meet all of the needs with people experiencing substance use disorder, people experiencing homelessness, and people experiencing food insecurity. So I would request that we bring that back up to $1,000. And I guess I would make a motion that we bring that
Is there a second? I second. Lori Merrigan seconded it. So there is a motion. This is an amendment to our amended Article 6 to increase the current amount by 500, which, give me a minute, I'll do the math, or I can return this to my... Yes. Yeah.
Fiona Chevalier from Louisville. Before we do that, I also noticed that the Early Education Services requested $1,900 and we gave them $950. And in addition to Groundworks Collaborative, Early Education Services, I know why I'm saying this now is because I'm going to ask for us to raise the amount of Early Education Services, and I think it'd be helpful to make these two amendments into one amendment so we don't have to keep making each math.
You have to consult with the maker of the original amendment to see if that is okay with her.
Brenda, would you like to include giving Early Education Services the money that they requested as well? We're going to do it separately.
All right. So the motion, the amendment currently is to add $500 So the current amendment, can you hear me? The current amendment is, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, 500 of which is to go to Groundwork Collaboratives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the amendment. Is there any discussion?
Well, it's 500 additional.
Yes. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Well, I mean, this is just...
Please stand, state your name, and speak up.
Thanks, Spicer from South Newfane. I'm just wondering why, like, there's a lot of organizations that aren't getting what they asked for. And we went from, in 2019, 44,199 to, for this current one we're looking at, 30,211. So like there's if you go down the line, there's a lot of cuts, and I'm just wondering, is that because comparing it to other towns or not? I mean, and I don't want to take away from those because those are important. I just see that holy cats, there's a lot of, and that's a big budget difference, a big cut of, $14,000.
Yes. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the amendment, or which could include discussion of special appropriations? Yes, Dan?
If it includes discussions of appropriations, I'd like to point out the AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, Early Education Services, Towns and Community Food Shelf, Groundworks Collaborative, Leland and Gray Education Foundation, Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, SEPCA, Vermont Adult Learning, BCTV, and Gerda's Equine Rescue have all been... Youth Services have all been drastically reduced or eliminated. I'm the head of Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, and we were negligent. We had a change in staff, and we missed sending our report. So I would like our funding to be restored, but we didn't send in a report, which we should have done. However, I think this is an indication. Every one of these things which have been cut have been something which is, for the most part, for the people who are the neediest among us. And I find it actually an outrage. I find it a disgrace. As a town, we have always actually thought about who we gave money to, and we've been very I don't think we've been especially generous, but we've cared enough to care about our neighbors and to give money to organizations that are doing good work. What I see here, BCTV is here today. BCTV does every one of these meetings.
Okay.
You don't want to give
So, okay, just a minute. I have to stop you because this is actually not about the amendment on the floor.
You said
And I think it's fair now to let people answer some of the issues that you have raised. Okay? Thank you. So, there's a point of information here. So, we've got it.
Pete Van Loan.
Use the mic.
Never had to before, but I guess it's my cold.
We're getting older.
For the lucky among you who don't know me, Pete Van Loan, Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes.
Mic's not on. You gotta hold it closer, Pete.
Now? I'll go back.
Up higher.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes. Pete Van Loan. Point of information on BCTV. If you look closely, BCTV has been moved from an appropriation to a contract. They're still there. They're not gone. It's BCTV. Generally speaking, the changes in the budget, many of them certainly goaded, if you will, or pushed by the desire stated by many people to get the budget down. The appropriations were all discussed at a budget meeting. We, I'm sorry to say, did not have any member of the public at any of our public budget meetings. I think that next year it will be incumbent on individuals with interests to get to those budget meetings and speak up. The changes in the appropriations were brought up by members of the board. I can't speak to any of them because I had none of them in my personal bailiwick or interest. I'd certainly be willing to answer any other questions that people might have at this point.
So, does any other member of the board want to cover it? Did you hear what Pete said? All right. So, we're going back to discussing, this could be turn into a very long meeting, and we're going to just stay very methodical and talk about the current amendment, which is to increase the amount of that we're authorizing the general fund expenditures by $500 for the benefit of groundwork collaboratives. Yes?
Bratt, we are working right now on amending the amendment. In light of the fact that services that are very important to not only our community members, but the broader community have been cut, we're working on looking at both a comparison between what was requested and what was funded last year, and to see what that amendment of the amendment might be. So I don't know if we want to continue discussion while we're doing that, but I just want to let people know that that's going on back there.
Well, there's a hand up, so let's hear what Patty has to say.
Patty Johnson, New St. Vermont. Continuing this discussion, reading in the back, a lot of these don't have a numerical figure, and they're not written pertaining exactly to things. So it's very hard as a voter and resident of New St. to read through this. In general, I would love to give all of them money for all in an opioid crisis, for all in women's crisis, all of that early education. But it's very difficult to sit here and read through and have no dollar, whereas the more free library is very specific in the number of researchers and customers. So I think going forward, maybe the select...
You got to speak up louder.
Maybe next year, the select board or whoever requests that the discussion is written particularly before this town meeting. It's not just a general, please give us
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark. I'm from Williamsville. I also work for Early Education Services, and I actually wrote the report. That's in here. and I know when I did the report, I tried to include there was actually a number missing in our report. In the back, if you look under Early Education Services, in the report, there's one that basically is blank under our Early Head Start classrooms and Head Start classrooms. And it says generically on page 103, new paid children utilize this program in the 2019 fiscal year, and that should be 5 new paid children. But it is hard to reflect. I know when we were given this, when we were told to write these reports.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to use the microphone. I can't even hear you. So, and can you start over so that we can all hear you?
Sure. Sandy Stark, Williamsville. Like I said, I actually work for Early Education Services, and I wrote the report that is in this town report for EES. And I just wanted to comment that there is a number missing. I sent it in, but for some reason it wasn't included in this document. And so under Early Education Services, there's a spot where it says Newfane Children. I can't remember the page number now, I lost it. 103. There basically it has no number before that, and it should be a 5. But I know when we're asked as an agency to write this report, we are told specifically to try to include the number of Newfane families that are utilizing our services. Not all of our services, however, we don't keep track of all the residents of Newfane that participate in all of our services. So that's not, all of that is not reflected in this. But for those that we do look at residency of the participants, that we do include that. So I just wanted to make clarification around that.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Tim Shea from Williamsville. Earlier it was asked essentially how could the budget makers propose such a broad cut of social services. And personally, I mean, I'm strongly in favor of the social services allocations we make every year. I would love to see more restored, but in sympathy to the budget makers, number one, they told us they were making these decisions with very little input, often little from the organizations that were requesting it, and even less, like zero, from the public at large, and they invited it. Also, you need to look at the whole budget. If you add up all proposals this year, and we've already passed the biggest hunk of it, they add up to a 10% increase in our taxes for the next fiscal year. So with that in mind, I was not there, like the rest of us delinquents, I was not there, but I can imagine them looking to make some cuts where they might. So at least that would come a little smidge under 10% instead of over. So I'm not trying to tell you don't add social services expenditures back in. If you believe passionately, I'll probably support you in that. But just the grand view is that our town taxes of this allocation are going up about 10% this year. And that's a reality. And we speak to people who are taxpayers and see their bills going up. And so there are many dimensions besides just an urge to generosity, which we also experience. Thank you.
I just wanted a clarification. Is that 10% increase in taxes as the budget was written, or 10% after the addition, if we added in? Excuse me.
Well, as I recall from the informational meeting the other day, I think the original budget was like 9.6 or 7, some such. And, you know, we're adding smidgy increments to that. I don't think we'll push it all the way, but just in general arm-waving terms, we're talking 9.5 to 10%.
I just wanted that to be
with
clear.
variables, we don't know exactly what the grand list is going to be, and you know, it all sugars out. But in arm-waving terms, we're looking at 9 to 10%. Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Eric Walsh, New Name
late taxes was around $14,000, $15,000, is pretty much equivalent to the decrease in the social service funding. So that's a balancing point, and if the late tax rate was increased to the 1% or 1.75%, which can't be now, it's passed and done, but that's about the same amount in the budget, kind of echoing what Tim has said as a taxpayer to, look at the grand scheme of what everybody's paying.
Any other discussion? Yes.
I agree with what Tim just said. If you take page 13 of the report, you will see that the tax rate increased by 9.7%. It was 0.5943 last year, and it's now estimated to be 0.652. It's a 10% roughly increase in tax rate. I was wondering, why is the select board proposing that? At the same time, we have a very strong cash position. We have more cash than liabilities. So why don't we use some of the reserve to make the increase in taxes more reasonable for the population?
I think that actually comes up in the next article.
It might be. I waited for the next article, but Tim started the subject, so.
Okay, all right. Did you expect an answer now, or can we continue with the amendment to Article 6?
Well, the basic increase in the budget is in the general budget. It's increased by 6.4%, so that can be discussed now. But the underlying question is the financing of the increase. How do we finance? Through taxes, through borrowings, or through reserves?
Gloria Cristelli has her hand up.
Gloria Cristelli, New Fame. I used to be on the select board, and I appreciate your concern as a select board that none of us for our organizations come and speak at that meeting. But I also realized when I was on the select board that we never knew when we were going to be discussing, like the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. Therefore, for me to go to every single budget meeting, there's not many of us who are going to put that kind of time into. If I knew specifically when, I'd have the president of several come and speak to it. Or, since she's not here in Vermont at that time, somebody else. So I understand, and I knew the frustration as a select board member. We don't have anybody here, but we've got to be realistic.
You want to speak? Hold it closer.
A couple of points. Agreed. But I think a call to the administrative assistant can give you an idea of when a particular area of the budget may be. And the budget meetings are open meetings. Someone can come in at any time and speak to any aspect of the budget. And the other thing that I would just like to bring up that I just remembered is that there are some blanks in this area because there was no request from the organization.
All right, are you ready to make your amendment to the amendment?
Well, we're not ready yet, but I do want to just speak to a couple of things that were said. I understand and respect the idea that people didn't show up at the budget meetings. I also want to say that the people that utilize these services are often people who can't show up at these budget meetings, and so we don't get to hear from them in the same way that we would hear from the rest of us that are able to come to town meeting today. And so I also want to give respect to that, because it's very easy, as we see across the nation, to cut social services when because we don't hear as often from people who need them. And so I want to be, I would like to be cognizant of that as we're deciding this. And I think because we'd like to move forward, I think that if people wanted to vote on this amendment, and then we'll make a separate one for the rest. If we didn't want to continue the discussion.
Well, it depends on how many people want to speak. You want to speak again?
I do. Any council can say, just if we had a social services budget, and we just cut everybody by the same percent to meet the budget of the town, that would seem more equitable than cutting somebody by 50%, somebody by 100%, somebody by 2%, and raising the numbers.
Is there anybody who wants to speak to that? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody should get 100% of what they asked for. I think right now, nationally, everybody's getting, everybody who is hurting the most in this country is getting more stuff taken away from us. So we can be part of that trend, or we can be part of a different trend. Even if we restored every penny to everyone that asked for this, it's around $15,000. There's around 1,500 people, so that's $10 for everybody in town. So, you know, if you've got kids, it might be $50. I don't know. Is that really that unreasonable? For the sake of, do we care enough about our culture and our people that we're willing to pony up a little dough, or is money more important than people? This blows my mind. You know, Southern Vermont, the community, whatever they are, civets, you know, they're about business, and they're getting $3,500, and you know they have a value, but that's and their value is rarely sort of questioned because they're the big world, they're the world of money and investment. But when you come down to the world of people that are sucking wind, that's when we're all pretty quick to like, let's just take a little off. Let's just take a little. I think that's unconscionable. I think that we can afford funding these services, and we can look at ourselves with, you know, pride in the mirror instead of like crawling under a rock and just being another bunch of people that don't really are willing to give what needs to be given. This is a time of crisis, so I think we should step up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm Shelley Huber. I'm on the select board. In one aspect, we do have to run this town as a business. We have to make payroll. We have to pay for equipment. There's a lot of cost associated with it. We also have to keep the budget low enough so that it's affordable in taxes for everyone. Otherwise, we won't have a town because people will be fleeing here. So we as a board made a decision on the special appropriations based on several different criteria. And we went over it and went over it and went over it. So we did our best to bring the values that we all have and to represent you all. Not just a few of you, but in general. We have to look at the entire town. How are we going to survive? The average age in Newfane is 55 years old. Average age. How many people are ready to retire? How many are already retired? How many people are living on investments or their Social Security? Well, those are all things that we took into consideration. First of all, we have to start with our own town. We have to take care of our own town. If we have extra money, then we can go and we can give to others. That's how I think a lot of us were raised. We want to be generous. We can be generous from our own pockets, if that's the point, that you feel so compelled. But as a town, we have to make fiscal decisions. The bottom line is the town has to exist and have good roads, good services, good employees. So those were why we made decisions the way we made them.
Neil? No.
We have an amendment on the floor, correct?
We have an amendment on the floor. That is correct.
I don't think the amendment speaks to the larger issue. I call the question.
The question to vote on the amendment has been called. Is there a second? Second? Okay, this will end debate. It's been called and seconded. We have to vote, and it has to pass by 2/3. I'm going to try it. I have a really fine ear. I'm going to try it by voice vote. Is this a point of order? Okay. Procedural? Is it a procedural question?
It's about,
This is to end debate. There's a motion on the floor that has been moved and seconded to end discussion of the amendment to Article 6 regarding $500 to Groundworks Collaborative. The maker of the motion has suggested that if we got this motion off the floor, we could put another motion on the floor to the larger question. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's the issue. So I'm going to follow procedures to keep this legal. This is what I am supposed to do, which is make this legal so we don't have to come back and do it again. Okay? I need to hear those people who are in favor of ending debate now by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed to ending debate now, please say nay. That's 2/3 aye in favor of ending debate. Okay? So we now actually have to vote on the amendment to Article 6, which is, oh boy, can I still find my notes? Thank you. Thank you. You know, you get by with a little help from your friends. The amendment to Article 6 that you are now being asked to vote on is changing how much money the town of Newfane will authorize in general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,625.73. All right? All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for division of the House. Board of Civil Authority. So those in favor of this amendment, please stand up and be counted.
Yes.
And those opposed, please stand and be counted. The amendment to Article 6, there are 42 ayes and 13 nays. The amendment passes. So Article 6 now reads, shall the voters of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, of which $1,216,000, is this right? Does this number have to change too? Give that to me slowly. Okay, of which $1,216,978.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any further discussion? Is this discussion on Article 6 as amended? That's all we can talk about. No, we can talk about other things. We can't. You have a new amendment?
Yes.
All right. I just better write this down. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, please identify yourself.
Fiona Beach Chevalier from Williamsville. I would like to amend the special appropriations for, all right, let me make sure I get this correct. So for I would like to have equalize to eat the appropriations for this year, for fiscal year 21, to equal those of 20, except for, because we've already talked about, except for Leland and Gray, which no longer exists, except for VCTV, which is part of a different part of the budget, and Groundwork Collaborative and the library, which have already been amended.
I need you, it makes sense, but I need you to give me a number.
I have a number.
Yeah.
And that is $10,658.
$10,658,000, any cents?
$10,658, 0 cents. And I
Okay.
would like that money, in light of the fact that people sometimes have a hard time paying their taxes, I would like that to come out of our fund balance, which is our, can I do that? or
You
no?
can't do that.
All right, never mind.
Okay,
Then I don't do
but
that.
you can direct this $10,658,000 to social services.
To what?
To special appropriations, I think it's called.
Yes.
Is that the purpose? Yeah.
Yes, to add that to special appropriations.
To special appropriations.
To equalize, yeah.
I'm going to try doing this again. We're still on Article 6. This is a new amendment, our third. And after today, you will all be experts at amending articles and maybe even remember for next year. Okay? So, the amendment is to add $10,658,000 $10,658 to special appropriations, so that I'm going to wait for my tabulator to give me my numbers. She's wearing out her phone. Okay. Article 6, the amendment to Article 6 reads, shall the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,535,283.73, of which $1,227,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion on this amendment? And I'm going to limit everybody to speaking only twice. And so that's it. There you go. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Liz Forrest, I would like to have a list of each one of the changes that are being proposed, which each, so, and it picks everyone way after the prior. I know that Newfane and New had gotten $2,000 previously, and they have not been doing the summer concerts, and they haven't been as active as they were. They've lost a number of members. That's one. Two, the very last article is a request from Vermont Disaster Animal Response Team to be a special appropriation. And how this actually added, and you go to the very end, and we've done all this work on special appropriations, and then there's one at the end.
That's the way it is written now. I'd like to point out to you that there is a list on page 9 of the list that you asked for is on page 9. And I believe this budget that has been, this amendment that has been proposed is the same as, did you do budgeted fiscal 2019 or actual fiscal 2019 in your calculations?
Budget fiscal year 20.
So if you look at the first column, budget fiscal year 2019, and you look at that with the adjustments that we have already made to Groundworks Collaborative and More Free Library, that's the list that you wanted.
With respect, the one thing I did not add to that was the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation.
Okay.
That was for the Leland and Gray district, which no longer exists.
Okay, so it's less than $1,000 for the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation, and, just a minute, I would like to tell you procedurally, you can amend the amendment. You would like to change the amendment by $2,000 so that it's $8,658,000. And that would make these numbers, I think I can even do this. It would now read, that's without anything anew. So the amended amendment is taking out $2,000 for Newfane anew. Okay. So the amendment to Article 6 would change the article, the amendment to the amendment would change. We are changing the amendment now from $1,535,283.73 to $1,533,283.73, of which, just a minute, I have to add this, right? $1,229,636.73 would be raised by taxes. I just would like a check from the treasurer. Did I get that right? Oh, yeah. So taking $2,000 out, take it out of one and add it to the other. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of us. There is a motion to amend the amendment, and it does need to be seconded before, are you seconding it? No, we can't even talk about it. Chris Campany has seconded it. Thank you very much for that, and again, I depend on you when things get complicated. Yeah, so we're not going to talk until we have the actual numbers, okay? And I'm wondering if there's someone here who could fill my water bottle for me. I don't know, anywhere. All right, can I have your attention? This is hard. This is hard to keep your attention. We'll have a seventh inning stretch soon, if we can get through Article 6. There is an amendment to the amendment on Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 would be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. I'm sorry about that. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment of Article 6?
Around the corner.
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark from Williamsville. I'm sorry to do this, but I have a question. For some of them have a zero. Were they people that organizations that didn't? Because if an organization didn't want any money and we're giving them, I'm just curious about the zero column, the zeros in that column, just to clarify why they're there.
Okay.
Is there someone who can answer that? Thank you.
Yes, those that were zeroed did not respond or request. So there were criteria that each of the appropriations went through. If it's a zero, the organization did not request in writing or write a letter requesting a certain amount, what they've done. Many of the letters, as you can see in the book, they were very grateful. They got it in on time. They made a request. Some of them we couldn't fill all the way, but those that did show up in writing or in person, but we didn't have any of those, were acknowledged.
Is there any other discussion?
Deb.
Yeah.
So my question is whether or not the prior items that were voted on in a dollar amount, is that in addition or inclusive of the new number?
Okay. So currently we have already passed additional special appropriations of $714. That is already done. Correct? With me? This is, there's an amendment to increase, there's an amendment to increase the amount of special appropriations by $10,000, and that amendment has been amended to decrease it by $2,000, with a net gain of $8,000. That's where we are right now, and that's what we can talk about. Does anybody want to say anything? Patty?
I do want to say something. We voted these people in office. They've done the best they can given what they were given and the information. They were all humanitarians. We all want the best for everybody. But as a voter, having voted the select board in the office, people that are making decisions, I defer to them.
Thank you.
Dan?
Dan DeWalt. I was on the select board, and it's true, we have these budget meetings and people don't come. But in Vermont, the actual legislative body is this. It's town meeting, it's today. The select board does the business throughout the year, and our select board does it, and I should say, I got passionate on that last, I'm not angry at the select board, I'm angry at our culture. I'm angry at a culture that has decided to just throw away people. So I don't want the board to feel like that I'm singling them out. I'm singling us all out. I think that we should honor this amendment and do it. Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is my organization, by a snafu, we neglected to send in our things. So if you want to take $1,000 off and punish us, do it. Because we didn't follow the rules, and I'm not going to make a stink if we didn't follow the rules. I would love to have that money. So this is not just about my organization. In fact, if we gave everybody their money except us, then we would be chastised for not following the rules. But I think that we really should be able to pony up the $10,000 and continue to be a town that shows that we actually care about each other and care about something more than, we understand that our culture and our civilization and our community does not end as soon as we cross that border into Dummerson and or into Brown.
There was somebody, no, you're done? Okay. Yeah, Shelley, and is this your second time talking to this particular one? I'm going to start counting. Go ahead. You can talk twice to each amendment. But I haven't been keeping track. I think it's time I do.
Well, I'm not going to shame you guys into making a decision. I think that it's true that we are trying to be fiscally responsible with your money and your tax dollars. So, again, we can all be generous, and I think we are being generous at $30,000. So, unfortunately, not everyone can be given a check. and and life is life. You got to follow the rules, and some people didn't, and unfortunately, we had to do some deep decision-making on who was getting what with what we had available to make this budget not be more than 10% increase.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Yes.
Okay, Brenda Siegel, New Fame, and
My question is, would people rather go can we just go line by line and people vote up and down rather than go back and forth?
Right now, we can't, right now, we are maxed out. You can't amend an amendment to an amendment. It's just two. So we have to decide on the second amendment.
so I just want to say that I wasn't here at town meeting 2 years ago. I'm here at town meeting every year. But I was here at town meeting 2 years ago when we upped the fire department's budget by quite a lot, and I was largely in favor of that. As a community, we decided that. And I think as a community, we can decide that social services are important to us, and we're going to put $8,000 back in the budget. What I would love to know, if anybody is able to, is what does that? How does that change our tax rate so that people do have some understanding of that? But I imagine that the amount is very small in the end for each of us and might make a huge difference for many.
Is Doris here? She's our usual calculator. Gunther, please. Stand up.
I finally have to talk. This is Mickey Mouse ridiculous. We have a select board who has all the information needed to make a budget. We have a certain amount of the public who think that the budget is no good. Fortunately, I seem to be part of the group where taxes don't matter. But every time a dollar gets increased, I get increased more than my share because I don't have an exemption. I have to pay the we make too much money. So every time there's an increase, I get more than my share. So that this whole process seems to be, to me, totally ridiculous, especially since my taxes in New Fame are up more than 100% since I moved here.
When was that?
25 years. Thank you. Sir.
Thomas Adams, New Fame. We're talking about 10%. But if every one of you is a property owner and you look at what you pay your property taxes, 10% to a lot of people means no shoes for the kids, no tires, no inspection. It boils down to dollars and cents. The board met many nights over a couple of months to go over all the information. Some of these appropriations neglected to renew their requests. If you don't renew your request, you're out of luck. If you don't meet the criteria, you're out of luck. That's the bottom line. 10% is quite a bit. But when you look at our roads, our buildings, basic services, the fire department, we did vote 2 years ago to increase their. But we're also talking about a service that comes to us in the middle of the night, rain or shine, and they save lives. Every day they save lives on Route 30 and the side roads with Rescue Inc. and everything else. 10%. We put a lot of money out in our income taxes, our real estate taxes, our sales tax. Brattleboro added 1% to our 6% sales tax to cover whatever they're doing down there. It's something to think about. 10%. Everyone here knows what 10% of their dollar buys. Go ahead.
Is there any further discussion? Tom?
Move the amendment.
So there's a motion to move the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. This will end discussion on the amendment to the amendment to add $8,000 to Article 6. All right, we're not near finished talking about it, but I do need a 2/3 majority vote to end discussion. So all those in favor of ending discussion now on this part of our program, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. Yeah, that's 2/3. The ayes have it. We are now ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which I will bring you up to date. It is a net result of adding $8,000 to our currently amended Article 6. These are the numbers. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of New Fame authorize fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 will be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All in favor of passing the amendment to this amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. I don't want to be responsible for this. Please. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by standing. Thank you. All those opposed to the amendment? 44 votes in favor of the amendment to the amendment and 16 opposed. The amendment passes. But we're not done. We now have to vote on this amendment again. General Roberts, blame him, not me. All right? Is there, so now we have to vote on this amendment again. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Okay, bear with me, but this is what I've come up with. Organizations would get their funding back. At the Gates Foundation, $250, Grace Tires, another $1,500.
I need a total amount. You want to add eight, excuse me.
Just clarify what the amendment on the floor really adds up to represents.
The amendment on the floor is to add $8,000 to the $714 that we have already passed. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, it came to, unless I missed something, I don't know, it came to $8,998, not $8,000.
Are you suggesting, are you proposing an amendment to the current amendment on the floor?
No, I just want clarification where the $8,000 came from.
Oh.
It was $8,658.
The
the amendment was for $8,000, was it not?
658.
Is that, are our numbers right? Our numbers are right. I am sorry, tell me that number again. 8,650. Now on the floor is to change the current amount of $1,283.73.
Point of order?
That is the current amendment. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it all. I've got my numbers here. It's kind of, scratched. Okay, Article 6.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
You said operations, does that mean that it's specifically in special appropriations?
I'm reading the article as it is amended, which I am legally bound to do, okay? All right. Article 6, currently amended to read, well, this is the amendment. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues.
Point of order?
Yes.
So right now, we're voting on the amended article, not the amendment, correct?
We're voting on the amendment. We voted on the second amendment, we are voting on the first amendment. Okay, thank you, so that everybody knows where we are. We're not done voting on Article 6 yet. All right? And the current amendment can still be amended. Just letting you know. If you're not tired yet, we can go on. All right? Does everybody understand? We are voting on the amendment to change, to add $8,658 to our currently amended Article 6. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And then we will get to the article. Got it? Any questions? All right. I'm going to read it once more. Pay attention and think about how you want to vote, because I'm going to ask you. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. So now we have to vote on Article 6. Do you want to say something, Annie? You've got your hand up.
Discussion ensues, right?
There could be discussion. Please, discuss.
Andy Landenberger, Williamsville. If we could go to page 10, please, under road maintenance. As many of you know, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Brookside have revitalized the quarter-century-old effort to calm traffic in our villages and to protect our villagers from speeding vehicles.
I'm going to have to stop you. I have to stop you. This is not germane to the article that is on the floor. Well, no, the article, I'm sorry, you'll be out of order. The article, the only thing we can talk about is money.
I've got it.
Well, let's get to it.
Say my first rodeo. Okay, so on page 10, forget the introduction, so those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, under signs and under traffic safety, does any of that money, which would be $14,000, intended to go toward the signage that has been recommended by both the state and by your village liaisons and toward other traffic safety measures. Is any of that money earmarked for, oh yeah, that list of recommendations?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Is there any further discussion of Article 6? Yes?
I'm just curious why, without the special appropriations just added, what area brought this up 10%? I don't see major increases in everything. So is it, why are we getting this 10% increase in our taxes?
I think we'll have to wait a while to find out what the, sorry? Yeah. Until we know what the tax rate is, it will be set probably, I believe, in August. So to talk right now about an increase of such and such a percent in our taxes is not correct.
Oh, good, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes?
Emily Holt, Fame, first time residents, please don't jump down my throat. Sure. Emily Hool, Newfane. The largest increase that I noticed is on page 8 under employee benefits. The line item of health insurance town costs. There's an increase there of $38,000. I work in finance, so I'm not oblivious to the fact that insurance costs never go down, and there was a huge increase where I work as well. I'm wondering, what is our policy? Do any of our town employees pay a portion of their health insurance? Is it all paid for by the town? Just, I'm asking for education more than anything.
Chris, are you going to answer? You're looking like you're getting ready. No? Okay. Is there anyone who can answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the increase, what they do, years ago when the Obamacare come into the insurance thing, we had a level funded at $78,000. It used to be the employees paid 20% of the cost, and the town paid 80. So we level funded it 100% at that. So we went with that, and then as it kept increasing, what they pay on now is 20% of the increase. So from the 78, it was 100% funded, and then all the increases just keep going up, and now the employees pay 20% of every time it goes up. So they're all, I mean, I don't know exactly the numbers, what it is, what they're paying, but you know, it's a good deal for everybody. The insurance is expensive, and it just keeps going up every year. I can't see that from here.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, yeah.
Jim Schaefer, just answering Gloria's question in a general way of the 10% rise. Under the budget we're considering now, there were a couple jumps in the area of $40,000 for town employees and benefits. I imagine a lot of those were mandated. There really wasn't any choice in that. So there's, I don't know, roughly 90,000 raise there. The big jump we have yet to tackle, and that's in the capital expenditures. Even though the amount proposed to be spent this year is actually lower than last year. Last year we took something like $297,000 out of reserve, so we gave ourselves a nice tax deduction. So our taxes went down last year. That was cool. It was a fun meeting. This year we got a bunch to pay for, and they're not proposing taking anything out of those capital reserves. So the whole boodle falls on us. Plus, we're being asked to toss in the 123 or whatever it is thousand towards the next big capital reserve thing. So, in an arm waving way, that's where the big bump comes. I believe as best I can do.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Nova Benesh, Williamsville. I agree with what Tim said. Actually, the total budget, capital and operating expenses is decreasing a little bit. What is changing is the way it is financed. Last year there were non-tax revenue which were reserve taken back. This year they are none. Last year there were borrowings. This year they are none. Although last year in the budget, the pluriannual capital budget, for this year it was expected that we would reverse 265,000 of capital reserve and borrow 50. This is not happening in the budget. I would like to understand why the Select Board is taking that position.
So, yeah. Okay. I think some of us are enchanted by your accent and have trouble understanding. So if you could speak a little more slowly.
Yes.
And into the mic. That would
I
be
will
great.
try to speak more in the microphone. I said that overall the budget did not increase compared to last year. If you add the operating expenses and the capital, operating expenses increase, capital needs decrease. Overall, there's not a big increase, or it's even a small decrease. What makes the tax rate increase is that last year we reversed capital reserves, and this year we don't. Last year we borrowed, this year we don't. And why is the board taking that position, which conducts to a 10% increase, and even more now that we've increased other expenses? I don't understand why. And I will move an amendment later to change that.
Okay, but the discussion is now about the overall budget, which is what we're voting on. So, is there someone on the board who can answer the question? Did you all hear it? Did everybody hear this? Okay.
I think basically the stuff that we have in the surplus, if you want to call it, I guess, is money that is planned for large equipment purchases in the future. So we were not able to take from that fund without having your taxes, go up more in the future. We're trying to balance it. So.
But we have a very strong reserve position.
All right. You can't get in an argument, okay? Sorry. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 6? Hearing none? We ready to vote? Seems like we are. All right. If nobody calls a question, we can just vote. So we're still voting on the amendment, correct? Have we moved? Have we already moved? I'm glad somebody is paying attention. This matters. This vote, I mean, all the votes matters, but this vote will put Article 6 to bed one way or another. If you vote in favor of it, it will put it to bed as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 6, as I just read it, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 6 as amended passes. All right. I invite everybody to take a 5-minute break. We will be back, but get up and stretch. few announcements for you while you're finding your seats and getting your food. On Sunday, March 29th, the 6th annual West River Railroad Soup Fest and Silent Auction will take place. It helps raise funds for the Historical Society's 1880 Newfane Railroad Station and West River Museum. Doors open at 4 with a suggested donation of $5 to $10. Bidding on the 50-50 raffle is from 4 to 5:30. Soup and bread served at 5:30 with desserts to follow. And go to the Historical Society of Windham County's website for more information. So that is Sunday, March 29th. Looking ahead to May 2nd, which is a Saturday, or the days preceding that, Saturday and Sunday, join a group of Green Up Day trash picker-uppers. You can get your Green Up bags at the town clerk's office or the Newfane Market during the last week of April. You are encouraged to clean as a family, a group of friends, or by yourself. Last year, we collected 200 bags of trash from the roadsides, and then the road crew will pick up the postcards then. There is lots of information up here, and I've been asked to tell you that on March 5th at 7 o'clock, at the library, Paul Searles will read and discuss his book, Shall the Voters of the Town of Newfane Authorize Capital Fund Expenditures of $268,895, $265,895 shall be raised by taxes, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Is there discussion? Norbert?
I would like to move a motion to decrease the amount financed by tax of 100,000 and increase the amount financed by non-tax by 100,000. The reason for that is to decrease to make the increase in taxes more tolerable to the people. I'm lucky enough to be able to pay 10% more in taxes, but I don't think everybody in the community can afford paying 10% more taxes.
So I understand the amendment to decrease the amount raised
by taxes
by 100,000. And I just have a question which I need guidance on. Can we write into this that we will find $100,000 from somewhere else?
From reserves.
Oh, from reserve. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. I'm sorry. Now I understand. So that is decrease taxes and increase the amount of reserves. That is an amendment to Article 7. So the amendment would change the wording to read, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes and $100,000 from capital reserves. And $3,000 by non-tax revenue. Right. So is that correct? All right. There. That's better. All right. Is there a second to the amendment? The motion to amend?
I'll second.
That's Ken McFadden who seconded it. And so this motion has been moved and seconded. We can now discuss, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes, and $100,000 taken from reserve, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Norbert, this is your motion, you can speak first.
Well, as I said before, I believe that the 10% increase in taxes is too high for most of the population of Newfane.
Is there other, yeah?
Eric, well, Newfane, I understand that the reason why the capital reserve is being built up is so that we can make anticipated expenses, particularly for the road department. And that if we take money out of the capital reserve now, that means that we have to borrow later. So that although it's a short-term decrease in taxes for the individual taxpayer, I think it's going to result in a longer-term increase, and also having us pay interest on loans that we're servicing rather than using our own money that we've put into capital reserve. So I think it's a wise long-term solution to pay taxes for that rather than taking money out of the capital reserve.
Tim Schaefer with a question for the hard-working, long-suffering budget makers. On page 14, it says that as of 6/30/2019, the capital reserve fund was at $568,000 and change. And looking at the proposed budgets this year and next year, this year and 2022 and 2023, there's no capital reserves anticipated being used. So I just wonder, out there beyond 2024 or something, what are we anticipating that we're saving up this big boodle of money for?
I'm going to have Jay Wilson speak to that.
Thank you.
Jay? Yeah, please. And
so the whole purpose of a capital fund is to make the taxes more even. So if you put money into it every year and don't touch it, when we need to pay for the Arch Bridge, the money's there. We don't have to go borrow. That's a big expense that's coming next year. And our portion is between 175 and 275,000. When we go to buy a piece of equipment, when we buy a new piece of equipment, if we start putting aside a small amount of money for the 10 years when a truck gets replaced, when that truck is due to be replaced, the money's there, you pay for it, there's no loan. The way it's been going, the money just kept coming out. So it was like taking money out of your savings account and then the next year sticking it back in. We don't gain anything. So we have the sand salt shed, which is a mandate that's coming down on us to keep our sand under cover because of the salt that's in it. And we have wetlands so close to the garage. We had to set money aside for that. That's an expense that's going to be coming up. And right now there's money to pay for 80% of it from grants. So that's why we're doing that. So we're not creating a savings account. It's money to fund our future purchases so the taxes can stay more level. And the way it's been being done previously, pulling that money out was never getting that. We've been putting money aside for a grader. There's no money there because every year it's pulled back out. So by actually funding it and leaving the money there, we'll eventually be able to make purchases and all our loans will be gone. We won't have loans every year. So that's the purpose behind the capital fund. And the town adopted it years ago, but it's never been fully implemented correctly.
And Jay Wilson is the head of our road crew, correct? Yeah, just so you know. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. And then next. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
People keep referring to a 10% increase in taxes, but I thought I heard Pete say that the 10% was not a real number. Can I get some information on that, please?
Yes. We just need to know about the appraisal.
Far from being an expert on this, the equalized grand list which is set has an effect on the taxes as they are set later in the year. So until the grand list is set and the taxes do come out, we won't really know what kind of an increase we'll have.
You still look puzzled. Did that answer your question? Okay, good. I would like to.
Just make a note.
A quick note.
A quick note. Don't forget, you got school taxes, and they're going up. So as you're figuring out your budget and our budget, consider that. Okay.
I'd like to recognize Chris Campion.
Just a note on reserves. In my day job, I'm the executive director of Wyndham Regional Commission. Federal funds available for towns are not going to be going up. State funds available for towns are not going to be going up. Matches, cash match for that municipalities are required to pay. The access grants are probably only going to be going up. And so I would look at this as not only just good planning for equipment that you've got to replace, but it also enables the town to make its own choices about what it wants to do, when it needs to do them. Because it's awful to be in a situation where everything that you want to do, you just go, is there a grant for that? Is there a grant for that? A lot of times there's not. And then the cost of actually getting that grant money and administering that grant money is pretty expensive. So I just think it's a good policy to maintain those reserves, do this capital planning, looking as far ahead in the future as we can possibly afford, because eventually we'll probably need to spend it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Just a minute. Mike, you looked like you were thinking about speaking.
Mike Mayor, Williamsville. Just dovetailing on your question, 10% has come from somewhere. Pete's saying we don't know. Where does the 10% come from if we don't know?
Tim Chafee or Norbert, you want to explain this? I know you both know it.
Well, the 10% is calculated based on the provisional grant list. The grant list is only finalized in July, something like that. So until we know the final number of the grant list, we don't know what is the increase of the tax rate. But what we know is that the taxes to be raised increased by 10%. So unless the grant list improved dramatically, the tax rate will increase by some 10%. And do we have any reason to believe that the grant list will increase?
It depends on how many people have improved their houses, added additions, built new, new buildings.
How many? Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, year on year, it increases by 1%. So that the impact, which was already figured out in the report, and which gave rise to 10% increase in taxes.
Does that answer your question, Mike? Okay. Is everybody following that? All right. Is there any further discussion on Article 7 as amended?
Can I add something?
Yeah, but this is going to be your last time.
I just wanted to mention that we have more than $1 million in cash in bank. We have 1,148,000 based on the June 30th financial statements audited. That's page 63 in the audit report. So we have a very strong position. We have 1 million in bank, 1,1 million in bank, and we have $700,000 in debt.
Did you say page 63? In the audit? Yeah. Does anybody have any further comment? This was June 30th. I'm wondering if there have been big bills paid since then? Yeah, please.
Some of that money, $500,000 of that is for the capital reserves. We have paid $300,000 back to FEMA bonds that we had to take out for paying all the bills for FEMA. So that did go down significantly.
Thank you.
So, excuse me, could we, about what is the current capital reserve? Are you able to?
Well, for fiscal year 19, it's $568,000.
That was, 9
That was
months ago.
back in June.
Huh? That was 9 months ago, so.
Right now,
you're taking out to pay a debt, so.
Probably around 700,000 at this current moment. I haven't gotten all the figures, I don't usually get them all tally till the end of the year.
That's cash.
But 700,000 for capital.
Cash.
Okay, so there's an important, that's cash, not capital reserves.
Capital reserves, well, in the capital fund itself, there's about 700,000.
There's $700,000 in the capital reserve currently, about. All right. Is there more? So we're still discussing this proposed amendment. Are there comments to the amendment? Is that what you want to talk about?
I'm not sure, other than I know that there needs to be cash flow with that 440, 500,000, right? For your cash flow until the taxes actually start to pay in.
For the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year.
Oh, from June to August, yeah, there needs to be about anywhere from 300,000 to 400,000 surplus to carry me through to the next tax.
So we're also talking about cash flow.
So I'm just trying to understand this for everybody because I see a lot of perplexed faces, but I could be mistaking it for fatigue. That there are accounts payable that cash reserve will be used to pay. Is that correct?
Cash surplus, yeah.
Cash surplus, whatever you want to call it. It's a surplus now, but if you have big bills coming in, that's the money you use, or is there more tax money coming in?
Well, this $1 million, half of it's for capital and half of it's for general fund.
Okay.
So then, the money for the general fund.
Can everybody hear her? I think you need, it's good that you're talking to me, but everybody has to hear.
So $1 million in the accounts right now. Half of it is in the general fund, the other half is in capital. Capital can only be spent on capital. There is money in there for reappraisal funds, and that can only be spent for reappraisal fund money. The other 400-ish thousand, that has to carry us through from June till August until we start getting tax payments, which we're already through that at this point, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. I hope that helps other people. It certainly helped me. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Do you need to be reminded what the amendment is? And, well, I'll ask you then if you want to vote on it. Okay. Back to Article 7. Article 7, the amendment proposed, with the amendment proposed, Article 7 would read as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes, $100,000 taken from capital reserves, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Do you understand you're voting on an amendment? Okay, and I vote would make Article 7 the way I just read it. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Okay, the noes appear to have it. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We go back to Article 7 as printed in your warning. Is there any further discussion? Yes?
I'm sorry to do this, but could someone explain why the interest earned is so low and the amount of money is so high?
So, the interest earned on what and the amount of money in what fund?
On page 5, the interest of the capital fund, the actual was only $680. And I'm putting that at less than 0.2%. And I realize that's the typical, but I'm wondering if there's another reason for why it's not higher than this.
So the question is, how do you account for such a low rate of interest on the capital fund? And I'm wondering if our treasurer can help us with that.
until June. And then the other money is in the general fund, so the auditors and I are working on doing an allocation spreadsheet. So this year it'll be broken down between all the funds evenly and by percentage.
Answer your question. Excellent. All right. Any further questions or discussion on Article 7? Looks like you're ready to vote. Hearing no objection, we're going to vote on Article 7. As written in your warning, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund. Is there a motion? And is there a second? It looks like Gunther Garvey has seconded it. Is that correct, Gunther?
Yes.
All right. So it has been moved and seconded. We are now on Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund? Is there any discussion? And Lynn, you moved it. You could. No, Gloria moved it. Do you want to say anything?
It seems to me that we talked about this with the last one, so basically, instead of taking money out, putting it in, as Jay said, to make sure that we have the funds available when we need them to spend them on things like bridges.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready to vote? It would seem so. All right. So, an aye vote is in favor of putting this money into the capital reserves, and a no vote is not. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund? All those in favor of Article 8, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 8 passes. Article 9. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART? Is there a motion? Lynn Forrest has moved it. Is there a second? Ken McFadden has seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes.
How many of you have animals, pets or other animals?
Is that it for children?
So we have pets and we have animals, and we want to be prepared for disasters that can happen. And what happens to our animals? And this organization trains teams to be able to react and respond when there is a natural disaster or other, to make sure our pets and our animals, our livestock is taken care of. We go through trainings period, and it's open to anybody who wants to go learn how to do this. We've learned how to set up shelters. We've learned how to deal with dogs. We've learned how to tell what a cat means when its tail's going this or when its ears go back. It's a great organization. I personally got involved because I have a big barn. And I thought if anything happens again like Irene and people have animals, and I don't have any big animals, but if people needed somewhere for their animals to go, I can set up a whole shelter safely for those animals. So that was my personal buy-in to this. So I think it's a great organization. They have a standard operating procedure that we share with towns with emergency operations plan, and have just gotten a roving big, I don't know what you call it, trailer that goes along with all these great extra parts, and if they had to set up at a different location outside of the Humane Society. So I appreciate you allocating the $250, and I don't know what that bottom number is. General fund study is going to have help. So and I guess it would be to amend Article 6.
No. It's just. Look at all the experts. This is great. This is a separate article. Everything else before this is done. Yeah, Chris.
So just on the human side of this, when there are disasters, some people will not evacuate their homes or otherwise leave if they don't know what's going to happen to their pets, especially if they're being told that at the human shelters they can't take the pets. So that's the human side of this, is actually facilitating the pet care so people will feel more comfortable about their animal children, and will be more likely to actually do what they need to do in the time of disaster. So that's the human side of the equation.
Yes, Lindsay.
Lindsay from your saying, I just wanted a little clarification on specifically what the money gets spent on, is it like training or facilities or whatever, and then also how many people do you currently have involved in this, and if people want to get involved, who do they contact? It's so many questions.
I know funds have been used for training. I know they're used for cages, and I don't know how many, because when I've gone, there have been different people that have responded. Ballpark? Maybe 30, 40, something like that. You know? We have an automatic response. Good. How do you contact? LindaForest@gmail.com, and then I'll put you on to Joanne Borbeau at the Humane Society is what her job is. But we do training, and we do it in other locations. One of the cool things is there's a statewide organization, right, like you say, the state of Vermont, then sends out the information when there's a disaster. So we have training in Londonderry, so we get calls to go, an automated call that says you are needed in Londonderry, and you will go. You're needed in the New Fame, and you will go. And that's how we're notified that our presence is needed.
So I understood the question a little bit different, or different ways of that understanding that question. One is, how do we, you answered, you want to learn more about getting involved, contact you. But if there's a disaster and you have pets, how do you activate or contact this service? I think that was the intent of one of the questions. If not, it's a question I have. Yeah, Jay.
Jay Wilson. They're now part of our emergency plan in town, so they would get notified if we have an emergency to help us with the animals.
This is a really good time to remind everybody that we do not have anybody in charge of our emergency planning in town. It's one of those vacant, I don't know how the pets are going to be rescued on page 18 if we still don't have someone in charge of I thought it was, no, I mistook that for the energy coordinator. And when we don't have an animal control officer either. Just a reminder, since I talked about it a long time ago. Is there any other conversation about this? Yes.
Would people contact the rescue to register their animals at all?
don't think at this point we have any way of doing that, but they can, once there is an emergency, the fire station or the second place would be the town garage, would be the two emergency contacts. They can call there and they can help with something, and there'll be people roving around town anyways.
So that's good to know during an emergency, 2 areas, right? The rescue and
The fire station.
fire station, yeah. And
The second one, if needed, is the town garage. It depends on where the emergency is.
So let me take that as a time to encourage you all to license your dog. You'll know you have a dog that needs rescuing if you've licensed your dog.
Good idea. And you only have 27 days before the price goes up. So, yeah.
Just a point of information, the communication that came requesting these funds has been filed under Kitty letter.
Is there any, yes?
A question, is this the food only class of domestic livestock or threatened and endangered wildlife as well?
That's a good question. Do you know the answer to that, Lynn?
Our training has been with pets and livestock. In-house have been, we talk with the deer and bear and, no, that's a great question, but I think as far as what we've been doing so far.
So the answer is that this is not, at this time, for wildlife. Is there any further discussion? I'm not going to recognize that because there's somebody else who wants to speak, and, yeah.
I just have a question. So it's $250, correct? I'm now not looking at it. So the $250 is there other money that comes in also to this project from other sources? So that, okay.
Chris is answering yes. He seems to know.
happening.
Yeah, all right. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote? Okay, a yes vote is you're in favor of adding this $250 to the amount of money we've already appropriated, in addition to what we've passed in Article 6. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART. All those in favor of this, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. We now move on to Article 10, which is to transact any other business that may legally come before the town, but which is not legally binding. All right? No, we don't. I made a mistake. Okay. Chris?
I just have something.
Please tell everybody who you are.
Christopher Grappy from Williamsville. It occurs to me, having driven down Route 30 often in the summer, that there are a lot of out-of-state vehicles that park there and use the beaches. And it was occurring to me that we might be able to get some non-tax revenue and figured out a way to have an honor system, have a collection system, have a way. You know, just real quick math. If we got 10 people there on the honor system to give $10 a day, 100 days in the summer, that's $10,000 that we could be giving to pets or opioid crisis or things like that. So it's just an idea. Perhaps we form an exploratory committee to form a beach group or something, but I think there's an income possibility there, especially since it's mostly out-of-state behavior.
It has been pointed out that that's in the town of Dummerston. The area is 2 cars.
All right. Is this about Chris's, the other Chris's? Okay, so Annie.
Annie Landberger, Newfane. I have two community announcements.
So put your tap shoes on because April 11th, Saturday, is the annual Williamsville New Fame Talent Show. And this year, we're delighted to have it co-sponsored not only by the hall and the hall, but the Tinston Hill Preschool will be co-sponsoring and therefore benefiting as well. The last thing is that Rock River players could certainly use your talents, your input, whether it be wielding a brush to sing a couple monologues. We have our open meeting Friday, March 27th. I'll put this info up there. And on that night too, just give me 30 more seconds, we're going to have an open reading of a brilliant dramatization of the proceedings of the House Un-American Activities Committee. It seems like a pretty timely thing. The name of the script is called Are You Now or Have You Ever Been? If you would like to just come and read it with us and we'll chat about it afterwards, let's do it and look at the world. Thank you.
So an announcement, and I'm going to be asking for your assistance and help. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project. That is a project going on. Wyndham Regional Commission got a grant to start working on this. And the goal is to have a survey of people in all the towns in Wyndham and the associated areas to find out what service they have for broadband and what they want. There's no cost to the towns. There will never be a cost to the town. There would be a communication district that would stand on its own. And if it went belly up, the assets of that would disappear. But there is, I understand that there's been some erroneous information being fielded, and I just know it's wrong. There is, I put on half of the chairs, there's a written survey. You can skip the first page and just do the survey. You can go online, and information about where to go online is up at the front. There's some little green stickers are like business cards. That's the easy way to go. It's wyndhamdigital.org/broadband. I don't know about you, but I can use faster, better internet service. So that's, and the deadline for the information getting in is March 17th. So time is of the essence, as they say, and I appreciate your help. If anybody's interested in working on that, I am the town point person. Whether, yeah, I am. And so, but it would be nice, Margaret, is helping me. If anybody else is interested in working on that project, it's going to be pretty much sending out a mailing and correlating some of the results. That would be great. My name is Lynn Forrest. It's lynn.forrest@gmail.com. And I'm on 2 hours, right. 492 Dover Road. You can buy the house and knock on the door.
Thank you. Sir, behind.
I am collecting surveys today.
Yeah. Sir, yeah.
Marty Cohn from New Fame. Last year I reported about the pending FCC rule change that was going to adversely impact BCTV, and sadly that rule change came into effect. It passed, which means that there's going to be a decrease in funding from Comcast to BCTV. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be as severe as first imagined, but there's still going to be a decrease in funding for BCTV. We thank the Select Board, not only in New Fame, but in the other 7 service towns, for recognizing that and providing monies in the budget so that we can continue to have meetings like this shown at BCTV, on television, on Channel 8, and also everyone who participates in doing a show on Channel 10. What we're doing now is that we're trying to find other ways to fund BCTV, and for the first time, we're looking to the public for donations. People have been very generous so far, but keep thinking about BCTV and the importance that we do in bringing democracy to everyone else. And on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I see, but I've got Chris first. Go ahead.
On behalf of the Village of New Canaan trustees, welcome to the New Canaan Village Union Hall. I'm the chair of the Village trustees, so unfortunately, I'm not a very good one. I just don't have the time to give it that it needs. But I just want to remind folks, this Union Hall is supported not by the town, but only by the 60 taxpayers of the village. We receive no town funds whatsoever. So the upkeep of the folk in the village, we frankly don't use this very much. And so there may need to be some conversations had there. One project we're going to look at that I've just gotten behind on is improving the hideous acoustics in here. They've been awful since the 1830s. But we actually did a sound check in here. I don't think it worked. It might. I'm going to just be real quiet for a second. Let me see. And count after I clap.
One.
Well, if you listen real careful, and if you effectively hear just like a couple of people in here, sound bounces back and forth for like 5.5 seconds. And so that's one of the reasons why anytime anybody in here is rustling paper while someone else is talking, while the fan's on or something else, you can't hear. But obviously trying to improve the acoustics in here also then changes the historic character of the space. And so it's not a real easy decision for the village people to take on, and there may be some cost, but we may need to come to the town and just say, hey, this is the help we need to make this a better space. And one other just thing, I brought this up last year, I'm bringing it up again. When I first moved here, I really appreciated the tradition of having these meetings, the town meeting in the Union Hall or the Williamsville Hall. But I'm really concerned that these spaces, this hall, we literally have to kind of break back into it again, so we shut it down for winter. And so you have to chip ice out and everything else to keep the doors open again. And we have to bring up the plumbing back up and heat and all that. But even just getting into the building, the parking and park effective in Winsville, I don't know exactly what it would take to, maybe this is already a done deal, to look at maybe having this at the school. But I worry about people actually not participating in this because of the actual perceived physical barriers and just really, honestly, the difficulty in hearing in here, where our population is not getting younger. One of the reasons why this hall is frequently not used for weddings and other things is because of the hideous acoustics. Because we've heard how difficult it has been for people to hear in here all day. So I guess I don't know if it's a select board or two, but just want to bring up the issue again of should we consider, and maybe it's a lousy idea, a place that has just more easily accessible parking, better acoustics, just make it more modern. And I'm not trying to, and again, I used to be one of the ones who was like, it'd be a shame to lose the tradition, but I really do wonder about just the efficacy of these buildings.
In response to that, it's really the Board of Civil Authority can make a change in traditionally, since the select boards on, part of the Board of Civil Authority. But this doesn't have to go for a complete town vote. It doesn't need to be exclusive to make a change in the actual town meeting.
Sir, back.
Thomas Abbott's New Fame. I'm a member of the local Lions Club. I'd like to invite the members of the town here to come to our meetings second Tuesday at the firehouse. We donate money to the local community in forms of $2,000 scholarships to graduating seniors from London and Gray, eyeglasses, a $200 voucher for eyeglasses for people in need, the food shelf in Townsend, the fire department, rescue. We donate a lot of money. We need members. Our members are in the 80s. We celebrated our 50th year last July of being in New Fame. Our membership is dwindling because of the age, and we're not getting the younger people joining. We invite you to come. There's no obligation. We do an awful lot. It's a nationwide, actually international organization. We've wiped out river blindness in almost all of the third world countries. Helen Keller invited us in the 30s to become Knights of the Vision, and we upheld this. We'd invite you to come and see our organization and meet with our people. Please do. Second Tuesday of every month at the fire station.
I'm the chair of the committee.
Dan?
I'm Dan DeWalt, a Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is an organization that teaches people how to do restorative practices and offers free conflict resolution to anyone, is actively searching for more board members. As you can see, we could have used another board member this year when we didn't get a report filed in time for the select board. So if anyone has any interest in restorative justice, restorative practices, please contact me or Restorative Community Justice, rcjsv.org. And we'd be happy to talk to you. It's about being on the board or just about learning. We do monthly trainings for free in this town and other places. So if you have any interest in an organization and would like to be part of it in any way, please contact me.
Back to you.
If my wife Carleen were able to be here today, she would ask you to recognize and express your appreciation for all the volunteers in the New Brick Fire Department and for our New Fane Town Highway crew.
That's often a cue for a motion to adjourn, but I see a few hands. Well, I see Gloria first, and then Steve, and then you. Okay.
I have two things. I did take on chairing the Green-Up Committee, and so I have a postcard here, and I have a list here of previous Green-Up people. I'm missing some phone numbers, and I'm missing some email addresses, so if you could check the list, that would be great. If you are new to town, and I see that we have quite a few people, what Green-Up Day, and this is our 50th year of Green-Up Day, does is, you know, there's a rare few people who decide their beer cans have to go out, their soda cans have to go out, and their cigarette butts. We love to keep New Fane beautiful. So we divided it, and my committee, we've gone out and measured how long the roads are. We'd like you to choose what areas you plan to do so that we can make sure that all of New Fane is covered. And then on the bottom of this card, which you can take and mail back to the Green-Up Committee, I'm also with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. I think I've mentioned that once or twice during this meeting, but we're also taking on a project of adopt a patch to knock back knotweed. Japanese knotweed is spreading throughout New Fane, spreading throughout Windham County. So I'm working with the Nature Museum in Grafton and any kind of a knotweed. But we need people, preferably on your own property, but you know, some of us are getting a little bit older, and you know, your neighbor's property may need to have work done. So if you could volunteer, or at least put your name on the bottom of the card and the appropriate contact information, then as this project gets going, we can do that. On May 18th, the Nature Museum and the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance are doing a conference on Japanese knotweed. So I'll get that information into Front Porch Forum, but please do sign up for that. Thank you.
Hello, Steve Levine from Williamsville. I always like to say it's part of the town of New Fane. And I'm on the whole committee, and I want to thank everyone. You probably won't read our report on page 92, but in that I say thanks to everyone in the town for supporting capital expenses and ongoing expenses. We really appreciate it. And in return, we've been attempting, and I think succeeding, in having many more events at the hall. We just had a wonderful recital by Dan, it was piano accompaniment to an amazing silent movie. On March 21st will be our second annual dog show. and that's for real. There was a big hit last time, so hopefully people will show up. As Andy mentioned, April 11th is the town show, which might be the most spectacular event that happens in town. And I also wanted to mention that the Williamsville Hall is fully ADA compliant. The acoustics are wonderful. It's a bigger space, and it's in wonderful shape, thanks to all of you. So come and use it and enjoy it. I'm not saying don't come here, but there is a very viable and usable space. And as I said earlier when I introduced myself, Williamsville is part of the town of Newfane, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
So I just wanted to bring it to the town that I am in the process of getting signatures for Gun Rights Sanctuary Township Resolution. It's a resolution for the defense of the right to keep and bear arms. And it's going throughout the state of Vermont. So if you're interested, please see me. I'm looking for signatures. Thank you.
Lindsay.
I just wanted to take 2 seconds and remind everybody that the Newburgh PTO has tons of really delicious stuff back there, including soup, and all of the food is by donations, and it goes directly to the Newburgh PTO, which goes into the Newburgh School for enrichment and awesome fun stuff. So if you like your kids to do fun stuff, you should come and do it.
And speaking of children, I think that we, this year, for the first time, got volunteers to do childcare till 12:15, so the kids might be out on the street now. And I cannot thank Phoebe Connolly and Lindsay Bertram enough for stepping up to make this town meeting possible. Thank you.
Brenda Siegel, Newfane again. First of all, I just wanted to say, and I'm not qualified to fix this, but I'm always trying to find information on the website of what's happening in town, and I have a hard time finding it because I'm often using my phone to do it, and it doesn't go mobile as easily. And so I'm happy to come in and help brainstorm. I'm not qualified to actually fix it, but I wanted to just bring that up. And then the other thing is that, and I think if I'm not allowed to do this, let me know. On
No political campaigning, don't try it.
It's not for me.
It's not, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Absolutely no electioneering.
It's just a meeting that's happening in town, is that?
I'm going to just say no.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, it's not a campaign.
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I'm Elizabeth Erickson, and I am the Four Winds Coordinator at Newburgh School. And this is a natural science program that is run by volunteers. People volunteer to teach in the school, the kindergarten to 5th grade. And we really need more volunteers. Each is a small commitment, and for each class that you teach, you're trained to do that class. And everything is laid out, all the activities, the games, and the puzzles and stuff we play with the kids is all pre-planned. And it's a really wonderful group of people and a really fun organization. If you'd like to work with kids outside, this is a perfect thing for you. And so if you'd like to contact me, you can always call the school and they will have my information. But I'm Elizabeth Erickson. Thank you very much.
With the Lions Club, we're also doing screening with the Lely and Gray students, the elementary school. We're trying to coordinate a time and date to do the screening. We have been trained on vision testing, equipment for your children. It's very important. I feel that the younger children get the screening. It catches abnormal problems early on that can be addressed and corrected in their formative years. So this is another thing that we do with the Lions Club, and it's free, all the things. And we're coordinating with the school nurse and
Thank you. Will we thank the select board for their service and then adjourn?
There has been a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. It is not debatable, it's not amendable, and it passes by a simple majority. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Thank you very much. The meeting is over.
Apparently, Ruth is in institutions and Corey Pennant is carrying his quote unquote sick, so. Friday sick.
Yes, that's right.
So
Yes, Friday-itis.
we will be running with Slim committee today.
That's right, we've got to move some.
Jim, you want to join us?
Yeah, sure. We'll start.
I want to start with statewide
Okay.
healthcare if we can.
Let's try to get Damien for that too. Damien would be helpful for this.
Okay.
So if you
I've
start
sent
coming
him an email.
So, let's see. Or, I mean, we could start with your new draft of the State Board of Ed.
Yeah, the reason Damien would be helpful for that other piece is because when we talk about covered employees, that part.
Yeah.
I worked with him on that to get that right, and obviously there are concerns about that, so it'd be nice to have him in the room for that piece.
Okay, just wondering, is he on his way, Jeannie, or?
I haven't heard back from him.
Well, let's start without him.
Okay.
And so this is
166.
Yeah, draft 2.1. Actually, it's 226.
No, 226.
This is ST26, draft 2.1. 2.1. So we're on a different one than you've got there.
So I will say that I have spoken in the interim also with any.
That's the wrong document there. Right?
That's it.
No.
That's the wrong document. We're on S226.
226.
Not that one.
S226, oh, okay.
I just shifted the order.
Yes, he changed
I
it.
thought you said that, I wasn't here, right? Let's see.
So I did speak with the NEA. They also were not behind the change to unionized employee.
Yep.
They just felt it created too many unnecessary alterations in the statute. So I guess what we're looking for is a way to keep the current nomenclature, but fix the problem that both sides had agreed upon.
Yeah. I think, talking to Damien about this, the reason we went with the way it is here is when you put in another definition, you pick up these other employees that they're concerned about. For me at least, I had to like graph out the whole thing. It was just so complicated to figure out how all these things work together. And I think there has to be a simple way of doing this. So my goal was to make it simple and understandable. The issue with unionized, I understand, is that the term unionized picks up maybe too narrow of a category of employees, in the sense that there are employees who haven't, I think, joined the union, that the union still represents. So for defining terms purposes, we could change that to like representative employees. We could work around the term, use a different term. But I think more fundamentally there's concern about how you express which employees are covered. And the philosophy of this draft was to say the definition of a unionized school employee, or however you define that in terms of the term used, are the people who are being represented by the union representatives on a committee. The term participating employees includes those unionized employees, but also everybody else who works for the school, who elects to participate in the benefit. And therefore we thought we picked up the confidential, all those other categories, because there would be participating employees.
But couldn't we do that with the old nomenclature and just change the definition?
We could, and that's where I started. And I got very hung up on it seemed so confusing to me. I tried to find a simpler approach. So we're going to have to revisit that, obviously. But I think Damien should be here for that discussion, because he can probably explain this better than I'm doing right now.
Maybe, Jeff, could you or Colin speak to your concerns about that piece?
Sure. Jeff Fannin from IDA, for the record. So I spoke with Damien. I bumped into him getting Valentine's cards the other day, and I said I asked him about that term unionized school employee kind of thing. And he said that he and you weren't wedded to it. It was just sort of the term you guys came up with. So I played around a bit with it, and I'm thinking that perhaps the better way to go is go back to the original language. Participating employee means a school employee, and then add who is covered by a collective bargaining agreement or any other school employee. That's a participating employee, and they get their health insurance through it. And go back to school employee in the definitional part. So an individual employed by an SU or a school district as a teacher or administrator as defined by 1981, the title, which is the old. A municipal school employee is defined by 21 VSA 1722. And then add confidential employee as it's defined in Title 21. Individuals employed as supervisors, because that was the concern that VSBA had, and we shared. The gap was perhaps supervisors were not covered by the law, and I think everybody agreed that they should be. So we just thought, just go back to the municipal law and cover them that way. Just spell it out. And I've got the language. I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I'm happy to talk to you and Dave. But I think that's a better way to go, and then take out the word unionized throughout the document. That therefore, because it just becomes clunky, and if you're not a unionized employee, does this cover me?
That's one question. So what I got hung up with on this is the school employee or the unionized employee, however we're calling it. Those are the ones that you actually represent, right?
Well, in this context, we represent all employees essentially.
Whether they're in the union or not.
Okay. Oh. Correct. And so the issue that VSBA raised was about supervisors who are not covered by the municipal, that are not defined as employees under the municipal law. And it was kind of, oh, that's right, they are not employees under the municipal labor law, which the Act 11 refers to. So perhaps there's a gap there, and this would be the gap filling by including them as, defining them as a school employee.
Okay.
And doing it that way.
Because what I thought was that you represented employees which are unionized employees, part of a collective bargaining agreement, basically. So we have a definition of that because we're talking about your representation in this statute. And then we have another definition of participating employee which picks up everybody else. So what I thought was the supervisor wouldn't be, the superintendent wouldn't be part of a collective bargaining. Okay? So that's why I was trying to divide this between two categories: those you represent and those who are covered too because they work in the school but you don't represent, but they get the same benefit.
Right, I understand what you're trying to do. And I'm not quarreling with the outcome. I was concerned about unintended consequences of calling them unionized employees, and somebody then thinking they're not, and does that mean I'm not covered, and going back and forth on that, instead of just defining all school employees as all employees, including confidential employees, supervisors, and that was the issue that BSBA raised, and I shared it, and I agree.
Okay. But so your view is you're representing all school employees?
Well, in fact, Act 11 says that.
Okay. Then I'm not sure that we even need definition of participating employees. Because we had two definitions for a reason, and if the reason goes away, I think that you're representing everybody.
Well, no, I think that the issue of participating employee is somebody who actually takes health insurance. Not all people will take health insurance. They may have a better deal from their spouse or something, so.
And in general, I think what we're trying to do is make as few changes to Act 11 as possible. So this one, it doesn't surprise me that both sides had a reaction to this because it's a far-flung series of changes through Act 11, and that in and of itself, as well as changing the name to unionized, which may cause on one side of the equation some reaction. So school boards, is there somebody here that can speak for school boards? Okay. Then we will let this draft.
There's new language here. Do you want to listen to the new language? Is that helpful? Page 5?
Sure, let's do that.
The only language is on page 5, line 4 through 17 is the alternate members language. And basically, I stripped out all the language earlier of alternate members, put it all in one place here. And it reads, 4 alternate members may be appointed to the commission who, if appointed, shall be entitled to attend all negotiating sessions of the commission. 1 alternate member may be appointed by the labor organization representing the greatest number of employees in the state, 1 by the labor organization representing the second greatest number, and up to 2 alternate members may be appointed by the organization representing the majority of public schools.
Jim?
Yep.
I would like to simplify that because now it becomes a little more specific than I had in mind. I had been thinking that the commissioners for one side would appoint and the commissioners for the other side would appoint if they wanted to, not specifying within the commission who is appointed. See what I mean? So in other words, the 5 members who are representing the labor organizations can appoint up to 2. So those 5 can appoint up to 2.
Okay. Yeah.
As opposed to specifying within the 5 an additional level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then the same would be true on the other side. The school boards can appoint up to 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, keep going.
The term of each alternate member, the appointment shall be 6 years. In the event of a vacancy, the appointing authority of the alternate member whose seat becomes vacant shall appoint a successor throughout the remainder of the alternate member's term. They may be removed only for cause by the commission.
Okay, I just want to stop there. In the letter that we got from Joe McNeil and Neil Odell, number 2, it says, D states that members of the commission may be removed only for cause, and that the commission shall adopt rules, blah, 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 to define the process for removal. Since commission members are appointed for 6-year terms, it's important for the appointing bodies to have the ability to remove a member who is not meeting expectations.
You've got that, right? So that's maybe removed by the commission only for cause, may be removed by the alternate members appointed authority without cause.
Got it.
Same works for members as well.
And maybe removed by the alternate members appointing authority. That's confusing to me. What does that mean, Jeff?
The alternate members. So if the school board appoints, they get to be able to remove.
It's the apostrophe is important.
No, it's right. By the alternate members appointing authority.
Right, that's important. If you didn't have it, then it would.
Oh, sorry.
I'm saying it's key apostrophe.
Wait a minute. alternate members may be removed only for cause.
By the commission, only for cause.
And may be removed by the alternate members.
Appointing authority without cause.
So meaning by the commission writ large, both sides?
By the appointing authority, which is the school boards. The school board can remove its own members and alternate members, right? And the labor organizations can remove their own members and alternate members without cause.
I don't know why I'm not getting this. So the alternate members appointing authority is the 5 members of the commission that appointed that alternate member. So above may be removed by the commission. That's all 10 members.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the commission as a whole needs cause, but the people who appointed them do not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't word it if it's not clear, but
It's a little bit of a mouthful, but what's that?
It's fine.
You think it's fine? Got the seal of approval. Okay, so other thoughts about that?
Was the underlying statute dealing with the 2 different unions? No, on that, but on this other part about what Jim tried to write up above.
There
asked me to
is
change.
a split in terms of the commission. It's 4 and 1.
4 and 1. Okay.
And that's part of the problem here for me, is that here it becomes 1 and 1.
Right. Okay.
So
I couldn't remember if that was spelled out in the.
in
commission.
other words, we would preserve the 4 to 1 empowerment by changing the wording as I suggested. Okay, other changes in this draft, Jim?
no, that's all.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Page 6. Number 3, line 8. Premium responsibility percentages for each planned tier shall be the same for all participating employees. Does that mean the same fee for every employee, or is that done by wage? So you have higher wages, much higher for a lot of folks, and a lot less for a good percentage. I just want to make sure that it wasn't the same fee for all employees.
If you look on page 5, 20, the commission shall determine the percentage of the premium for individual, 2-person, parent, child, and family coverage under health.
That's a percentage of your salary.
Yeah, medical plan. So that's a lead-in into that language. What's up with tiers though? Hold on. And tier. It's interesting, this plan tier isn't always defined, is it?
So there it says, of course, there'll be a percentage of their premium.
Yeah.
But as you turn over here, then I don't see where it would be on, highest wage earners versus some of the least wage earners. So the higher wage earners, I'm thinking, would pay more than the least.
Yeah, we didn't really decide that as a committee. I mean, that's what the NEA would like, what you're saying, is to make it different, but.
Basic salary, that language is not here.
It's not, it's not really here. Yeah.
And we will, before we're done with this discussion, we'll be taking a last ask from both sides, things that were not agreed upon. This I had thought was agreed upon. Reading Joe McNeil's letter, he seems to feel that a number of points were not agreed upon. I wish they were here to enlighten us a little bit more. But let's just take another piece. So, Jim, if you go to their letter, everybody can look at Joe McNeil's letter, February 14th. Under 2B, F states that commission members shall be entitled to receive per diem compensation. This entitlement was not funded by the legislature. If the legislature is not going to fund this entitlement, it should be removed. Is that in here, or is that in?
It's in here.
Okay, where is that?
It's in F, so that is similar to F, which is on page 4, line 7.
Okay, and
Where does the money come from?
well, the money is supposed to come from the appropriations process. But it hasn't thus far. So
does the bill need an appropriation?
I'm kind of reluctant to strike it. You know what I mean? It went through the process. It was something that the Appropriations Committee agreed to fund, but they just haven't. So.
And did we ever find out if they were going to in the budget adjustment?
Well, budget adjustment's basically gone now.
Right, but did it include?
No, I don't think it did. It didn't include per diem. The budget adjustment.
No.
Why don't we, instead of striking this, why don't we put an appropriations section on this bill purposefully to lodge it there? And I wonder what the estimate would be for the process. Do you happen to know, anybody off the top of your head, what the, I remember Nicole Mace calling with a request, I want to say it was like $5,000.
I think there were 6, Colin Robinson running, I think there were 6 official meetings of the commission.
That's right.
Yeah.
Prior to the beginning of the fact-finding and mediation arbitration process, and then probably another 3 or 4 after that. So let's say a total of roughly 10 meetings.
But a number of people were compensated otherwise.
And not everybody showed up, and so, you know, us hazarding guesses as to the total cost, I don't know if it's 5 sounded about right, or 6, but.
Well, let's put, and the question would be, I don't think at this point we want to try to make it retroactive to cover the last cycle, but we could try to make sure that it's covered in the coming cycle, but that won't be for this year's budget. Let's hold off on that question.
And by the way, he's commenting on draft 1.1. This is draft 2.1. So some of his comments, actually, there's another version between these two. Maybe like 1.2. So he's commenting on an earlier version here.
Okay.
So some of the stuff that they picked up, I believe.
Are there other things you see in this memo, Jim, that we haven't touched on?
Let's go through. So cover employees we talked about. 2A, move for cause.
We've got that.
We got that, right? Yep, we got that in there. 3 alternates. Got some alternates in there. He's got 2 alternatives here. He's got one, they should not be permitted unless both parties agree in the ground rules. We haven't done that. We've done the other one. Alternatively,
I think it's silly to make them an object of negotiation. Like, there's nothing wrong with having an alternate or 2.
Yeah.
So unless they make a more persuasive argument about why they're not allowing an alternate.
Yeah.
Because it's fair to both sides. Each side could use alternates.
So some unionized employees, we talked about that. So this being employee, okay, all that stuff we'll go out. Number 2 on page 2, release time. The parties did not agree with this language, but they did. But
now, where's that?
That is, he's saying that they don't agree to page 4, lines 10 through 13.
Made whole. Am I remembering that right? School board argument was that if they gave an employee time off, they had to cover the sub.
Right, they were concerned about the sub.
And so then you develop $1,000 or $2,000 of uncovered expense. What would you guys think about splitting that cost as other costs are split? So in other words, you're splitting the arbitrator, you're splitting, so this would say they have to let them off, but it would also allow them to recover half of what they pay to cover that time.
think we have to.
Yeah, I think we have to think about that one.
Okay.
I hadn't thought of it.
Think about it, it's a small amount of money, but it would otherwise be a unilateral, small amount that they're eating.
Right,
So-
but if it's so small, it's like more work than it's worth administrating this transfer of funds. And right now, I think 4 of the 5 got it anyway, so.
Yeah, I think more the question is, are they granted the time?
It's
Isn't
more
it?
about, that was the issue for us, was actually
Yeah.
allowing them the time. Most of the folks had time, personal days or whatever, and they were taking it. It was about getting the time, granting them the time.
Yeah.
And one person who had, took some doing to get the person to actually be able to attend a meeting.
Yeah, and it's inherently unfair to have one side have veto power in effect over your selections because they won't give them time. So let's leave that in the bill. We'll leave an open question as regards the replacement time.
Okay. And then the other one talks about number 3 here, just to.
We're fine with that language. They just don't want union.
And then he's referring to number 4. The language now is on page 11, lines 9 through 11. The requirement that the arbitrator explain appropriate detail of the rationale, which may include observations on the cost estimates provided by the parties. He's saying they do not agree with that language.
No, where are you again, Jim?
In the bill on page 11, lines 9 through 11.
Oh, right. Right, so that last clause, which may include observations on the cost estimates provided by the parties, that was an attempt on my part to drop in one of their general concerns, which is that they wanted the arbitrator to be aware, in as much as they were aware about the welfare of employees, to also be aware about cost estimates and but they are saying they did not agree to that language. It's a little unclear, do they mean only the final clause or the entire sentence? Because they did want appropriate detail in the rationale.
Well, now they say appropriate detail is vague.
It's not helpful.
Okay. What would
they changed their mind?
What would they prefer?
They don't.
Okay, let's
Leave it in.
let's remove that language then. I don't think NEA wants that language, and
The which may include observations.
Yeah, which language you remove?
Yeah.
well, they're saying they don't want any of that underlined language. And I thought it was their gripe more than yours that the arbitrator didn't provide.
The brief decision they
Yes.
were unhappy with, and perhaps understandably so. We don't like the second clause, starting with which, and they don't either, so I think that's fair enough that comes out. The question is whether you keep the first clause in.
All right, let's keep the first
We weren't
clause.
looking for it, they were, I don't know.
And we're comfortable with that first clause.
Okay, let's get rid of the last clause.
Okay.
I don't really understand their beef with that sentence. Seems
Sure, they'll
more
be back
aimed
tomorrow
at-
wanting it back in.
What's that?
They'll be back tomorrow wanting it back in.
No doubt, no doubt.
We won't be here though.
Okay.
That's right. Tomorrow.
So Jim, the major work on this, I think, is unwriting the unionized piece and then putting in place something more like what Jeff was talking about. Okay, and then they also say here that they don't want to add anything until they feel like they agree to this draft. So we won't worry about anything else from them until we see a rewrite of your draft.
Okay, good.
Okay, so let's go to AOE and State Board. So this is the multicolored draft.
Draft, sorry.
Oh, you're back.
Draft 3 of it.
Okay.
So, this document here, if it's going to do so, the Secretary French provided a side-by-side, we testified, but his side-by-side only addresses 3 sections of the use bill.
Okay.
So, and he says in the beginning, he says, side-by-side addresses the substantive duties of the agency and the state board described in sections 1, 2, and 16, but does not address the conforming changes subsequent to the 3 sections. Changes in sections 1, 2, and 4, 16 would result in substantial differences with the conforming changes as currently drafted.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you said it's an email with an attachment. Yes, you
You
get
did?
that, Jamie?
It might have been this.
Oh, maybe that's.
What are you referring to? That's Jim's.
We got an email from French.
Oh, yeah, we got a side-by-side. He passed it out when he was speaking.
Yeah.
Well, the email said this is his testimony that he referred to that he did hand out. That's what the email said, right? You
Yeah,
got
then
it?
I went to open it and I couldn't open it.
So I wondered.
Let's not worry about
Well,
it.
the side-by-side is incorporated into this document, so you don't have to look at it.
He gave,
Maybe it was just.
yeah, I thought the 2 things he gave us were what we wanted, which were his take on the language, especially the header language of the bill, and then his new duty split that he suggested. Okay, so show us what's here.
Okay, all right, so what's here in blue, so what's here is the bill as it was drafted before, so this is the sections he commented on, and what's in blue are the changes he would recommend. So beginning on the state board, line 18, it says the state board shall, and he wants to keep in engage local school board members and the broader education community. And then it goes on. And then he wants to add consistent with the provisions of this title,
So,
its own rule.
Jim, quick question. The strike through here, that strike through indicates,
That's a strike through in the bill as we were looking at before.
so I'm just trying to get a read. So yellow is,
Yellow is just highlighting the word state board, so we always know what the word state board is throughout that huge document.
Okay.
Right? The blue is his comment.
yeah, and then the strike through is stuff in the existing draft.
John Carroll's draft.
But not in the statute, just in the bill.
So strike through is Carroll.
Yeah.
Blue is,
There'll be strike through blue too, because sometimes he's striking through
yeah,
what Carroll wanted, so you're gonna see that
Got it.
definition too. Okay. That's the first change.
so I'm just trying to take that section 1 as an example. So they agree, other than getting rid of and gubernatorial?
Yeah, well, on this page, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay, then going over to page 3, big change here. This is where the state board would adopt rules. So he wants to say, the state board has the power to adopt rules pursuant to Chapter 25 as necessary for the implementation of powers given to the board under this section and under sections 166, 175, 377, and 261. So basically, this is where he's trying to narrow down the rulemaking on the state board. It's taking in all the detail as to what the state board has authority over for rulemaking. So all that comes out. So basically, the general statement here, I suppose, is a specific list of rulemaking authority.
So that on page 4, both of them are recommending striking.
No, sorry. No, this is confusing. Sorry. the language that was here before it was struck was John Carroll's language. John Carroll wanted to add all the this whole list of rules in, okay?
Yeah.
And Secretary French is saying no, make it more abstract, more general, and take out all of this list of rules.
And then page 4, line 12, that section, that was suggested by John Carroll, but French is saying we should strike?
Yeah, so lines 1 through 8, John Carroll would have in page 4, and French would have.
And ditto for the block below?
Yeah, and then, so review and comment on, he's got that change, and then 12 through 20, that would be there in John Carroll's draft. It would be taken out in Secretary French's draft.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay. And then he would take out, John Carroll would have on page 5, lines 1 and 2, John Carroll would have that. Secretary French would take that out.
Okay.
Then up to page 7. On line 14 and 15, Chair Carroll would say the Secretary shall implement rules adopted by the State Board in the legal exercises of its powers and shall. And Secretary French would just say the Secretary shall. It would take out the language that's been struck in blue. Then on line 20, the Secretary's powers, now we're in the Secretary's powers, to adopt rules pursuant to Chapter 25, as considered appropriate, for the execution of the Secretary's duties, or and as directed by the New Assembly. So he would put that in. Small change on line 8, page 8, the in comment, and then lines 11 and 12. Carroll would keep in, and French would take out. But this is kind of a fundamental thing here, because the way that Chair Carroll thought about this was, even if the State Board implements rules in some areas, they will never implement them. They'll never have to administer or implement because they don't have staff. So here on line 11 and 12, this would have said that the Secretary has to approve the status of independent schools as approved independent schools. That's an implementation thing. So the rules will be drafted by the Secretary, by the State Board, but the Secretary will do the approval part. The Secretary saying no, we want that to be within the State Board, so we can do that execution part. And in the side-by-side, Secretary French said, but we'll still support the State Board in doing that. We'll prepare documents for their order. Then on page 10, lines 6 through 9 would be added by Secretary French. So the Secretary would be responsible for adult education literacy. I have that in a different spot in the statute, so it's in a different actually than the current draft you have been working on. It's just been moved to this section here. And then what's been taken out is on page 10, line 18. So that same language about being responsible for adult education, this has been moved from section 41 into the section on the Secretary's duties above. And then another change is on page 12, we're talking about section law here, and this is where you allocate the rules between the two. And so this is where the list by Chair Carroll has been pared down by Secretary French. So everything in blue that's been struck, Chair Carroll wants in, and Secretary French wants out.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, one way to look at it is that this is a relatively short ask in terms of what the secretary is, I mean, it's a comprehensive ask because he's seeking to acquire much more authority than John's draft gave him.
Yeah.
But he's doing it in a very efficient way, at least.
Well, this is only a partial, right? Because he's got to, this is
conforming.
Everything else has to be then conform to this.
No, understood, but I mean, you know, I guess I'm seeing the glass as half full.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because,
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking this the other day. I mean, if we compare the list that Secretary French prepared to what this, not to each other, but to what, you know, what exists now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a humongous, you know, paring down, and whereas I think the state board is a little, you know, it's just not so comprehensive, and I see some internal logic. I know Secretary French keeps talking about the logic that's used, but yeah, it just seems overboard to me what he's proposing. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is what it was in the email,
That's what was in the email.
where he goes through this.
Okay, so he's got. So this is his rationale for which of the rule series he's left where they are. Okay, I think it's probably a good time for me, maybe offline, to go back to both Chair Carroll and Secretary French, see if I can narrow the differences between them a little more, and then if we could, at the same time, if I could tease out which of these changes they could agree on. Maybe I can produce a better draft with Jim in the same way that we're going to do with statewide healthcare bargaining. Basically, get us to a draft where we can make some committee decisions and hope that they don't then oppose the bill because we've gone off their idealized ask. Anybody have thoughts or questions for Jim on this bill? Okay. Well, thanks for that, Jim.
Sure, yeah.
And let's see. So the one thing I wanted to remember to do on the miscellaneous bill that we haven't done is we were asked to get a fiscal note on the feminine hygiene product piece of it.
Oh, yeah.
Can you initiate that for us, Jim, or should I do that?
Probably you should, because the instruction from
legislators. Jeannie?
Yes.
Could you contact GIFO and send them the part of the miscellaneous bill? I believe it's the last page.
That is, I got new language for you if you want to review it. But
Yeah,
it's on page 8.
Page 8 of the current draft.
Page 8 and 9, yeah.
And 8 and 9. Send them that language and tell them we need a fiscal note. If this was made mandatory in
224.
middle schools or high schools? What would be the estimated impact?
In the book, grades 5 through 12. Grades 5 through 12.
Well, that's a decision we haven't made
Okay.
yet. The original bill was high schools. I think the committee had pretty much agreed on middle schools. I don't know, it gets more
Is there a
complicated.
definition?
What's that?
Is there a definition for middle school?
High school includes 7 through 12.
7 through 12.
High school, there's no middle school definition.
And middle, there is no definition. Yeah, because different schools do it.
So 7 through 12 is high school. Yeah.
I mean, we could say 6 through 12.
Then if it's 6 through 12, then you're basically including all the elementary schools that go through K through 6 for all the bathrooms.
Well, you might as well do fifth, because that is actually more appropriate probably in terms of what girls.
I don't know how many
might go through.
schools, how many middle schools there are. I think in middle school, just because that's the way I did it, is 5, 6, 7, or, yeah.
Ours
6,
was
7, 8.
6, 7, 8, yeah.
Didn't we hear testimony for fifth graders?
Yeah.
We did. It's
Well,
just
you can't delineate the fifth graders from the whole elementary school if you're
it
doing
gets,
all
because they're all
bathrooms,
sharing a bathroom.
Oh, right,
at
right.
that point.
which is fine.
Yeah, I guess I was looking for a bright, I mean, high schools is easy enough, but it leaves out obviously a swath of young women who need the product. So there's no definition of middle school?
No, the definition in Vermont of high school is 7 through 12. Definition of elementary school is K through 6.
Oh.
So there's no statutory definition. There are middle schools, I'm sure, in the state covering those middle grades, but there's no statutory definition of middle school.
Yeah, Jay.
Jay Nichols, Vermont Principals Association for the record. What you're thinking of is licensing. So you can get a middle school endorsement to teach middle school grades.
Okay.
And that's what goes your 5 through 8
Okay.
in Vermont. But there's really only two. There's elementary schools.
Yeah.
And there's secondary schools, which includes 7 through 12 in terms of that.
So we don't really have middle schools.
We do, and we call them middle schools. We have a lot of middle school instruction. But in terms of how the state breaks them down for fiscal
Right.
purposes,
But
it's
they do
elementary and
exist.
secondary.
But they do exist where they're just standalone buildings.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So we could say
do
high
agree.
schools and 7 through 12 are covered.
I've got language here. You want to do language?
Yeah,
Because
let's take a look.
I have the basically in the last discussion, which
Is this,
it's draft 3.2,
Yeah, there it is.
S224.
Page
Yeah, 3.3.
Yeah, 3.3 is.
3.2.
Yeah, 3.3.
Yeah, 3.3? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I made one small change.
We got 3.2.
It's fine.
You got 3.2?
3.3. 3.3 is right.
Oh, were they both put down?
Yeah. So the language is on page 8. So now it reads, so there's a finding, so by enacting the statute, page 8. So by enacting the statute, the General Assembly intends to ensure that a female student attending a public school or an approved independent school has access to menstrual hygiene products at no cost and without the embarrassment of having to request them. And B now reads, a school district and an approved independent school shall make menstrual hygiene products available at no cost in a majority of gender-neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females in each school within the district or under the jurisdiction of the board of the independent school that enrolls females in any of grades 5 through 12. The school district or independent school, in consultation with the school nurse who provides services to the school, shall determine which of the gender-neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females to stock with menstrual hygiene products and which brands to use. School districts and approved independent schools shall bear the cost of supplying menstrual hygiene products and may seek grants or partner with nonprofit or community-based organizations to fulfill this obligation.
That looks good. It's by specifying grades 5 through 12, I think we set up a definitional problem that's then solved by letting the school nurse decide which bathrooms. So if, for instance, my kids went to a 1 through 5 school, as I remember it, there were only 1 or 2 bathrooms that the 5th graders were using. And so as I read this, they could stock, let's see,
The majority of the bathrooms designated.
no, so they'd still have to stock, so if it's a grade 1 through 5 school, under this, they would still have to stock a majority of the bathrooms, even though only 1 grade is covered by this, right?
It's fair reading. Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if there's any way to finesse that a little more so that, well, I think in general it's good for now. We might add a little more nuance. Are there other changes in this
There are.
draft?
So just on the first section of the bill, which deals with the
Put 5th grade in up.
so on section 1, which is the closing of for secondary schools, we changed over from the state board to the secretary, that's your responsibility. The only place we left state board is in one place. It's talking about state board rules. The state board still has authority to adopt rules under both John Carroll's and Secretary French's view.
Okay.
And that's on page 6, page 4, line 3. That's state board. Kept the same there.
Okay.
Then
school wellness.
Yeah, so that's the language that's here.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, reads on page 6, line 8, before August 31st, 2020, the Agency of Education, in collaboration with the Advisory Council on Wellness and Comprehensive Health, created under a statute, shall develop and distribute to school districts a model school wellness policy that shall be in compliance with all relevant state and federal laws, including the Federal Child Nutrition and WIC Reauthorization Act of 2004 and the Federal Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010, and represent best practices and guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's whole school, whole community, whole child model, which is designed to achieve a score of at least 85% on the Wellness School Assessment WSCC tool sponsored by the University of Connecticut. The agency will, that's the change, shall establish and maintain online a publicly available database of every local education agency's most recently reviewed wellness policy and trianalyze it.
So this is the most recent update that the people at the Heart Association were seeking. So it's changed in a couple of ways, just pointing to different, more specific, theoretically better wellness policies. Okay, is that it, Jim?
And then just the effective date, so just saying that the menstrual hygiene requirements kick in for the 21-22 school year.
Okay. So, committee, we have lost quorum.
Yeah.
Not surprisingly.
Although I think
Yeah,
he's
he
gonna be
just
back,
went to the
isn't he? Yeah.
Although Jim
will
said
be
he
back.
could give us
Oh, he has
an
a
hour.
doctor appointment.
Right.
Oh, does he?
So
Oh.
we're probably at the end of, we've gone through what we have for these 3 bills. And now we have to generate new drafts. So anything else that we should talk about or that we need to bring up?
Could I put something on the distant radar?
Absolutely.
This is teacher licensure for daycare centers or childcare centers. And it's part of that, which I'm still trying to figure out the confusion between what is regulated by AOE and what is regulated by Department of Children and Families. So that the childcare centers are regulated by Department of Children and Families, but the licensure requirement is done by AOE under board rules for licensure. I think that's the way it works. But the licensure requirement, which is a good thing, is difficult to meet for a lot of the child care centers. So I'm hearing from child care centers in my district, like that is one of the toughest ones to meet, and the cost and the effort for somebody who's been doing daycare for 20 years and have to go through the process.
Yeah.
And they're not, the ones that have gone through the process are not really impressed by it. They're not like feeling like, wow, this is a good use of my time. But so one of the things that they're asking for is, can we do other ways, kind of flexible pathways for licensure? So if you are a Montessori teacher and have been for 20 years and have a Montessori kind of, not a license, but a certificate, can you use that to present to AOE to say, this I've gone through this process, look at what Montessori requires, can I use that to meet this requirement for child care?
So the House is working on a pre-K and early.
Right. So
I can tell you about where that stands. This is the conversation.
They have talked about it. I heard they were talking about it, but not.
Yeah, so a couple things. One is they had a provision in one of the drafts that would allow the certified teacher to be a Montessori certified teacher for private settings. Isn't that out in the most recent draft? Because they realized there's Waldorf and there's all,
Oh, before it was specifically mentioned Montessori.
Yeah. So that's been taken out of the draft, but ongoing conversations happening, I think, about that. The other thing that they're thinking about doing is putting in a study, if you will, of with the direction they're going is to require the private centers to provide direct instruction to students. Right now, it can be direct instruction or basically oversight or coaching or whatever. And the view from House Education is it's education. They should have a certified teacher.
Right, that would make it even more. If we want to close more day child care centers, that's a good idea.
And therefore, because of that concern, they have another section in the bill that would create a task force to look at the pipeline. Certified teachers.
The other way around. First look at the pipeline, then think about instant.
So they're and that's the conversation they're having too, which way to go. Have a requirement that will phase in over 3 years with a study, or do the study first and do the requirement. So we're talking about that too.
And I wouldn't want to name specific organizations or pedagogies. It would just be like, have the whoever writes the rules, I guess that would be the board, say, find a way to work with these entities and basically do a flexible pathways way to get to your licensure. If you've been teaching for 20 years, if you have if you have these certificates or these other programs, AOE can look at the program and say, yeah, this is a legitimate, rigorous program.
Yeah.
We'll accept this one, but we won't accept that one because it's an online from Bermuda program. We're not going to accept that one.
Yeah, we actually do that in the United Church of Christ here in Vermont. We do that because we have so many small rural churches, and it's very difficult to find pastors who go through the traditional ordination thing. But there's a way to go through where you get a more practical experience.
Because we need 2,500 more licensed child care.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we will have our chance.
Right. So I'm just putting it out there as something that I'm going to try to work on.
Absolutely, and I'm certainly open to it. I will say that every time we've picked up licensure in any way, it gets really cutthroat between the agencies and private providers, private credentialing, and all that gets very territorial.
And then there's government operations.
Right, exactly.
There's speech pathologists.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, that'll be a good lesson for me.
Okay, so I think that's all we have for today, and then next week Debbie's running the committee Thursday and Friday.
Yes. So Thursday we're going to be doing the structured literacy, taking lots of swing on that, and then Friday will be Ruth's start time bill and Corey's athletes.
She'll bring in some famous celebrity athletes.
I know, I like that. Yes.
Vermont.
Yeah, or what did you say? We've got that golfer, that woman golfer, Libby Smith. Bring her in.
No, you bring her in. Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to try to give John Carroll a call and